Geez, most of the guys are usually here by now. What in the hell are we going to talk about tonight? What in the hell are we going to talk about tonight? Hey,
Hello.
nice punctuality. Minute early.
I don't mess around.
I'm sure the other two will be along eventually, but well, we've got more important things to talk about than current events. That's for sure. Are you still reading Keel?
Well, I finished. I've got an echo going on. I don't know what's causing it. Hmm. Should I exit and come back in, or do you got the show running in the background or something?
What about now?
Let's see. Yeah, it seems to have gone away.
Yeah.
So, hey, Zach, how's it going?
Doing pretty good.
Nice to hear it. Before you jumped in, I don't know if you heard our man Jeremy asked me if I was still reading John Keel. No, I finished the Mothman Prophecies. So,
Do you like
um,
it?
yes, I like that book a lot. It was jam packed with weird stuff. Every page had something weird going on, right? There's some kind of weird anecdotal story about something freaky happening to somebody somewhere in the world, right? It was really entertaining throughout, jam packed. So it seems as if people said, "Oh, that movie's good too." And those people, and maybe you're one of those people, Zach, or
Oh, I've actually
here.
never seen the movie.
Okay, maybe you're not one of those people, but anybody that may have said that is a liar. I mean, that movie's terrible. So I
Yeah.
don't recommend the Mothman Prophecies movie. It's so many missed opportunities. They just fumbled the ball every step of the way throughout that entire ordeal. So
I've got a
nobody
feeling. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
nobody should see it. But go ahead.
Does the movie have the Mothman in it way more than how much he's in it in the book?
No, the Mothman's not in it at all.
He's almost like a tangential, like uh, he's only mentioned tangentially almost. It was more about the drama of the guy losing his wife,
Right.
and the coming collapse of the bridge.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah. It solely focuses on the prophetic aspect of it is played up quite a bit, which it wasn't really played up all that much in the book. I mean, there was
No,
that, you know, and did the guy lose his wife? I mean, is that something that was in the book that I just don't remember? I don't think
I don't
that.
remember something like that at all.
No, I don't think that was in the book at all. But I could be wrong. But I don't think so. I don't think there's any kind of. They never show the Mothman in the movie. Like they have like a very brief thing that happens in the beginning where it's a flash of something, but you can't really see it. So the Mothman's never really in the movie in any concrete way. There's like drawings of the Mothman, right? That are these creepy drawings that you see of the Mothman. And then Indrid Cold is not utilized in the movie in any way that's good, right? I mean, they don't even show what Indrid Cold looks like in the movie. They
Uh,
have a kind of a creepy phone conversation that happens between the main character and Indrid Cold, and that was okay, but they don't even show Indrid Cold. I mean, there's just so many things that they could have done with this movie that they failed to do. I mean, the bridge scene at the end was pretty decent, but overall it was pretty boring. I mean, it was a total missed opportunity. Did you like the film, Jeremy?
Yeah,
You
I
did?
did, but I do feel that they kind of went minimalist as far as telling
the
the
laptop.
actual, huh?
Oh, sorry.
Telling the actual story. They went with a minimalistic route of telling the story, and they had one job. They had I mean, I liked it, but now that you mention it, they did kind of minimalize the aspects that made the story worth telling to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, they really kind of. I mean, Indrid Cold would have been an awesome thing to depict on film, and why they chose not to do that, I have no idea, right? And why they didn't have more Mothman action going on in a movie called Mothman Prophecies, I don't know. And then the main guy that was like driven crazy by the entities or whatever, the Mothman entities or whatever, that guy was kind of way over the top, right? You know what I mean? He was kind of corny, and you never really got a sense of truly how like saturated this town was with these weird occurrences. You know what I mean? It just didn't really do the book justice. So
Yeah, that's because honest. Sorry to cut you off, but I was saying exactly what you're saying is like the book's kind of like talking it up how Point Pleasant has this Skinwalker Ranch thing going on, just all kinds of this interdimensional paranormal activity.
right.
So that doesn't come across in the movie at all.
No.
Why? That's the whole point of the book.
Yeah, no, it's really it's not a good adaptation. I can understand why they made some of the structural changes that they made for this film, just because they want to tie it to a single guy's journey and then tied to some tragedy and all. I can understand why they did that, but at the same time, they still could have, amped up the saturation and the weirdness factor. It just wasn't very good. Have you seen the movie, Ben?
No, I haven't seen the movie or read the Mothman Prophecies. I'll need to put that on my list.
The Mothman Prophecies book is very good. I mean, if you like that sort of thing, right? If you like, books about cryptids or, I don't know. If you liked, I don't know. Did you read the book Communion?
I haven't read Communion yet. I think I have a copy of it, but I mean, I do like the cryptozoology stories, even if most of them are bullshit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you like 40 and stuff, if you like, Charles Fort type of phenomenon, right? Then it's an excellent book, right? Has anybody else read Communion?
Yeah.
I mean, it's up there with Communion, maybe even better than Communion. I thought Communion is an excellent book as far as for what it is, right? I mean, it straddles the line between, fiction and reality. You have no idea what is really going on here, but it's compelling nonetheless. Did you guys like that book, Communion?
I loved Communion. Yeah, I even liked the movie, but Whitley Strieber's like transcendental mysticist philosophy or philosophizing in the books, it felt like too wishy-washy. But when he delivers the goods, and talks about the actual experiences, it's entertaining.
Yeah. How about you, Zach? You like it?
Yeah, I liked it quite a bit. I've only read the first one. I kind of like it more for the novelty aspect of just this horror fiction author who is all of a sudden a nonfiction writer going on about these experiences that happened to him. In a way, I believe him, but and I think Jeremy's told me about this. It seems like as his career progresses, he gets a little more outlandish, whereas he started off somewhat believable at first, but he ends up like he's just kind of milking it and coming up with
he's got to ratchet it up, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much I believe any of it, right? But at the time when I read it, it was a compelling read because, the guy's purporting that this is a nonfiction book, right? So you go into it with that kind of mindset, and you suspend disbelief, right? And it's an interesting, compelling read. I kind of think maybe Mothman Prophecies overall is a better book, though.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Mothman Prophecies is like in the field of paranormal stuff. It's classic, like top 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's really well done. I mean, I like the fact that like it's so jam packed with anecdotes. That's what is really kind of its large appeal to me, right? It's just that there's something new and interesting on every single page. So I'm big on books that are packed full with unusual things and packed full with ideas and unusual ideas and crazy things happening. So I mean, it's definitely one of the best books I've read this year so far. It's really good.
Yeah, it definitely leads you to that conclusion that there's some kind of like demonic intelligence creating all these things. And I think on the last show you brought up that they're kind of like, he's getting that these are like the modern day versions of the old like fae folk.
Right. Like they're putting on clothes that we can, you know what I mean? Like they're messing with us by putting on clothes that are more modern, right? They're just putting on modern dress, and even in the old stories, right? They would put on modern dress, but I mean, who knows what they it seems like they're putting on things that we'd recognize, right, to kind of mess with us. That's what it seems as if that's the theory is. That's an interesting theory, but I have no idea whether or not fae folk actually exist. Ben, do you think fae folk exist?
What exactly are fae folk?
Fairies.
No.
What's the difference? Here's an even better question. What's the difference between fairies, pixies, and brownies?
I think brownies are like...
You can put pot in brownies.
I don't know. What is a brownie? I'm not sure. I mean, other than like a junior Girl Scout, what's a...
I haven't heard that term either.
The tiny people in Willow.
I've not seen Willow, but I always want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is that a case where like they're basically fairies, but they came up with their own words for fairies?
Well, they can't fly, as I recall, though.
So they're just little. They're just little people.
Yeah. Okay, but what are pixies? What's the difference between fairies and pixies?
One of them's a hipster band.
Okay. What about sprites?
What about what?
Sprites.
I think sprites.
I think that's just like some kind of freaking.
I think that's just another word
for a ghost or something.
Yeah, I think that's just another word for spirit.
I thought a sprite was more of a fairy type thing, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. The whole thing, the Mothman thing and the fae folk connection reminds me a lot of that story that you see a lot nowadays. I think it was in the last Missing 411 movie about that. It was like a camp, an unauthorized camp that these people made way out in the woods somewhere. And I believe it was California in like a state park. And that Bigfoot recording where there's all the sounds and stuff. And a dude said like they figured out it was like a language or something, but they're saying like there's all kinds of lights and stuff going through there. Basically, it's a hotbed of like all this weird paranormal activity that's Mothman-esque with Bigfoots. And it's pretty awesome. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jeremy?
Yeah, I saw this. The second Missing 411 was way more, interesting than the first one, which might as well have not even been filmed, the first one, But in the second one, you do hear that footage of something yipping and yawing in this really strange, primitive way. And it's funny how as deforestation and, strip mining and all this other shit has taken its toll on the forests the world over, suddenly Bigfoot has to veer into supernatural or other dimensional territory in order to keep him alive. Everybody's got a story about Bigfoot being an alien or from another dimension when it used to be that they were just a man-like animal.
Right. That was just lost in the woods, and it just rare. It was a rare, real beast, is really what they used to say, right? But now they're saying, oh, he's a otherworldly entity, right?
Well, from what I understand, the Native Americans, and this might just be because it's kind of the new paradigm, and they're shining light on this thing. But in every piece of Bigfoot related media I've ingested in the past couple of years, they always say the Native Americans had these stories that these things weren't just like big hairy apes in the woods, that they were somewhat like mystical or whatever.
Okay.
There are Bigfoot researchers, though, that take it from a more biological standpoint, though, where they will,
Right.
do these casts of a footprint, or they'll be able to, test fecal matter or something. But they're more into the biological spectrum of what Bigfoot is, if it's out there. And I think that they are probably annoyed by the contention that Bigfoot might be supernatural.
It's the same thing with the UFO people too, because they're so bought into the idea of UFOs being, literal aliens and literal like nuts and bolts flying saucers. When there's been a whole other paradigm like under the current, it's just now kind of getting more popular. But it's been
right, the extra dimensional. There's there's the hardcore. They're actually in spaceships, interstellar, right? And then there's the interdimensional, right? And then there's the folks that think that it's a fae type of fairy type of thing, right? Yeah. And then there's also the folks that think it's just straight demonic, So
I once saw this. I once saw this comic that the title of it said, "Contrary to popular belief, UFO does not necessarily mean spaceship," and it showed a picture of like a giant flying spine with a bunch of chickens attached to it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the Mothman is a UFO, right?
Yeah, I guess you could, like, if you stretch the definition, that's true. I'm gonna send Chandler Morrison the link because I told him I'd send it about this time. Yeah. So go ahead and keep talking while I send him the link.
So you're of the mindset, Zach, that the UFO or the what's popularly called the UFO phenomenon is demonic.
Yeah, basically, but I'm not like. I mean, that's my belief on it.
Right.
But to be honest, I think that there is a large part basically, I think it's the government too. Like, I believe that a lot of the cases are the government doing something with, like, technology we don't know. Because you need to watch Mirage Man, where it's a documentary about this dude whose life was ruined by these people. Like, he lived near an Air Force base. And he's like, seeing all these weird aircrafts, and he's like thinking he's getting onto it, that, he's seeing UFOs. Mm-hmm. And as part of a disinformation campaign, they send out people to tell him, like actual government officials, telling him that they are UFOs and just feeding him all this stuff.
That they are spaceships, you mean?
Yeah, and it was all fake, but what they're doing is leading him away from the truth of whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, the UFO phenomenon, right? I mean, it could be. I mean, okay. Do you think it could be both demonic and genuinely extraterrestrial? Like, there could be a couple different things going on. I mean, do you think, in your personal belief system, that it's possible for demons to exist in the same universe as extraterrestrial interstellar beings?
In other words, basically Doom.
I don't know.
But, to be honest, I really don't.
No, wait. The demons in Doom literally came from hell. Never mind.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So can in your belief system, do you think that extraterrestrial interstellar folks can exist in the same universe as demonic entities, Zach?
I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, because I don't have all the answers, but I do believe that the alien myth kind of would fit that agenda of getting people to worship them, or just investing their time in researching them in a way is kind of like worship, or just it's proponing this kind of a atheistic worldview. I think that really you can't take aliens and divorce it from that kind of a mindset. So that's why I honestly believe it's all demonic. But I don't know everything, so they very well could be. I'm just saying, like evidence-wise, it seems like, not evidence-wise, but.
Well, I guess he's here. Can you hear us okay, Chandler?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
So it's the guy. This is the one guy who was too hardcore for Bizarro.
That is my reputation.
Oh,
You
Nice
should
to
get a
meet you,
lifetime
Chandler.
achievement. You should get a lifetime achievement award for outgrossing them all. They used to pride themselves on these performances at BizarroCon and all these gross out contests. You won that debate for all time.
I mean, yeah, you could make that argument, I guess. I mean, I don't. There were people who were hurt and upset, and I don't take any pride in that. So, but like I said, I guess you could say that I got the Lifetime Achievement Award there, but it's a dubious honor.
So you're working with well, I mean, the announcement has been made. I understand that now your book's been picked up by Death's Head Press, right?
Yes, correct.
And what's the name of it?
Dead Inside.
So tell us a little about that.
So I wrote Dead Inside 5 years ago, and I self-published it because it's. I really didn't know about Deadite Press or the extreme horror and splatterpunk circles at the time that I wrote it, and was convinced by a number of people that it didn't have a chance getting published anywhere because it's essentially a love story in a way between a necrophile and a cannibal. The necrophile is a hospital security guard, and the cannibal is a maternity doctor at the hospital that the security guard works at. And so I self-published it, and it got some attention. I got some blurbs from like Donald Ray Pollock and Edward Lee, Judith O'D from Night of the Living Dead, and so it started to get some steam. And Deadite had an open call for submissions, and I submitted it just to see if I could, expand its audience. And then so Jeff picked it up, and I took it down from the self-publishing medium, and then it was all set to come out, and then there was the BizarroCon incident, obviously, and the rest is history. So I'm excited to have it finally come out, so people can see if all the hype was worth it or not, and just start a new chapter, I guess.
Yeah, you were actually. I'm sorry. You were actually reading from Dead Inside as part of that infamous performance, right?
Yeah, it was. For those not familiar with it, I enacted a scene from that book in which the narrator has a threesome with the maternity doctor and an aborted fetus. So I had a baby doll and a dildo, and somebody said that the baby doll, which was painted red to look like an aborted fetus, somebody said it was brown and that it was a racially charged performance, and that somebody else.
That's what they got offended about. That part of it.
That was the biggest thing is that the baby doll they said was brown, and that the dildo was my real dick.
No, wait a minute. So if they would have been okay with it if it had been a white baby doll.
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you not see? Bizarro is dead. Bizarro is dead. There's no way around it. He simulated.
Okay, it's just like that's such a fucked up, weird performance, and they picked that freaking random.
I've always said, like, listen, I was, pretending to have sex with a baby. Like, you can be offended by that. Like, it doesn't, like, just because the baby wasn't black doesn't mean that like you can, like, the performance itself, I guess you could be offended by. But no, it was because it was a racially charged exhibitionist performance, is what they were saying.
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly.
Well, there's been. I remember what's his name, like Joshua Spicoli or something like that. He actually did have a performance where he was naked except for like a cod piece over his dick. So that was hardly the most exhibitionist Bizarro performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had that was my first literary conference I'd ever been to, and I was told by a number of people that this performance would be I was encouraged that performance would be welcome there. I was trying to just garner some attention for the book, was really all it was. And
so you said it was depicting a threesome. Was there another human involved in this performance?
No, there was no other human involved. I was just I memorized the scene and was just narrating it. So so I was talking about what this woman was allegedly doing to me while I was doing these things to this.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, all right. So I mean, and for folks that may not be intimately familiar with this, because this is a lot of stuff where everybody on this particular call knows what we're talking about. This was for a gross out contest, right? For a literary convention that prides itself on being extreme, right? I mean, that's the gist of it, and this was just too extreme, I guess, for this particular group that prides themselves on being the most extreme of the extreme, a literary community called Bizarro, right? So, I mean, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there just so that folks knew the context and was, at least for the two people that are watching or may watch this, that they know what we're talking about, okay? That's pretty amazing to me that it would, and it's my understanding that during the performance, right, folks were clapping and yelling and loving it all. It wasn't until after or well after that there was any controversy about it, right? I mean, how long after the performance did you start getting any kind of grumbles about, oh my gosh, we're clutching our pearls and this man is horrible?
It was about a week and a half, 2 weeks that somebody let me know that people were talking, because most I didn't get a feel when I was there that anybody was upset or offended. I've been told that somebody was crying allegedly. I didn't see it, but there were a lot of people who were coming up to me afterward and saying that it was really funny, and they couldn't believe how funny I was able to make something so disgusting. And yeah, it was I just did not get a feel at all that there was anything that people were that upset about. And yeah, it was a couple weeks after somebody let me know that they were talking about it. And when I went and I saw the thread and I saw that somebody was alleging I had this brown baby doll and that I had masturbated to completion on stage.
Wait, they thought you really did it?
That's what she said. I mean, look, I don't know if that's.
Well, this is what somebody said, though, right?
No, the one, the person who said that I masturbated to completion was somebody who was there, and
So did that person, I mean, tell you that they thought that was something that happened, or somebody told you that this person said this?
No, she said she posted it on Facebook.
Oh, really? Okay, all right. So it was a firsthand testimony on the Facebook for somebody had some sort of false memory syndrome or something.
How could they tell you masturbated to completion? What did they claim, that they saw your man gravy going on the floor or something?
Man gravy. I don't know. I guess. I mean,
was there any fluids at all involved in the skit?
You're gonna make me get into it.
Was your dick actually hard during the performance?
No, it was a dildo. It was a dildo. But the baby doll had been filled with my friend had designed this baby doll. She'd cut out something like an opening between the legs, and then I'd put a bag filled with corn syrup that I put red food coloring into the opening, so that as I inserted the dildo, it was coming out of the.
God.
But it was red though, right? It wasn't.
It was red, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
those were the only fluids involved.
Okay,
so
I've got one
maybe you
question
had some
about-
colorblind people in the audience.
My
You
main
know, and that was
question
part of
is-
the issue.
They thought the red baby doll was brown. Allegedly.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, this probably isn't something Chandler could answer because he wouldn't know. But I wonder if the people who got super upset about this also get upset about real life abortions, because I highly doubt
I was going to say that. Yeah. What do they think it is? They think they're killing. Well, you can have your whatever take you want on that issue, but I think that they lie to themselves a bit with it. So
I mean, I think it's mostly. I think folks just want some attention. As far
I
as,
mean, yeah, I mean, I think part of it was because you were the new guy, it was easy to railroad you.
Yeah, I think that probably.
it probably plays into it. Yeah.
What would they have to gain from doing that to you, though? I just don't get it. Did they think they're going to somehow gain monetarily by eliminating competition?
yeah,
That
they
doesn't
need
make
all the new
sense, does it?
blood.
I mean, I think it would just be an attention thing, right? Like a sympathy
needed
thing or
all the
outrage.
new blood that they could get. They needed all the new blood they could get, and there it went. Just right now, nobody wants to go to Bizarro Con. Nobody wants to be associated with this shit anymore. I mean,
Well, there's probably not going to be another Bizarro Con, right?
no, I know.
Yeah.
They pissed their own scene away, and they can deny all they want that it's a scene.
Even if it is a scene, right? There's nothing wrong with a scene, right?
They act like it is, just like they're ashamed of Voodoo Donuts because people like to go to Voodoo Donuts or some shit. No, I want to go to Blue Star. It's just stupid shit to argue about, Anyway.
I've not heard of that controversy.
Trust me, I've been around them. I know.
So I thought that this book, Dead Inside, was going to be published by Section 31. Isn't that what the publishing house is called?
Yeah.
What happened with that?
I mean, nothing really happened. It was me, Jeff, and Jared over at Death's Head Press. We all got together and, talked about the best way to get it in as many hands as possible, and decided that that Death's Head Press would be able to do that. And I mean, look, there's no bad blood between Jeff and I at all. The book's dedicated to Jeff. He's a very dear friend of mine. He stood by me throughout the whole controversy, when because Deadite essentially kind of gave him an ultimatum where they were like, we have to pull this book, and we know that we know that you're not okay with that, so because we're pulling the book, we're also going to fire you. But he remained supportive of me, and he could have saved his own skin in all of that, and said lied and said that he didn't know anything about the performance, and that and distanced himself from it, but he didn't, and was just a stand-up guy throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, that's the impression that I got as well, watching from the sidelines, that he had some principles and he was standing up for them, and decided that it was ridiculous to try to censor the book over a silly, pretty much a silly controversy, and folks that are Bizarro adjacent, or folks that are kind of looking at it from the outside, from the outside looking in. The entire controversy, it really makes the entire community look really, really lame. And why is there any pearl clutching going on in this community at all, right? It just doesn't make any sense, So I'm glad that we stood up for you. It was really good to see.
People in that scene. There's a lot of good people in that scene.
Oh, I'm sure there are, right? I mean, it's the squeaky wheels that have made the big deal out of it, right? I mean, I'm sure that the bulk of the humans that are writing Bizarro fiction that are part of this scene are fine individuals, but it just takes a few to make everybody look like a bunch of raving wussies, So
I mean, a lot of the people who were getting upset, because you have to remember there were 85 people at BizarroCon, and then at its peak, there were a couple thousand people that I saw online talking about it. So it kind of expanded outside of that the Bizarro scene, and just people hearing about this thing who might not at all be associated with anybody in that scene were and hearing bad information.
Right.
Right.
I said from the beginning that and I stand by this, had I done what people said I did, and had I actually had my real dick out and had it actually been a brown baby, I would have been offended by that. So the people who didn't know what had actually happened, I don't fault them for getting upset about it, because the people who were actually there and who claimed that and who kind of did 180s, because some of the people who spoke out against me were the same people who came up to me afterward and were telling me how funny it was. So there was a major mob mentality thing going on, but the people who weren't there, who didn't know, I don't fault them at all for taking away from it what they did, because I mean, you only know what you hear, and if you weren't there and you hear that it went down a certain way, I can understand why they reacted the way they did.
Name and shame the two-faced fucks who came up to you and said it was good and then went and talked shit online.
Please do. Please.
I'm not going to do that.
Put it in the private chat.
I don't expect you to actually do that, but
Can you put them in the private
fuck
chat? Can you put them in the private chat?
I'm not going to do that. It's not how I do things.
Well, I just want if any of them are listening, fuck you, seriously. What's wrong with you?
It's bad when Ben says "fuck you." He only yells at flat earthers usually.
Yeah, no, there must be a flat earth.
Headed out of 4 of us.
I've had enough to drink that I can start yelling at people. But it kind of annoyed me with how just out of control it spiraled. It got picked up by file. I can't. It's like file 402 something. It's basically like this. It's like
guy. Yeah, that sci-fi fantasy gossip board or whatever it is, or
that blog is like the speculative fiction equivalent of those mean, bitter-faced church ladies who gossip about who's in the closet at church or whatever. I fucking hate those people.
I thought. I mean, I wasn't familiar with that site before it happened, and I thought, he didn't editorialize, or he or she, I don't know who even runs it. If it's
it's a dude, Mike Giles or something like that. I can't remember his name, but
I respected, at least he was largely just reporting on what happened. I mean, it was a big thing, it turned into a big thing, and so he wasn't. It didn't seem to me like he was editorializing at all, or casting his own spin on events. It was.
So you say there's 85 people at the con that year. How many people do you know were likely in this gross out contest audience and everything?
They were all there. It was. I mean, there were 85 people, in that the event room or whatever it was.
Okay. So how does anybody happen to know what the attendance is for these events year on year? Is that a low attendance, a high attendance? Does anybody know?
That sounds about right to me.
It was down, I think, like 15 or 20 from the previous year.
Okay. So that it's so. I mean, Bizarro Con is probably never even close to 1,000 attendance.
Oh
It's
no, no.
if they had 200, it would be a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jeremy was there once, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, I can't remember how many were there the year I went, but they were looking. They were thinking that they would have to cut it off. They said they were talking like they'd have to cut off the membership of it at like 110 the next
Okay.
year. It kept growing. They were talking like it was the biggest it had ever been. So I mean,
see.
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, there's one question I've been wondering about forever, and it might not really be anything because I remember a long time ago I'd come shut up. I'd come across some kind of article, and someone who's a frequent attendee of BizarroCon said that it's customary for them not to talk about everything that goes on at BizarroCon. Is there like all kinds of like what would that be referencing? I just don't get it because it just seems like a normal fiction convention.
Are there orgies?
I wasn't really connected to that, like the bigger group there. I mean, I was the new guy. So I mean, if they were doing some eyes wide shut shit, like I certainly wasn't pretty good.
No, I'm not even insinuating that. I'm just like wondering. Like, I've always wondered what that was in reference to.
I've got to say something. No, I used to wonder about that myself before I went. Unfortunately,
so you saw the same thing?
These people, well, no. These people, like I said, they know how to throw a good time, but they're not cool enough to do eyes wide shut in real life. They're not that cool, and honestly, they got lamer. Well, no, I mean, I'm using that as an analogy that they're not hard enough partiers to do eyes wide shut. There, apparently there's only rape that happens at conventions with them.
Yeah, it's like I always.
Jeremy is not endorsing eyes wide shut.
Well, I just always assumed it was like a bunch of hipster nerds who really like trauma films, drinking a lot of craft beer.
Yeah.
I can't really speak to any of that. Like I said,
after the performance, you just went back to your room and nobody talked to you?
I talked to some people. There was like a big party that I made a brief appearance at, but I don't typically do big parties. Like, so I was there for maybe 20 minutes, and the interactions I had with people before I went back to my room were very positive. And then, I went back to my room. I read for a bit. I went to sleep. I had to leave early the next morning.
So when you went back to your room, did you have another private session with the doll?
I threw the doll away after. Although
you could have put that on eBay and gotten thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
Stanton has the head because at one point the head flies off during the performance.
Who has the head?
It's this guy named Bert Stanton.
Okay,
he's a super cool guy. He I don't know if he's written anything, but he's got the head, but the body is like in a dumpster somewhere.
Very nice.
That's a bit of a shame. I do think because from the research I've done on you, it does seem you did sort of have this sort of, I guess, edgelordy kind of persona before this whole thing happened. So maybe that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way and contributed to them kind of railroading you that way.
I would agree with that. I totally own up to that. Like, I mean, I'm really not an edgelord, but I didn't even know what an edgelord was until all this. But I had kind of cultivated that inadvertently because when I live in LA now. I had originally lived in Ohio, and when I was living in Ohio when Dead Inside initially came out, when I self-published it, and there was a guy who was a band promoter who who saw me do a reading at like a coffee shop somewhere or something, and he thought it was like the greatest shit ever. So he wanted to become my manager. So I started working with him, and he started. And now I'm a 21-year-old kid at this point. So
where was this? Where was this? Where
was
in Ohio?
Cleveland.
Okay.
And so this band promoter like is an older guy, and I thought, like, around the block, he seemed to know what he was talking about, and he was getting me readings, like opening for like local rock bands, and like it was a very strange dynamic. But
so was this guy out of Cleveland as well?
Yeah, he was out of Cleveland, but like I was performing for bigger audiences than I ever had, and like it, he kind of seemed to have this like he made it seem like he was going to make me the next big thing, and being a 21-year-old kid who had no idea what he was doing, like, I mean, I just kind of went with it, and he cultivated this persona where he said, when you get up on stage, like you need to be as offensive as possible. That's what people who read your books are going to want, and like you need to have that stage persona, like this Marilyn Manson-esque persona. So I did, and then I had made a website that he had coached me on how it should sound, and so it went through like multiple drafts where he kept saying, like, no, make it more arrogant, make it more like in your face. So and so I did, and then I kind of just like forgotten about the website for a while. I've not worked with this guy in years, and I have nothing bad to say about him. Like I just think he had not worked with an author before. He was used to working with bands, and like it's different.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like something someone who works with bands would come up with, because if you think of like all the other like super edgy authors like Chuck Palahniuk, they don't act like that.
No,
ratings.
Yeah, exactly. But he, like I said, I was a kid, and so he. So I wasn't working with him anymore. I'd forgotten about this website pretty much. And then the controversy happens, and then people find, like, they're Googling me and they're finding this website, and it didn't do me any favors. So I don't I take ownership for that. Like I kind of walked myself into that. But like I said, I'm not an edgelord. Like the stuff I write, I don't write to piss people off. There's always some greater meaning behind it all. Like it's some sort of social or cultural commentary. Like I'm not sitting down just trying to write the most shocking, in your face stuff.
Well, even if you did, though, I mean, you would be right. You should have been right at home, even if you had been. But I mean, it's only okay when they push the envelope with conservatives. See, that's the thing. Whether or not you're conservative doesn't matter. The point is that you touched a sensitive, you hit a hot button, a sensitive pressure point with them. They're used to being cutting edge with the same old shit, basically. Ha ha, baby Jesus, butt plugs and gay marriage and abortions and all this. See, they think that is cutting edge for eternity, but it's old, and it's old hat and tired. You did something that was taboo to them, and they booted you. And you're not the first that they have felt threatened by. So they've gotten what they deserve. There's whatever this thing is, whatever you want to call it, this thing of theirs, it's dead. It's dead inside.
I do, like I said, there's a lot of people in that circle that I have a lot of respect for, and I don't consider myself to be Bizarro. Like, I didn't really know what Bizarro was until I signed with Deadeye, and Jeff kind of like brought me in, and I just assumed it was like this catch-all for books that didn't really fit neatly into any other genre. And so I thought I would be a good fit there because I write, like literary satire. I think that has some very extreme transgressive content, and so it does like it's not like totally horror, but it's not just pure literary fiction either. So I thought I'd be a good fit there, but I came to realize that Bizarro is something very specific with a very rigid kind of, I think, definition, as much as like a lot of people will say that it's not, but like it is. There's there's a certain kind of aesthetic that your average Bizarro book has. It's your thing. Like, great. It's not really my thing, but
which to me, it's a shame it's kind of become that way, because when I first discovered it, it seemed to be a way to break out of conventional genre boxes to just let your imagination run wild. But it does seem to have metastasized into a way that there's like, it's a separate genre with its own check marks that you need to check off in order to count as Bizarro, which to me is kind of a shame.
So what are these check boxes,
though?
So what are these check boxes, though, right? So, like, I mean, I think it's interesting that you do say that it's, it's got its own very specific, I don't know, genre tropes. What are they? What in your opinion, what are they? I mean, Ben or Chandler, either one, you guys can spout off on that.
I mean, honestly, I don't read a lot of it, but from what I have read, like it's like a lot of very, I don't want to sound like pretentious here, but like the lowbrow humor is kind of a like a staple, from what I've seen. I could be misspeaking here completely. Like I said, I've not read a ton of it, but like the bathroom humor and the like the randomness, like things not really having any real meaning. Like it's just like here's a giant monster and just thrown into this situation because it's weird, and like it's like everything is just like because it's weird. Like that's why would you have this in it? Well, because it's weird, and like there's no like greater purpose other than that. From what I've seen, I could be misspeaking, and I'm not disparaging that at all. Like I'm not, because it's, like I said, it's not my thing. But for the people who do get something out of that, like more power to them. Like I'm not somebody to look down on anyone for how they get their entertainment. So
what are your thoughts, Ben,
and
as far as the staples go, as far as like the the standardized tropes of the genre? What are your thoughts about it?
It seems to have kind of evolved, but one of it is that it does take place in a world that doesn't really connect with the real world in many ways. Like if you read a lot of like stuff that comes out of Eraserhead, like there's very few times where you see like a magic realist book where it's like this takes place in the real world, except there's a lot of weird things that happen. You don't really see that very often, at least in a lot of modern Bizarro books. There's a lot of satirical references to pop culture. It's a like I think Bizarro has always been kind of a kissing cousin to horror because Melick wrote a lot of horror-ish things, and like when things are very like hyper surreal, they do tend to be disconcerting. So I think that's why like bizarre and horror are so connected. But they maybe necessarily shouldn't be. It's it's one of those things where if you read a lot of Bizarro, you can kind of get the sense of we're trying to fit in this sort of zeitgeist that was maybe like relevant during Generation Z or Generation X, but maybe is not as relevant as it had been before.
So that's interesting. So Jeremy, you probably have read more Bizarro than anybody else on this call. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I thought they had a great thing, and they blew it all to shit over nothing.
No, what about the tropes that are quintessentially Bizarro?
I think that they went to the well one too many times with sentient this and sentient that. I ran the anecdote on this show one time a few weeks ago where I was in a Bizarro writer's workshop, and the idea was to, start a story, with a character, with a specific certain kinds of traits. And everyone had, my character is a sentient chicken McNugget. My character is a sentient bass guitar. And my character is a sentient asshole. I mean, no, literally, no exaggeration. Everybody had a sentient something.
William S. Burroughs did the sentient asshole back in the 60s.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And that was brought up too. But, talking this and talking that. And another thing is that they've latched on to the talking animal. The talking animal thing has become way too much of a trope.
Right.
I think they've covered pretty much every exotic animal you can think of at least once, and some of them more than once. Shane Cartledge, he's a good author, but he did a book called House Hunters, and Kevin Donaghy had already written something like that called House of Houses.
Even I did something like that with the Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye is about a house that gets cancer. The short story.
Really, I haven't read that. Okay, but see, as far as other tropes, yeah, you're encouraged to work different pop culture references in, and if you can find a way to drop dinosaurs, robots, or anything that's like conceptually cool that you can justify by saying, well, because they're cool, so why not? Like Carlton Mellick always used to work McDonald's and shopping malls into his work because they're fun, they're cool. It's kind of
and dominant women because they turn him on. But
that is definitely a Carlton trope. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't mind. I've never read anything by him, but I mean, as far as like artists with weird obsessions and working into their works, I have no problem with that in general, right? But yeah, I get what you're saying as far as. The sentient chicken nugget and all that is pretty lame. Yeah.
But yeah, what I wanted to say to Chandler is I'll admit that I haven't read a full book of yours yet. I have Hate to Feel and Just to See Hell on my Kindle, so I definitely will get around to them at some point, and I'm definitely going to pick up Dead Inside when that's out. But I have read a few of your stories. I read the first story on Just to See Hell because I was available on the preview on Amazon, and that's definitely a very literary story. It's about a guy who has a mental breakdown in a supermarket when he's shopping with his family. It's definitely a very literary story and not at all Bizarro. And I've read some of the stories you've posted on your blog. Like there's one that's like a fever dream meditation on how much LA sucks, and another one that's kind of a dark satire on the abstinence only idea. So you definitely lean towards that, from what I've seen, lean towards that sort of like more of a literary fiction kind of stream than you do Bizarro.
Yeah, I mean, all of my influences are literary fiction writers, from Bret Easton Ellis to Hemingway is a huge one. Chuck Palahniuk and even like Shakespeare and Joan Didion. But I do like horror, and I mean, Until the Sun is definitely my most like purely horror work, but it's still like at its roots. I mean, it's a satire about contemporary culture and the youth in America and how they process information. Those are the kinds of things I'm interested in. And
that one's called Until the Sun.
Yeah, Until the Sun.
Okay. So, who are your horror influences?
I started with Edgar Allan Poe, like as a kid, and read.
I did too.
Yeah, it's funny. My parents wouldn't let me read Stephen King. They would, like, for whatever reason, Stephen King was off limits. But I could read anything, like literally anything else. Because neither of my parents were like huge readers, so I think they didn't really realize what was out there, and that Stephen King was not the worst thing. So before I got to Stephen King, I was reading a lot of Poe, which in a lot of ways, some of his stuff is much darker than King's. I read Invisible Monsters by Chuck Palahniuk when I was 11.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so then by the time I ended up at Stephen King, it was kind of like it was like, this is it. Like this is the great taboo. But I do, especially his earlier work. I think he's kind of lost some of his touch. His newest one, the
Institute.
Yeah, the Institute. That I thought was pretty good. It was.
I like the premise. I'm a sucker for that particular premise, but I've not read the book. But.
It's good. It's. I mean, I think the problem I have with Stephen King is that like he doesn't know how to rein it in. I think, or maybe he does and just chooses not to, and he doesn't have anybody telling him to rein it in. Like most of his books could be so much shorter and like have so much cut out. But that being said, I did really enjoy the Institute, and much more than really a lot of his more recent work.
Have you read Revival?
I haven't read Revival. I've had.
That's a good book.
Yeah, it's on my shelf. I've got a lot of people who told me I should read that one.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I haven't read like much of Stephen King's new work. The thing is, like, for the longest time, like, I binged so much of Stephen King's work that I ended up being kind of tired of it, and now I kind of save it for in October when I just binge read like a ton of horror.
Yeah, he's easy to get burnt out on, I think, because you start to see the seams, because he reuses a lot of the same characters. Like it's almost like he's just got it down to this formula where like he's got certain characters that he plugs into these certain situations, and to his credit, like I mean, he's still able to make like even a mediocre Stephen King book is still pretty good. Like story wise, he's able to keep it engaging.
Yeah, he's readable. Yeah,
he's readable. Like I'm more into style than anything, and so like when I was younger, it was a lot easier to just get wrapped up in a good story, and like that just doesn't do it for me in the same way that it used to. Like I'm really interested in a unique voice where the plot isn't quite as important, and the characters might not even be as important. It's more the way the story is being told. That's what I'm really interested in. And Stephen King's not much of a stylist, which I mean he's competent enough that it like you said, he's readable, and it moves along very quickly, and there's definitely something to be said for that.
So you haven't mentioned Clive Barker yet. So are you going to mention Clive Barker? Or you have not read him?
No, I read The Telltale Heart, or not The Telltale Heart, the what's
The Hellbound
Heart.
Hellbound Heart, yeah. And I really liked that. I've read some of his stories, like Cabal. I liked so much so, in fact, that there's a reference to it in my work. There's all my books take place within this connected universe, and so there's a recurring character who works at a psychiatric hospital that's called Midian Mental Institution for the Criminally Insane.
Nice.
So yeah, I like Barker, but
You haven't read all of his stuff, though.
No, not all of it.
No, yeah, you gotta read all of his stuff. Well, except for Scarlet. What is it called? Gospels. That's terrible, but everything else is good.
Yeah, I started
the Books of Blood stories are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read some of those, and enjoyed them. He's definitely a very talented author.
When does Dead Inside come out?
Dead Inside comes out next week. I think April 1st is what they were saying. So yeah, very soon. It's kind of a weird time because with everything going on, promotion is going to be kind of difficult.
You're in LA. You said you're in LA right now?
Yeah, I live in LA.
So what, they won't let you outside, or what's it like?
No, that's not real. Like, I mean, there's still, like, you can still go outside. My day job is letting me work from home, which is nice, but I've had to go out a couple times, and like, there's still plenty of people like on the road. Like, you have to remember, there's millions and millions of people in LA. So even if most of them are staying home, like all of the people who are considered essential workers, that's still like a couple million people that you're talking about. So they can't really like enforce pull over people who are out and ask if they're going somewhere essential, because it's just not feasible. So but I mean, most people, are staying in, which is good, and but like, yeah, everything is shut down. All the bookstores, my tanning salon shut down, which is really that's the biggest inconvenience for me. Like, I'm very like, there's a lot of people who are affected much more negatively from this than I am, and my heart definitely goes out to them. I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where my job hasn't been affected, and so I'm aware it comes from a place of privilege to be upset about my tanning salon, but so I'm very aware of the fact that there are people in some really dire situations, and I feel very badly for those people.
Yeah, LA definitely seems to be like one of the epicenters for the spread of COVID-19. To go back to Until the Sun, you say it's a vampire novel, and the description I've read of it does sound very similar to something that Poppy Z. Bright would write. Was Poppy Z a influence on you?
Not an early one. I read Lost Souls when I was writing Until the Sun. Because when I was writing Until the Sun, I was reading a bunch of vampire novels because I wanted to see what had been done, what hadn't been done, and hers is one of the best, I think, contemporary vampire novels. And
Which one is that?
Just a correction. Poppy Z did transition, so Poppy Z is his.
Oh, right. Yes.
Well, which book is it, though?
Lost Souls.
Okay.
But yeah, I read that, and there's a reference to that book and Until the Sun as well. There's a bar some of the characters go to that's the same bar in New Orleans that they that is featured in that book. So yeah, not an early influence, but yeah, that book is incredible.
So I haven't read many vampire novels. I've only read like a handful of them. So if for me, who likes horror, hasn't read many vampire novels, how would you pitch Until the Sun to me?
It's the elevator pitch that I gave to to Jared when I sent it to him. I can't really use because it spoils the end of it. But it's essentially, I mean, without spoiling it, it's if you've got like, what if you had kids, you know, like modern teenagers who were offered the opportunity for not just eternal life, but like, you know, complete freedom from consequences, freedom from responsibility, from the daily grind of adult life, you know, like how would they take to it? Because I was really interested in exploring the kind of mentality that that young kids have in American society today, and so this idea that, you know, they have to sacrifice their humanity, but for the purpose of not having to go to work, to do the you know, partake in all of these things that are
you know, they get out of the rat race essentially, right? Like a free pass on that, right?
Right. Yeah, and it's just complete freedom, and then what it does to them, and how they run with it, and the people who end up getting hurt in the process as a result, because yeah, that was the biggest thing for me was just exploring this this dynamic with American teenagers, and so that's kind of the root of it, and it also delves into you know, the effect that trauma has on people as they are growing up, and how that can impact your the process of maturity. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it.
So it's not a revenge story. That's kind of what I got from the synopsis.
There is a revenge aspect. The kids' parents have been murdered by this notorious serial killer, and so that's in the back of his mind always, and they these vampire kids are give him that chance to like track down this murderer, and but it's not the while it's an important part of it, it's not the main thing, I would say, because more important is how the protagonist, this kid's life has been affected by everything that's happened to him, not just his parents' murder, but things he experienced after that, and how he processes all of it. And so the revenge aspect is crucial, but kind of like what keeps things moving forward. It gives it its forward momentum, but it, like, ultimately it's more an exploration of like what it means to grow up in today's society, really.
The best thing about that is it seems it's going to be more relevant now as even when you published it just a little bit ago, because when people are going into the job market now after this whole COVID-19 thing passes, the economy is going to be in absolute shambles, like even worse than when I graduated into the job market during the Great Recession. It's and of course even that that a lot of people are probably going to have older relatives who are killed by COVID-19. It seems like you wrote something that's going to be even more relevant now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like, it's a very dark, strange time that we find ourselves in, and it remains to be seen how we're all gonna come out of it. But I do have a lot of hope's not the right word, but like
You should have hope, though. I mean, the media is not offering any. So I mean, if you can't muster it up in yourself, if we can't. I mean, the media is making this worse than it actually is. They don't offer any kind of encouragement. They're just saying it's getting worse by the day. We're all going to die, and that's not an exaggeration. Now they're saying that the young crowd is not taking it seriously enough. Well, what we learned from this whole endeavor, this whole ordeal, is that and I love boomers more than most people from my generation, but we never have to listen to a boomer ever again tell us that to get over whatever, get over the blues, whatever the blues we have that day. Because, they say, keep a positive attitude and, don't let it get you down. Well, I mean, what are they doing? They're pulling their hair out, They don't ever get to tell us not to be upset about something ever again.
That's one way to look at it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the media certainly doesn't offer a lot of hope, but I mean, we're still really early in this thing, and so I think it remains to be seen as to how bad it's all going to get.
Is somebody next to the marina or something?
Wait, there are a few of these experts who are now backtracking and saying that it's actually not it's not looking as serious as it did at first. See, now that they've whipped everybody up into a frenzy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gregor.
Oh, it just sounds like somebody's at a marina. Like there's like a horn, like a boat horn in the background, or what was that noise?
I didn't hear it, but okay. Zachary can go ahead and read me for quoting Nietzsche. Nietzsche once said that hope is the worst of all evils, for it prolongs the sufferings of mankind. So I guess take that as you will.
It's a funny quote. But, I mean, it's hilarious, actually. But I mean, come on. I mean, is he trying to be funny? I mean, what is that?
He's trying to be edgy. He's the original edgelord.
Hope is the worst of all evils until you actually need it, and then it's not so bad.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well, right?
I mean, I suppose Nietzsche was an advocate of taking things how they were and learning to live with them how they were. But
I bet he was actually probably fun to hang out with. Really,
probably not. As much as I like Nietzsche as a philosopher, he was kind of a sad sack in his real life.
But you know why I appreciate him? Because his final coherent thought was sympathy for a horse who was being beaten. So I don't think he could have been that bad a guy, honestly. I mean,
no, like a lot of people think he was this like proto-Nazi who just like hated everything, and he really wasn't. He was genuinely worried about the collapse of of religion as a central tenet of people's lives, and he tried to like write into about how we could still find meaning through things like struggle and art.
Yeah, I think that Nietzsche does get a bad rap. I think that's the most important takeaway from him is that, and something I believe very strongly in is that like nothing has inherent meaning, but it doesn't end there. Like that's where people tend to like think that his argument ends as just nothing means anything, which inherently nothing really has a predisposed meaning. But it is.
Kant would say the otherwise.
But it's up.
Yeah, but Kant sucks.
No, Kant is better than Nietzsche in every way.
Wrong.
Philosophical argument with you there, but the I believe. I mean, it's just my belief. It's not. But I believe that there is no inherent meaning in anything, but it is up to us as human beings to define what the meaning is from events that we experience. So
you're saying that all meaning is associative, then, essentially, right?
Essentially, right.
Yeah.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but is Just to See Hell your first book?
No, Dead Inside was my first book that I published. Just to See Hell I released later that same year, and the stories in it were written between the ages of 17 and I think 21. And it was, I think back to that band promoter, like he was telling me I have momentum and I need to continue building momentum, and he asked what else I had. I didn't have any other books written at that time, but I had a bunch of short stories that I'd written over years. So I collected them all and then kind of reworked some of them and tied them all together, and then put it out. But yeah,
sounds like this band promoter kind of like wanted to be Gigi Allen's brother.
That's really for somebody who hasn't met him, like he really kind of pegged it. Yeah, he's a good guy. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I hope he's doing well. I think there's not a good professional match for me, and it took me a little too long to figure that out. But I mean, I like you don't know until you do, and I learned a lot during that maybe year and a half I was working with him about what to do, what not to do, and but I mean, I was young, I was impressionable. Not that that's particularly an excuse, but it's the only one I got.
So I've only read like the first story of Just to See Hell, which, like I said, is like a literary story about a guy who has a mental breakdown in a supermarket. But from my understanding, the centerpiece of the book, like the longest piece, is a story about Jesus hanging out with the devil. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's the one that it's at the end. It ties it all together. I wrote that kind of to tie everything together. So it's the most recent one in that book, because I was 21 when I wrote that, and it's this idea of like, what if God decided he was going to send Jesus down to start like initiating rapture and to gather the faithful, but the devil makes a bet with God and says, I bet if you sent Jesus down to earth and didn't give him any powers, nobody's going to believe he's Jesus, and none of the faithful are going to go to him. And God takes him up on the bet, but doesn't tell Jesus he's taken him up on this bet. So Jesus goes down to earth to start gathering the faithful, and he's trying to perform these miracles to prove he's Jesus, and it's not working. So then the devil rolls up and reveals to Jesus what what God has done, and Jesus is very upset by this, and so he starts hanging out with the devil over the course of the next day or so, and they get into some pretty ludicrous scenarios.
So I take it you're not necessarily religious.
I'm not particularly religious. I went to Catholic school for a couple of years before they chased me out with pitchforks and torches.
I can't really imagine why.
Well, I was a Protestant boy who went to a Catholic school, so I guess I can relate.
Yeah, I mean, I think religion has its positive aspects. I've seen it do good for people. I've also seen it do a lot of bad. As I think anybody can say, and it's an interesting subject for me because it's something that's so, like, you have such wildly different interpretations of various texts, and the way that belief can shape people in their lives is very interesting to me.
Was that story inspired by the biblical story of the devil tempting Jesus in the desert?
It was. There's a reference to that, and there's also like, God is still in this story. He's still pretty proud of himself that he from the whole Job situation where. So he's kind of like hot on the heels of that. So there's references to those two stories, the Job situation, Jesus being tempted in the desert. And spoiler alert, the devil's much more successful at tempting Jesus in my story than he was the first time around in the desert.
See, I thought it was going to go this way, where since Jesus figured out that God didn't give him any powers to convert folks right on earth the second time around, I thought Jesus was going to play the devil and have the devil perform the miracles and then take credit for them.
Yeah, no, the Jesus in my story isn't that smart.
Okay.
Like, he's like, I deliberately made him like he's kind of like a wimp and not very bright.
Okay.
So you've got another book. You've got another book called Hate to Feel, which is a self-published novel, I believe.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little about that? My understanding is it's a twisted love story, sort of like how Dead Inside is.
Yeah, a little more, like, this one leans a little more heavily into the love story. I mean, Dead Inside has a romantic aspect, but it's kind of skewed because the narrator of Dead Inside doesn't really feel anything. So on the flip side, in Hate to Feel, the protagonist, Derek, feels very intensely and is very aggravated by how intensely he feels, and like, everything is a huge deal to him, and he ends up falling for this woman, and it's good at first, and then it's not, and when it's not, he enters this severe depression, and he ends up finding that the only way he can not feel is by killing people. So that when he kills people, that for a brief time, an increasingly brief time, that he finds he's able to not feel anything, and so he kind of follows that wherever it leads him, in this desperate attempt to become numb. He is chasing this this aspect of completely ridding himself of emotion, and the only way he can do that is by murdering people.
So similar to Dead Inside, it's sort of like a horror story, but it's but it's not like a conventional horror story. It's more of more like mixing the tropes of horror with others like romance.
Yeah, it definitely has horror elements, but I would definitely less so than Dead Inside. Like Dead Inside kind of has like the horror is interwoven throughout, whereas Hate to Feel is kind of like this. Like the first half of it is very much like this existential love story for all intents and purposes, and
but not necessarily a romance, though.
Not a romance by typical definitions of what.
Right. I mean, there's a difference between a love story and a romance, right? I mean, it's.
Yeah, romance is a very specific. Like when you're talking about romance fiction, like that's a very specific thing, and that's not really at all what this is. I mean, it's
the relationship story between humans, right? I mean, it's
right.
Love story is different than we got it, so it's not romance. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But then but about halfway through, it takes a very drastic turn into more, I guess you could say, traditional horror.
So, from what I understand, Hate to Feel was your newest book before Until the Sun came out.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you've got that, and then you've got the Dead Inside coming out, which was technically your first book, but now it's being re-released by Death's Head Press. And Jeremy, if you want to find the cover for Death's Head Press, if you want to bring that up, you can find that on either their Facebook page or on their
I looked
Twitter.
on the Death's Head Press website, and I don't see anything about anything by him on there. I don't know if I'm looking in the wrong place. But
it's going to be on their it's going to be on their Twitter or on their Facebook if you want to look in either of those places. I know you don't have either of those anymore.
So how different is the version of Dead Inside coming out from Death's Head than the version you initially self-published? How different of a book is it?
Not tremendously different at all. I touched it up. I mean, because it's, like I said, I wrote it 5 years ago. So
right.
I did go through and kind of just clean up some of the prose. But for the, I mean, like the plot is the same. Like everything that happens in it is all the same. So it's really the same book, just touched up a little bit, but nothing drastic.
Okay, so it's just some editing.
Yeah.
What was that kept on flashing up there, Jeremy? What's going on? What's going on there, man?
Death's Head Press.
Oh, I thought that we just had a look at your.
Look at their Twitter profile instead. But the cover art for the new version of Dead Inside is it looks really good. It's to be honest, definitely better than the original self-published version with the lungs on it, which to be honest is a pretty lame cover.
Yeah, I mean it was. Like I said, I was 21 and I had no idea what I was doing. But yeah, it was Daniela Bathsheba did the artwork for this new version, and it's pretty incredible.
Where is it? I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, that's the one thing. There it is. There it is, right there.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That is nice.
Yeah, that is a nice.
Very plush
nice.
And. It's very aesthetical. I don't know.
Aesthetical.
Yeah. Aesthetic.
Aesthetical, man.
The cover art aesthetic, bro.
It's easy on the eyes. Oh, and you even got a blurb from Donald Ray Pollock.
Yeah, yeah, Donald Ray Pollock gave me my first blurb ever.
Yeah, he's another Ohio author, right?
He is, yeah. I've met him a couple of times.
Yeah. How did you get the blurb from Edward Lee for your self-published version?
How did I get it?
Yeah, because but that definitely seems like a like an interesting because Edward Lee is a fairly well-known horror author, so for him to blurb your book that at the time was self-published does seem like a bit of an accomplishment.
Yeah, I guess I was just really lucky. What I did, so like I said, when I wrote Dead Inside, I wasn't familiar with Edward Lee or any of Deadites stuff. So, and then I found like one of his books at the bookstore, and I read it, and I was like, this guy's doing like way worse stuff than I am. So, and I found his website, and there was like a message box on his website, and I sent him a message saying like, hey, I've got this book that I think you would like. And, if you
say way worse stuff, do you mean that he is more transgressive than you? Is that what you're talking about?
The gore was like so much more explicit.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, right?
Yeah,
I want people to think that you're like, this guy sucks. He'll definitely blurb my book, because he'll obviously see that I am better than him.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
Okay, good.
But
I'll be right back. I really need to go to the bathroom.
So you just sent him a message, and did you just like send him a paperback version or a Kindle version? I mean,
it was like I didn't send him anything. It was just a message saying I've got this book, like, and if you're interested, let me know. Here's my email address. And he replied back like a month later and said, yeah, send me a PDF. So I did, and then within a month, he sent me this huge long blurb about how great it was, and so yeah, it was just I'm lucky that he was so gracious to do that, because I was a nobody, like just this self-published kid from Cleveland, and
I'm still having trouble absorbing the idea that it wasn't the simulated, stuff,
baby rape,
but it was because they thought it was a black baby doll. I can't believe that they're that absurd, and they can't see themselves for how absurd they really are. They have parodied themselves into obscurity. I can't believe it.
I mean, it is astonishing that's the bit. That's the bit that got them. Yeah.
It's like a Saturday Night Live bit is what they've turned into.
I was just like the most surprising thing to me was that they thought it was a black baby to begin with, because it was very clearly red. Like it was like bright red. So why anybody thought it was brown?
I mean, they'd have to be colorblind, and they'd have to have a very specific type of colorblindness as well, right?
I mean, red does sort of turn brownish when it's dry.
Yeah, but they would have been okay with the white baby getting. That's the kicker.
I don't even know if that's the case. I'm trying to figure out the motivations of the people who are trying to railroad Chandler over this, and I just can't figure out what it was that they were like so adamant that Chandler had to go.
I believe it could be that absurd, yes, because you got one editor, working around that, orbiting around that press, who calls everyone who disagrees with him Palpatine, and thinks that he's gathering intel on everybody who is the least bit a threat to him. It's hilarious. They're absurd.
Palpatine. He calls people Palpatine, like from Star Wars.
I was getting Palpatine vibes from you the other day. Yeah, I swear he used that on me. He used that on his girlfriend. He throws that term around very, very easily. It's hilarious.
Palpatine vibes.
Yes.
Like you're a secret emperor,
like-
Sith Lord?
You know, when Palpatine, I guess the best way I could imagine is that he meant that at the end of Return of the Jedi, when Palpatine is striking Darth Vader with the lightning strikes or whatever, and then, you know, and telling him, you know, calling him an idiot and saying that he was nothing without him and all that.
Oh, so he's saying that like he thought you were giving him the stink eye.
I guess, you know, and he
Okay.
used that analogy for his ex-girlfriend that same year, and and all she said was that this girl wasn't that into him. I mean, he's like, she was giving me Palpatine vibes.
But so
Wow.
it seemed like Burke was really believed in this book, and like he was willing to get shit canned from Deadite over it. What happened that that Des Head ended up being the one putting it out instead of Section 31?
I mean, like I said, nothing happened. It was just a decision that we all made collectively. Jeff had some things going on where it was looked like we weren't going to be able to make the release date like in the near future. So
Jeff has a problem finishing things. This is not subjective. This is a fact. I mean, he drags ass on everything. I'm sorry, but he just does.
I'm not going to say that. I
know you're not. That's why I said it. I said it.
He's but he is. I can't say enough good things about Jeff.
No. I will give him this. He walked away from a job that he was very comfortable with to stand up for, if I understand right, to stand up for free speech. But then again, he says he was fired. I don't really understand it. So,
well, my understanding is it was a situation of like, look, you either quit or you be fired. So he just said, well, go ahead and fire me. I don't give a fuck.
But the point at the end of the day is that whether he quit or was fired, it was a result of him sticking up for Chandler here and free speech, you know?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
He, like I said, I can't say enough good things about him. Like, I mean, he did not have to. I was still a nobody at this time, you know, and like he could have completely cut ties with me and probably walked away from all of that relatively unscathed. So for him to stand up for me when I was just this nobody new kid on the block, like, it is really telling of his character and just you know what high morals he has and how committed he is to his convictions.
So props to Jeff Burke for that. From what I'm seeing surrounding Dead Inside, what you were going for was not necessarily a straight up horror book. What it kind of reminds me of a sort of like a extreme literary book that something would come out of like creation books back when that was around, especially Matthew Stokoe.
Yeah, I love Matthew Stokoe. And for anybody who's not read Cows by Matthew Stokoe, I think it should be required reading, like, across the board.
Yeah, I know of it. I've not read it yet.
It is incredible. But yeah, definitely. That's I mean, there like I said, there are definitely horror elements to it, but it's Dead Inside is very much an exploration on what it means to be different, and like how far do you take that? How far is too far? Like, I mean, this notion that, like, if you're the narrator has this belief that as long as you're not hurting anybody, you should be able to do whatever you want to get pleasure, as long as it's not hurting anyone. And so his because he's having sex with dead people, thinks that he's not hurting anybody, so that is completely morally okay. And so it's like this exploration of like how freedom and how much is too much. Is there such a thing as too much? And also the differences between generations, because the woman that the maternity doctor who eats dead babies is and there's no way to like say that like seriously. It just eats dead babies. But yeah, so this maternity doctor, like she's older than he is. I never say exactly how, but you get the idea, but like 15, 20 years. And she has a very different outlook, and she very much is ashamed of her desires and wants to be normal, quote unquote.
Does she look younger than her years?
I mean, she's attractive. I like in a.
But she doesn't. She doesn't. Eating the babies doesn't stop the aging process.
Oh no.
Well, then it's not very realistic, Chandler.
Not a bathroom type situation.
No, everybody knows that the blood of babies makes you younger. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on, man. So sorry, we totally sidetracked Chandler. So she is ashamed of her proclivities.
Yeah, she's ashamed of it, and but then when they meet, they kind of like start to rub off on one another, where the narrator starts almost questioning some of the things he does in a way that he hadn't before, and the woman starts to be more okay with what she's doing and questions her own actions less. So
this comes out on April 1st?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't that suck
right.
if you just, like, it came to April 1st, that's Wednesday, I guess, and they said, April Fools, you still don't have a book deal?
We still hate you.
That would suck.
But yeah, I'm hoping that even with this whole coronavirus thing, this thing does get some attention, because I definitely think it sounds like it definitely deserves it. What was your inspiration to write this?
I mean, there was a number of things. I like the thing that got the wheels turning. Like, I get my ideas from very strange places, as I think most writers can relate. But I years ago, like shortly before I started the book, I was on a date with a woman. We were at this restaurant, like this really fancy restaurant in downtown Cleveland, and she ordered the chicken, and the chicken comes in like it's shaped and arranged with these with asparagus, so that it looked very much like the female reproductive system. And so then, like, throughout the dinner, she was making a lot of jokes about eating babies, and I think that just somehow kind of got it going, and it just bloomed from there, for lack of a better word.
Wow. I can't imagine like a restaurant arranging. Did they do that intentionally, or was that just like an accident?
It was really strange, like the way the asparagus was set up. I don't know. It was very like it almost seemed like it definitely seemed intentional, but but at the same time, I can't imagine that it was. But I don't know. Who knows? Like, stranger things have happened. But it looked like it was so like incredibly blatant that it seemed intentional.
Fancy restaurants that remind you of body parts. What's next? You got some videotapes to return?
There's actually there's a
Yeah,
reference.
you did.
The
You did
video-
say that Bret Easton Ellis was a big influence on you.
my biggest influence for sure. And there's a reference to the returning videotapes in Dead Inside.
You know,
Yeah.
he had his problems with community writer communities too, from what I understand. I think he wrote White based on that, didn't he?
Um,
Yeah, kind of.
White,
I've read White.
yeah, and it kind of got a reputation that it didn't really deserve. But I mean, he's also somebody who knows how to use controversy to his benefit, and I think he doesn't have to really do much. He kind of just has to put a little bit out there and just let it run. And I think that's what he did with White. He's very, very good at
So White's just an extended essay, is that right?
Yeah, it's essays.
Is that what White is?
Yeah, and there's
Okay. So it's okay.
Yeah, there's like one essay in it that he talks a little bit about Trump and that he thinks people are overreacting to him, and that so the reputation for that book became that it's like this book length
apologist or a Trump apologist type of thing.
And really, it's like there's very little like about Trump in the book. So it's, but I mean, it helped. Like people were talking about it. Like he knows how to get people talking about it.
Yeah, it's really not. It's just sort of mostly it's a collection of his thoughts on like movies and such, for just kind of what you expect from him. And there is like my favorite part of that book is where he goes into how a mixture of like 9/11 and having a stalker on his ass and a what he thought was a potentially fatal, I think, heart condition was what led him to write Lunar Park. I think that was my favorite part of the book.
Yeah, I liked a lot of. I mean, there were some elements of it I didn't like, but most of the book I liked. I really liked that piece. I liked the beginning when he was talking about like he's reminiscing on like going to movie theaters as a kid and like what the impact that a lot of those movies had on him at a young age, and in a way that, and like the kind of the relationship that the culture has with movies, that that has changed so drastically from his time to now. So it's I think a really, really great book that more people should check out and not be scared away by the Trump thing.
I remember I did a review of White for Cultured Vultures, and when I like cross-posted my review to Goodreads, I had someone who said something along the lines of, "I followed your reviews for a long time, and I thought you've had good taste, but your review of this makes me question that."
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing, really. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the people who get most upset about his books tend to be people who haven't read them.
Tend to be people who have not read them, you mean?
Yeah, people who haven't read them.
Yeah, he had that like huge controversy with American Psycho when that first came out.
Yeah, I mean, oddly kind of parallel to my own scenario, where it was the CEO of the parent company that was supposed to be releasing American Psycho, like got wind of the controversy and pulled it, and it was all based on like there's really I think like 20 pages in that book of actual violence, and then it's like the other 380 pages are like largely him talking about people's outfits, and it's a very funny book, and I think that but like it got this reputation that it was just like 400 pages of misogynistic violence, which is not the case. It's certainly not a book for everybody, but it's not right. It's reputation turned it into.
Right. So Brady Snell's was like one of your biggest influences. It does seem like you actually were like a center of a controversy, almost similar to what did happen with American Psycho, and it doesn't seem like you're a big fan of it.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a big fan of controversy. You mean?
Well, no,
Yeah,
it's
this
just like
particular
you
one,
you do seem like you were you do seem like you were very upset that this controversy over the Bizarro performance spiraled like it did, which I do think you have a right to be.
Yeah, I did. I definitely. It wasn't something I was setting out to do. It wasn't like I. And that's what makes me, I think, not an edge. Like an edgelord would have reveled in that, and I really didn't. Like it was upsetting to see like the things that people were people I'd never met like saying about me, like and I did like I feel badly that allegedly some people were upset because that hadn't been my intention. I was told that that group would be the place to do that kind of
yeah,
thing.
I mean, you did a fair reading of the room, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. The performances before me, like I started to get a little nervous at first because it was just like whimsical stuff initially.
like example of whimsical stuff.
Like
Talking chicken nuggets.
no, like Danger Slater did and I'm a big fan of Danger. He's a super great guy, but he did a rendition of the Rainbow song, dressed up as Kermit the Frog, and like so it was like not the kind of extreme stuff I was expecting. But then John Wayne Comunale, who's another really great guy, he did a one where he had a jar filled with like pickled something or other that was labeled aborted fetuses that he drank out of, and so I thought, okay, I'm good. Like he went right before me, I think, and so after he did that, I thought like, okay, yeah, I'll be okay.
Right.
And then during the performance, at the 3-minute mark, they stop you and they ask the audience if the person should continue, and they'll either like boo or cheer, and the audience, it seemed to me, unanimously cheered. Like there was a lot of cheering and clapping, and throughout the performance, like people were laughing.
So it's like a gong show thing, and you did not get gonged.
No, I didn't get gonged. Like it seemed pretty unanimous that they wanted me to continue.
Right. Like that's why I think the whole like he actually had his dick out thing kind of beggared belief, because I'm pretty sure like the moment you unzipped your pants and pulled your dingling out, people would be like, no, we're gonna stop this right now.
I would think so, yeah. And like, I mean, it's not believable really to like to masturbate to completion in front of 85 people. Like I know I couldn't do that. Maybe some porn star, but 85, that's a lot of people to masturbate in front of. Like,
well, some celebrities manage, but
well,
if you've got like an exhibitionist kink, maybe, but I know I don't have that, so I'm pretty sure if I just pull my dick out in front of like 85 people, I'd just be like shriveled and sad looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, it's highly unlikely that you're going to run across a person with that particular constitution.
Like, yeah, you did all this just so you could like get in front of like everyone at BizarroCon and satisfy your fetish of pulling your dick out in front of like a bunch of people.
Yeah, easier ways to accomplish that same goal, you'd think. Don't involve like writing books and getting invested in people. So
right.
I don't know. I've stopped trying to figure out like why people arrive at the conclusions.
Yeah, the fact that there's a gong show element to it, right? I mean, that's also, just amazing that, that there's any real controversy about it. Ultimately, is bizarre to me.
Like, it does seem like people have like sort of come to the conclusion that Chandler was railroaded and the whole thing was stupid, but it seems to be like a sort of quiet consensus that that's what happened.
I would agree with that. Like, I mean, I've a lot of people have reached out to me privately, like when it was all happening, and saying like, I'm really sorry that this is happening, and like it's ridiculous, but the people, and I can't fault them for not wanting to be public about their support, because they saw what happened to Jeff, and there were a couple of other people, like Monica O'Rourke stood up for me, and she got totally railroaded.
But see, no, I don't buy that. They should be excused for being chicken shits. If they really don't come to me in private and tell me that you sympathize, but let's just keep this between us, huh? No, that's cowardly. Either you get on my side or you get the fuck away from me. You're just as bad as them. That's what, if I were in your shoes, that's what I would say. Don't come to me in private and tell me you sympathize, but you want me to keep it on the down low, right? So you can protect yourself. No thanks.
Well, on one hand, like, yeah. On the other hand, like, didn't Jesus say, like, don't pray loudly in the streets, pray in private at the back of the synagogue? I kind of like think that's underrated.
What does prayer have to do with it, though? I don't understand.
No, it's the idea of like, don't like put your virtue of supporting someone like out on display. If you want to, if someone really supported me and they've come to me in private, I'm gonna appreciate that more than if they just like throw that up on their Facebook page or their Twitter.
Yeah,
they're contributing to a climate of authors being too scared to live their lives, to think freely. The more people that would have spoken out for Chandler in the beginning of this, instead of hiding, and cloaking their beliefs, then this might have ended differently. But because they all go along with this bullshit, they are responsible for it just as much.
No, I would disagree respectfully with that. Like, because they do have their own reputations and careers to worry about, and they didn't, like, because of actions I took, misguided or not, like, they shouldn't have to worry about putting their own reputations.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I could see, feeling the way you're talking to Jeremy. If these folks were privately saying to Chandler, "Hey, I'm totally with you on this is bullshit," but then publicly they're saying that Chandler guy, man, he sucks. He should really be kicked out of the freaking community. You know what I mean? Like, I can see you being.
They were reaching out to him in private.
I mean, sure, if they did that, yeah, that's incredibly two-faced. But if they're like just reaching out to him in private, yeah, it's. I think that's.
I don't.
I still think that's a noble thing to do.
Yeah. I don't know how noble it is necessarily to reach out, but I don't have a problem with it, right? I mean, as far as I don't think that they should feel that they. I don't think it's a thing where, like Jeremy is saying, where they need to put up or shut up, right? Like they need to go and champion them in public, but yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. You did say that your performance was actually filmed by someone. Is there like any chance in hell that video will ever be released?
No, absolutely not. No.
Just trying to form or something? I don't understand.
There's no reason to release the video. Like there's because there are other. Like I have to think there are other people who are in that video, like the whole audience is in that video, and I can't it's not up to me to put them on blast, because it would discredit a lot of people who said that they were throwing up, during the performance, and it's just not how I play things. Like if that's if you that's the way certain people want to do things and say that they reacted a certain way, then that's on them. I'm not the kind of person who's going to be like, well, no, I have evidence that you acted differently, because.
So who's got the video?
It doesn't matter who has the video. Like
I'll tell you this, Chandler. You may not, but if it were me, I would take every one of them that I could down with me. Because Jesus also says, if you know the truth, to scream it from the mountaintop.
Well,
Yeah, but that's, I mean, it's counter for me. Like my belief is it's counterproductive. Like I mean, it's over. It's water under the bridge. And I ended up pretty okay from it. I'm not, like my career hasn't been completely derailed as a result of it. So I have no desire to go to war with anybody over it.
This is going to be tacky, but I'm going to ask anyway. And
Never stopped you.
Yeah, this is not malicious or anything, but I only ask this, because I can't like read some people's tones when they say things. Are you in good health?
Am I in good health?
Yes.
I mean, what is like mental health, physical health?
No. We did see that one tweet where you put out that you had something fairly serious.
The cancer. Yeah.
We just want to make sure you're okay.
I mean, for now I'm okay. It's a day at a time thing. I finished a second round of radiation. It was about a month ago, and they're hopeful that it will have gotten the spot where the cancer had spread to, and if not, then we'll go from there. I'm very I feel reasonably okay, and I just take it as like I said, a day at a time thing. I'm, if this is ultimately going to be what takes me down, then so be it. I plan to give it a hell of a fight before that happens. But
I'm sorry about that. It's just I couldn't tell if the person who said it was serious or not. I could not tell that by their tone. So it's the only reason I asked.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Like I was public about it. Just when you asked if I was in good health, it was in response to what I said. So I thought that like you're insinuating that maybe I was like mentally disturbed or something. I don't know.
It did surprise me.
Are you mentally disturbed?
But yeah, no. I mean, not great health, but I'm doing the best with it that I can as the situation unfolds.
I mean, it did surprise me when you when you talked about it on your Twitter, because you seem to be a pretty otherwise healthy young man.
Yeah, I remained private about it for over a year, about a year or so, because I just I didn't want to be like the guy with cancer. Like I didn't want that to be part of my aesthetic, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, but you didn't want to be part of your public persona, right?
Right.
It's your shtick or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but then I got the news that it spread, and it looked pretty grim, and so I thought, all right, now is probably the time. Like I should go public with it, and it's there's a lot of uncertainty, but that's life. I think I'm handling it reasonably well, and it's going to be what it's going to be. Like, I mean, if like I said, if this is ultimately what ends up taking me down, there's nothing I can do about it other than do my best to put up a fight.
Okay, so yeah, so here's hoping that you recover okay. So, Dead Inside is coming out soon. May I ask what you're currently working on?
So I actually just recently finished a new novel that has been picked up by another publisher. I don't know that I can announce it yet, so I'm not going to. I'm going to wait. But the news about that should be coming soon. I'm really excited about that book, and currently I'm kind of like in a transition period because I like whenever I finish a book, it's I get what Mark Twain called the fallow period, and it's where it can take sometimes months. There have been times it's taken me over a year to start a new novel after I finish one, because I really just like throw everything into one novel, and then I have to like almost recover from the writing process. So
you got to recharge. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm working on some short stories in the interim right now. But yeah, the book that recently got picked up by somebody else, I think it's not a horror book. It's very much more like straight transgressive literary fiction. But I'm excited about it, and so news about that should be coming soon.
Okay. I remember you saying somewhere that you had moved out to LA to do movie work. Am I correct, or am I misremembering that?
That's the idea. At some point, I'd like to get involved with movies. One of the stories in Just to See How, I think it's the second or third one. It's called April Showers. When I was in Ohio, there was an indie filmmaker who was didn't really have a name or reputation, but was just starting out. But he had done a few things that he showed me that were really interesting, and he read Just to See How and wanted to adapt April Showers, and so I wrote the screenplay for it, and we started producing it, and it kind of fell apart about maybe 25% of the way into production. But the experience while I was helping work on it was really neat, and I would definitely be interested in doing that again on a larger scale. So at some point, yeah, I would definitely be interested in doing movie work. I'm not currently working on anything, but I've spoken with some people there. We've talked about potentially doing some projects. So, but nothing concrete yet.
Maybe this is
a
getting
screenwriting partner.
Sorry, say it again.
Oh, go ahead, Ben. You don't have a screenwriting partner. A lot of screenwriters seem to have partners.
No.
Okay. What were you going to say, Ben?
I was going to ask you. You don't have to answer this if this is too personal, but what is your day job?
I work in logistics for a propane company. Yeah. So I do.
I mean, yeah, don't be worried about how boring that is. I do work for a life insurance company for a day job. I just was just curious because you live out in LA, and I know how like ridiculously expensive that can be compared to the Midwest.
It is really expensive. Thankfully I do pretty okay for myself with my day job. So it pays the bills at least.
Oh, that's good to hear. What are your aspirations for your future work? What do you want to do?
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of an open-ended question that contains a lot of other questions. But I have a certain. I get things in my head that I want to put on paper, and then I want to reach obviously as many people with that as possible. I recognize that the type of work I tend to write isn't necessarily geared to a massive audience the way like a J.K. Rowling or even Stephen King might be, but I have things I want to say about the world and society and human nature, and I use my my work to express those things, and if people respond to it, great. And if they don't, then there are other people they can go to. But that's pretty much the long and short of it. As I want to, I have things I want to say, and I want to say them.
Okay. So I guess we'll probably be moving on here in a minute. Does anybody else have any questions for Chandler before we do that? I think we've taken a good portion of his time anyway.
I just say I hope you get better. That's horrible about the cancer.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. But at the time, I don't really see myself. It's not a victim thing. It's just something that lots of people have to deal with. I happen to be one of the people who has to deal with it, and take it from there. But I appreciate your kind words.
Yeah, we do appreciate you coming on, and you're definitely welcome to come on in future times. So it does sound like we've exhausted everything we could ask of you. So is there anything you want to plug or anything you want to say before we let you go?
To everybody, anybody who is listening, I know we're in strange times, but just hang in there. I think we'll pull out of it. Try and keep your head up.
And that's more than the news media has collectively said in close to a month and a half. So there you go.
Okay. Well, this was Chandler Morrison. He definitely seems like a fascinating voice that I think is worth watching. I definitely pick up his books. Pick up Dead Inside when when it's released next week.
April 1st.
Definitely. So yeah, pick that up. Pick up his other books. And if there's nothing else that you have to say, Chandler, we'll go ahead and let you get back to your life out in LA.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
Yeah, I appreciated that. Yeah, Ben is probably the best at securing guests these days. I think I've lost a step compared to old Ben here, but also because I'm less diplomatic than I used to be, and he knows how to sweet talk him, I guess. But
all I do is ask him. I'm hoping that next week we can get the erotic artist Jenny Susano on. Her Twitter handle is Scab Slut, both on Twitter and Instagram. She's her day job is a tattoo artist, which now has been put on hold due to COVID-19. But she made her name kind of being a erotica artist, which she's had to go back to because she can't do tattooing anymore. So I'm really hoping we can get her on to talk about that.
Yeah. Wait, now, did you say that she was like a fetish? Didn't you say that you were talking to somebody who did porn? That wasn't her, was it?
No, that was her. She did do pornographic art. If you want to be less pretentious than me and not call it erotica art.
What kind of? Because I thought you said
some of it looks vaguely anime.
Well, yeah, it's very hentai inspired. It's very Daddy Dom little girl, very inspired, like BDSM inspired, things like that.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I find myself having to bite my tongue more and more, but I think I'm doing a good job.
No. Say your piece,
I was
Zachary.
say so many things.
Yeah, but why would you want to bite your tongue? Go ahead, dude.
Huh? Wait, what?
Because he's
Say your piece.
Don't bite your tongue. Say your piece.
The pieces would last like 5 hours. But I mean,
Well, you don't like that I'm
caught in this
bringing on
weird
these.
position.
degenerates.
Yeah.
Degenerate is a word that I would probably throw around like a lot. Not just for Chandler, but I mean,
Well, yeah,
I mean,
You don't have to.
okay,
You
I
don't
was
have to
freaking
worry
out.
about that. I know I'm a fucking degenerate.
no, I don't mean you either.
Zach.
You get what I mean.
But I know I'm one. I see. You don't have to fucking worry.
Zach,
I want to be a
Zach.
nice person. What?
if we don't, talk to these people, even though you and I, may not always see eye to eye with them, aren't we just as bad as the community I got out of? I mean, right?
Yes and no. I do think that there is a line where you can get to like, okay, of course, freedom of speech is a good thing, but I think there is a difference between, there's a question that there's something to say for is it morally okay to go into a certain direction or not?
I mean,
think
for me,
not. I know for you it's not.
No, for me, I want to bring pornographers on this show. I want to bring like people who do that kind of shit on here.
Well,
I want to talk to them.
I realize I'm not the only one.
Well,
only person running the show. I mean, I'm not even running.
Well,
So I mean, I don't want to.
To be perfectly honest, I've never really been able to watch too much pornography. I got most of my fantasies from mainstream movies. Just from when the girl gets kidnapped or whatever. So I don't really have this like inexhaustible source of pornography. But say we don't get them on, does that mean that they're not going to do the stuff? I mean, no. I mean, they're responsible for their own lives. And so anybody who's willing to talk to us, I don't really have a problem bringing on, with maybe a few exceptions. I mean, it's the quiet place. It's about that little space in everybody's head where things make sense to them, even if they don't make sense to anybody else. So
yeah, and what's especially fascinating about me to Jenny Sassano is she made her name doing pornographic art, and she was trying to get out of that and doing tattoo art, but now that's been completely put on hold because of COVID-19. So she had to go back to doing pornographic art to make a living.
Oh, and what was your rebuttal before that, Zach?
Oh no, I wasn't going to rebut anything. I was just going to say that the only reason I brought that up is because, like, to be honest, I don't know.
If you really
you just don't like these degenerates.
like, I'm assuming you don't browse much porn, Zach.
Nah.
I mean, if you really don't want to come on the shows where we do have like where I invite like a pornographic artist or something on, I mean, I'm not going to be offended by that. I'm pretty sure the person who comes on won't be offended. We'll just make an excuse for you.
Or you could come in later after they leave or something, if you want to, or if you want to come in for the whole their duration, whatever, But
I think I can be cool about it.
Okay, well, or if you want to challenge,
I can flat out tell her I don't endorse her. But
yeah, I mean, if you want to challenge her a little bit, I mean, don't
Yeah,
leave,
the thing is,
don't like Chandler. Don't tear her down totally.
Don't go full Pat Robertson on her, but yeah, I mean, there's no reason to,
constructive
to hold back what your thinking is, right? I mean, if a dude that doesn't believe in such things, I see no reason to. I don't see why anybody would get upset if you're saying, "Yeah, I don't really care about what you're doing," but I'm interested in at least hearing what you have to say about it, right? I mean, you can disapprove or not be a person that enjoys that type of entertainment, but still.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the fine line that I can personally walk down, as far as like not just being like a jerk, but still not being just super quiet.
Well, you threw that out the window last week when you went Hitler on book reviews.
Did you have any objections to Chandler coming on?
No.
Admit it, you were curious.
Oh yeah, I was curious about the whole thing, mainly about the Bizarro thing.
So they were okay with a white baby doll getting it, but not a black one. That's very telling of the absurdity that they live in, every day now. I feel even more secure in the decision I made so long ago now that I know that little piece. That's hilarious.
It's just, these people care more about the skin color of a baby doll, an inanimate baby doll, than they do. Like, they're never going to criticize abortions. Now, I may be wrong and they actually do, but I'm going to say with confidence they don't.
I mean, I'm personally, I'm pro-choice, so I'm, but I think even people who are pro-choice would say, like, yeah, don't fuck the bodies of aborted fetuses.
Serbian film all over again.
Newborn porn!
Oh!
Newborn!
So, Jeremy, you had an article up in the middle of the Chandler Morrison interview about, it was like Iran Daily article about
yeah.
And while you're doing that, I need to go to the bathroom again.
Hang on.
Yeah, send me that link or show me that article. I was curious about it.
Okay, what do you consider a good source of information?
Infowars only.
I do too. Okay, I do too, but
only Prison Planet, brother.
Well, this is from MSN.com, which is Microsoft News, right?
Is it?
I think so.
Well, I mean, is it? I didn't see where. Yeah, you're not on it anymore. But what was it?
Yeah, it's Microsoft.
Okay, well, where was that article about the Iran Daily thing?
I think Jeremy's gone.
Oh, what happened?
Oops, I hit the wrong. Okay, am I back?
You hit the wrong X.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Yeah, it was up a second ago. It was like Iran Daily.
Coronavirus is U.S. psychological warfare operation, says ex-U.S. military officer. Now it says Iran Daily.
Right.
But it's on Microsoft News, but it says Iran Daily here, so I'm confused. Is the source Iran Daily or Microsoft News? I don't understand that.
Right, yeah. So what's it? Have you read this article?
Well, I was looking over it while Ben was interrogating Chandler and everything, but from what I gather, they think that this is quote Scott Bennett, and I'm not quite sure who. Maybe he's the ex-U.S. military officer. Said that this is a fabricated psychological operation that has been coordinated with an actual physical sickness, meaning the disease is real, but it's being used to spread fear, panic, and intimidation in the Chinese economic markets with the purpose of isolating China and disrupting the Chinese, Russian, Iranian economic military alliance. Now, I actually wondered that at the beginning of all this shit because there were such strained relations between the U.S. and Iran. And we all know Russia and Iran are in bed with Iran. Or Russia and China are in bed with Iran.
But as far as I know, there haven't been like any. It hasn't been as severe in Russia as it has been in Iran and China.
I wonder why. That unless they're lying. I mean, Russia has always had.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? I mean, there is this really cool image on the internet of Putin in a full-blown hazmat costume outfit going into a hospital. Have you seen that?
No, but I did see a news story just a few days ago with someone saying, strangely, no one is getting sick in Russia. And it was someone from Russian Times. Why do they have
I saw that. I saw the same thing.
Why are there so many American reporters working for Russian Times or whatever that is? What is that? I never understood that.
What, RT or whatever?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a job, right? I mean,
but why all these American reporters?
I think it's because Russia Times, they want they probably want people who they think will go against American interest, and as such, a lot of like left-wing reporters who probably wouldn't get any time in the mainstream are able to get time on Russia Today.
Okay, Russia Today. Okay, but
I mean, yeah, it's just a Russian news outlet where people are just getting a job, right? I mean,
well, yeah, but it's
now,
just strange. There's so many American journalists who go to work there, and I do know that
Maybe it
Alex
means all
Jones.
Russian journalists suck.
But
Well,
I mean, like in actual Russia, like the actual Russian left wingers would get no time on Russian on Russian media and probably be fucking arrested.
Pussy Riot.
Yeah, Pussy Riot is an
maybe,
example. There's been several. I mean, there's been a few hip hop groups that have been arrested. There's been a bunch who have been arrested. Putin is definitely trying to make himself some kind of dictator, and he's taking advantage of how popular he is in Russia. For
well,
that.
I mean, he's made himself a dictator, right? I mean, he's been in charge for what, 20 years or something?
Basically, my understanding
Right?
is he's kind of playing it to go between. I don't know the exact titles, but like premier and president, where he's there are apparently times where
He
he's
flips
not
back and forth, and yeah,
where he's not technically the head of state, but he basically is like acting as the head of state.
right. Right, yeah. I mean, and I think they changed some laws recently too, so that he can be president longer or something like that. So,
Yeah,
I mean, he's exceedingly popular, from what I understand, in that country. And I also kind of think that culturally, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, right? I probably am, but culturally, it seems like they can appreciate a czar more than say you're going to do that in the West, right? They kind of appreciate more a strong man monarchist type of situation. Is that the impression you get as well?
I think so. Like there was even like a hip hop group. I can't remember what they're called, but they have but they're a hip hop group and they're black. They're in Russia and they're African immigrants and they have a song called like "I Go Hard Like Vladimir Putin." Like even among like the minorities of Russia, he's popular.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's probably not just propaganda that he's very popular in that country. You know what I mean? I think that's probably true. I think they actually appreciate a guy that's a strong man type of quote unquote benevolent dictator type of image, right?
Right. I think they sort of view him that way.
Right.
And obviously here in America, like there's definitely like a sort of like we care about God and country kind of thing, but there's still like that strain of like we are going to be like skeptical towards anyone who's trying to declare themselves like the God Emperor. So
right. Dynastic power is frowned upon generally in the West. Yeah.
Right, and I think that's a big reason why Clinton lost in the 2016 election.
Right, we're tired of the Bushes type of thing. Yeah.
You guys want to know Biden's most latest gaffe?
Yes.
Besides the fact that he's been fucking hiding for like a week.
Are you talking about the dang touching his face thing during the interview?
Hashtag hiding the Biden.
No, I don't know, but I just know that I heard him during a public speech on the radio. They were covering it, and his actual words were, "We understand nobody wants to be cooped up in their houses right now. It's uncomfortable. It's unnecessary, but it's necessary." He actually said that. It's unnecessary, but it's necessary.
It's like, oh, he doesn't have dementia. His brain is not souping up and leaking out of his ears.
Right, so who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. Exactly. So who's on first? You said it.
If the Democrats were not complete fucking retards, they would get rid of Biden and nominate Bernie Sanders right fucking now.
Here's the thing. I think that
like I don't care how much you dislike. I don't care how much you dislike Bernie Sanders. He is a way better fucking candidate than Joe Biden.
Yeah. Here's the problem, though. I think that a lot of the elite Democrats actually believe that Biden is more politically advantageous because of his senility, because he could be declared mentally unfit or replaced by whoever is selected by whoever he's listening to at the moment as his running mate, right? They could step up and fill that void. Say he chose Hillary.
He's viewed as a puppet, right? Yeah, I mean, like a marionette.
He could choose Hillary.
Right.
It could be 2016 candidates right all over again. See, I really think that's what they're going to pull out, but I don't know.
I mean, that's definitely very possible. I mean, like Hillary Clinton, who was this glassy-eyed fucking psychopath who was like eyeing the White House for years. She lost to a fucking cartoon character who has to be told, you're not going anywhere because you're trying to walk up the down elevator. So maybe the Democrats are just like, yeah, if we can just like nominate the most ridiculous fucking idiot that we most unfit that we can, is like, we're gonna win because Trump won and he's like a fucking retard. It's just like, no, it didn't work that way. Trump won because he was able to he's able to like fucking tell like all these like fucking media elites to go fuck themselves. He didn't win because he was a cartoon character.
That is pretty refreshing for him to tell them to go fuck themselves on a daily basis because
that's why he won. It's like the reason it's just like modern day neoliberalism. It's basically a fucking daycare. It's just like your money doesn't buy fucking anything. It's like rent is like impossible to make unless you live in like a fucking small town that there's no fucking jobs in. It's just like infantilizing you. You look at fucking any food ad that's around, and it's just like, oh, you're a good little boy, you deserve a treat. It's just like, fuck off. I've worked in customer service. I've worked in customer service.
Yeah.
I've worked in customer service for years, and it's basically you have to talk to the fucking customers like they're fucking stupid babies. And Trump is just like the older kid who will like tell the teachers to fuck themselves. He's the older kid that everyone thinks is cool because he tells the teachers to fuck themselves because he smokes a lot. The problem is he also like sticks weaker kids' heads in the fucking toilet. And he tries to steal their lunch money. So that's why people find him
generally
appealing.
I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen him actually pick on like your average everyday human, right? I mean, he's
he said human. He said human now.
Right. Usually he's going after people. He's usually going after people that the average person would like to see somebody go after, right? I'm not seeing him like.
When I talk about him taking like people's lunch money and sticking smaller kids' heads in the toilet, I'm talking about like his policies regarding like immigration and the economy, because like this fucking stimulus that passed, that's mostly gonna benefit people who like major corporations and like someone like me who still has a job, who's able to work from home, is like, I'm gonna get a $12,000 check, and like people who haven't had work who haven't had fucking work in a long time, they're not gonna get shit.
Now, you say that corporations stand to benefit better from this than little guys like us, but they actually don't get as much back as we do, unless you've read all the thousands of pages and found something that I didn't. I mean, if you make
they do, they get the fucking bailout because they're expected to be able to if things get hard, they're supposed to get bailed out by the government. But people who are living paycheck to paycheck, no, they don't get fucking shit. They get $1,200. That's barely 1 month's rent in most places.
But you also get 100%. You also get 100% unemployment insurance as well, right?
Yeah, for people who qualify for it. Like people who are contract work,
just saying
who are freelancers, who work in the gig economy, they don't get shit.
The Democrats didn't have this. They packed all this shit into the bill. They held it up. They were playing politics like usual when Trump was actually trying to get this done. They were holding the process up and infuriating all Americans.
That's the problem with the fucking Democrats. They were just like, oh, we just need to fucking pwn Trump. It's just like, no, you don't. You're trying to do this just because orange man bad. You're not trying to do anything that's actually going to benefit people who are really, really fucking affected by this shit.
This is a good discussion because we're both bringing our firepower, but it's still a balanced discussion. So yeah, that's good. Let this be a lesson. Anybody who plays this back and hears this, find a way to reach common ground with the other side,
Well, yeah, I mean, neither of you guys are threatening to hang up on the other person or deplatform them or calling each other names,
Yeah.
Like, on one hand, I definitely agree with that. I definitely think we need, in this case, this is like an emergency situation, and we need to like figure out something that's going to benefit people who are really struggling, while maybe like giving some bailout to the people who quote unquote create jobs just as a short-term solution. But at the same time, I'm not a big fan of the whole respectability politics thing. It's just like
decorum, right?
Yeah, it's just like it seems like a lot of like leftists are trying to do the whole respectability politics thing with against like Antifa and so forth. But name me like one conservative that's spoken out against the people who talk about like, I'm purchasing guns because Obama's going to try to take my guns and he's going to implement socialism and all that. Like, can you name one like conservative pundit who's talked about that?
Talked about what?
I don't understand.
The whole like
I'm sorry.
Like during the Obama administration, were there any conservative pundits who were talking about like, oh, it really sucks that people are like talking about I'm buying guns because Obama's going to implement socialism? I don't know any.
They were all saying that it was going to happen instead of saying that they were overreacting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know any.
I mean, but you don't know any that what? I mean, I don't understand why would anybody say anything about it.
Because it's respected because of respectability politics. Who are saying like, no, we shouldn't be talking about like people who like supported Obama were buying guns and talking about how like Obama's going to implement socialism and all that's going to drive people away from conservative politics. I don't know any conservatives who are talking about that. Not one. If you can name one, like I'll eat my words, but I don't know of any.
As in,
they were talking about. Well, I don't understand. What would they be talking about, right? So you're saying that
during the whole respectability thing, like you have plenty of like center leftists who are talking about like, oh, Antifa is alienating the society at large because they're too extreme. But I don't know any conservative politicians who are like
breaking the law. Period. They
seem like actually a thing. Whereas the gun nuts seem sort of harmless, like they're just eccentrics.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Now the thing is, like, I'm in favor of gun nuts. Like, I think that the kind of liberals and lefty-ish who are like, no, buying guns is a bad thing. Don't do that. That makes you look bad. It's like, fuck that. It's like,
right.
It's like Chairman Mao. Like, Chairman Mao spouted a lot of nonsense, but one thing he was correct about is that all political power comes from the barrel of a gun. And he was correct about that. It's just like,
right.
Whoever has the most guns
Jeremy,
has
you know
the
what
most
we need to do?
What?
Well, right now, we need Nathan Thompson on because Ben is in his like prime.
No, next time we get Nathan, I want to bring Nathan into a more calmer setting, and then maybe on down the road have it revisit that little thing, Because Nathan,
I may have been drinking, but this is something I genuinely believe. All political power flows from the barrel of a gun.
Right, we got
the ones who have the most guns.
I think that's why the Second Amendment's so
power.
great, right? I mean, I think it's great
and that's one thing. It's like I don't believe in the Second Amendment just because a piece of paper says it. I believe in this the right to own guns because cops better be fucking afraid by people who are willing to buy guns and put a bullet in their fucking head if they're gonna try to come and take them away.
Well, right. I mean, and the fact that there's the Constitution codifies that sentiment in law, right, in writing is awesome. I think, right. I mean, the government shouldn't have a monopoly on deadly force, and the fact that we have a piece of paper that the Second Amendment says that there's no monopoly on that is awesome. I think.
Okay, someone clarify for me because I've kind of been out of the loop on the news a couple of days. What are people going on to about our Second Amendment being kind of under attack with this whole COVID?
Okay, so yeah, there are certain states. I think that maybe is it Indiana might be. I can't remember what state.
I seem to remember Pittsburgh and California.
Yeah, well, they're saying they are saying that gun stores are not essential businesses, so they're closing them, right, during the outbreak or whatever. But I believe that has been overruled by federal law because of the Second Amendment, so they have been classified as essential services. So.
I mean, my view on that is, on one hand, yeah, okay, the stores themselves don't have to be essential, but on the other hand, until they let me buy a fucking gun online, they're fucking wrong.
Right. Well, the thing is, right, I mean, if they're letting people out of prison early and they're also having police forces scale back the offenses or whatnot, that they're actually going to send police officers out to investigate.
Which I think they should have done in the fucking first place.
What I'm getting at is, right, then you should definitely be able to get a firearm, right?
Yeah, at this point, like, there are two things which they're trying to scale back as non-essential, which I think they should. One, firearms is just like, at this point, like, no, that should be essential, because at this point things are so like uncertain that people should be able to buy firearms in the event that society collapses entirely. And the other thing is, and Zach and Jeremy aren't going to like this, but abortions, those have a time limit. If that, I think that should be considered an essential medical procedure.
For now, they have a limit, but you said yourself that one chick actually, or was it a guy that actually thought that they should be available all the way up to
18 years.
No, not 18 years.
18 years.
No.
Yes, 18 years because fuck
was it 8 months or something? It was a guy in New York, right?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Morten, Virginia.
No, it was. I think it was in what was it? South Virginia or North Virginia, something like that.
But he thought it should be all the way up to 8 months or something.
What are you talking about?
Second or third trimester?
Oh, you're
the
talking
guy
about
who believed that you should be able to take babies after they've been born and kill them after they've been.
Yeah, that was in
out of the womb.
What was it? Was that Virginia? That was Virginia.
Yeah, that was Virginia. That was Ralph Northam.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But
Northam,
at the same, I don't believe that. But at the same time, like here in Iowa, the governor actually issued an order that all abortions were not essential
medical procedures.
And
I'm good with
I
that.
definitely don't agree with that. I definitely agree that those are something that have like something of a time limit on them, and they should be like considered essential up to a point.
No. But I mean, that's not really an argument to get into. I'm sure you know like exactly every argument that I would have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure exactly
is going to switch their position on it, but it is an interesting question, right? You know, as far as it being essential or not.
I don't know about Zachary or Jeremy. They might consider that like I don't know if they're the life begins at conception types, but I definitely believe that abortion has a time limit on it, and it's something that should be considered essential even in a pandemic.
I don't know. I mean, what are you guys' thoughts? I mean, are you guys both pro-life in the most traditional definition of the term?
Yeah, that's pretty much my take on it.
One, I abstain from sex, period. So I don't.
Wait, what does that have to do with abortion?
Just let him go.
Let's tell him the birds and the bees, guys. We got to tell him how it works. Okay.
I know how it fucking works.
Zach, you know what that has to do with it. You know what that has to do with it.
All right, go on. Go on with your point.
Okay, I'm confused.
One, I don't sleep around with women, so I don't, I don't have to worry about impregnating a woman. Two, I'm male, so I don't have to worry about whether my body or my or another person's life or any of that. So that's two things that I can mark off my to care about list. However, if
you were a baby once, though.
Oh, I know. I'm against it, but
against being a baby?
No, against abortion. But as far as when it becomes no longer, an option, here's the thing. I would, in the eyes of the law, we all know what God thinks about it, but in the eyes of the law, which is, of man, it's separate from God, in at least as in today's secular world. Mm-hmm. I would say that life starts at the moment that they would prosecute a drunk driver for terminating a pregnancy of a pregnant victim.
That's a good point. That's honestly one.
So what is the precedent for that? Is there a precedent?
I don't know, but I mean, I think. If you had to argue this from a legal standpoint, I think that would be your best bet.
Yeah, you see, that kind of throws out the whole thing that it's the woman's, she's deciding it. Because if you say the drunk driver does that, you're not asking the woman what she thinks about it. It's like you're automatically right off the bat, okay, you killed a pregnant woman. That's going to be counted. So
you're saying that, Zach, they should ask the woman.
No, I'm saying they shouldn't ask the woman, and that kind of shows that. That's like, okay, if she's, okay, say the woman is, okay, the car hits her and she lives, but the baby dies. It's like, do you not see it as wrong to ask her? It's like, okay, do you want to count this as murder? Like, well, no, I was going to abort it.
It would be murder or manslaughter, exactly. But on the other hand, when we start talking, and I start hearing about the mark of the beast, forced vaccinations, I don't want them putting, anything in my body, that I don't.
Right.
So on the other hand, there's that,
I'm with you on that, dude.
I believe in sovereignty. So this is the thing. This is
the freaking ID 2020, the Bill Gates thing it's freaky.
Well, I don't think it matters now because if I'm to understand correctly, Trump basically bankrupted the Federal Reserve and is chairman of the Treasury now. Depending on who you
hasn't the president technically always been that?
No, he's had 2 or 3 different people in that position.
We're getting sidebarred though. Hold on a second. So hold on. That's entirely sidebar conversation, but I wouldn't mind getting into that. So that's an interesting point you bring up, Zach. And another point is this, right? So, the medical world is really great at taking care of preemies, right? So how, like a premature birth, right? Right. Preemie babies, right? So how, they can rescue a baby, right? That's had a premature birth, like what? Like how many months early now, right? We're talking about at least in the second trimester or something like that? Easily?
He's asking you, Zach.
I'm kind of confused at what.
No, I'm pretty sure, second trimester. No, if it tries to,
are you talking
be born at that time, it's gonna fucking die. It doesn't matter. It's gonna fucking die in the second trimester.
So you're not talking about resuscitating a baby that survived an abortion. You're talking about like a birth, like a premature birth.
Right.
The baby comes out and it's alive. But I'm confused at what you're getting at.
It can't sustain? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, let's see. The average baby born at 22 to 24 weeks gestation, the very earliest age of survival for preemies, weighs just over a pound at birth. The smallest, so ever weighed about a half a pound around. Okay, so let's see. So what I'm getting at is this, right? I mean, if you're able to rescue a baby from premature birth, right, and you're able to also terminate that baby at that same time, I mean, it seems like you've got to make a decision, right? I mean, where are you? Where is the line drawn, right? I mean,
that's another good point. Like I've never heard anyone say that before.
Right? I mean, the thing is like if you can rescue the baby from a premature birth, say 2 months prior to when it was supposed to be born, why would you think that it would be cool to abort one at that point in time? Why not just rescue it?
You see,
right?
They don't ask questions like that. They instantly use some kind of weird gender role to politicize it when it's not a political issue. It's fundamentally.
I mean, I think that personally that science should be moving towards figuring out a way to rescue these babies, right? Rather than terminating them, right?
Yeah.
That's my thinking about it. Like in the interim, I'm fine with the stuff being legal on the books, right? But I think culturally we should be striving towards rescuing rather than terminating, because there's a lot of people that want babies that can't have them.
Like, I actually agree with that. Like, one thing to keep in mind is the idea that life starts at conception is a fairly contemporary idea. But it used to be like a baby wasn't viable until it was able to kick in the womb. But if there's like scientific research that can show that like no, it's viable before that, I would not be opposed to the idea that if a woman doesn't want a baby at that term, they should be able to induce birth and keep it alive until someone else wants it.
Right.
I mean, other than the obvious religious reasons, I see it as kind of a process. It's like, it's not whether it's viable or not. It's like the conception starts, and if the baby's going to happen from that point, it's like, the wheels kind of turn into motion. So it's not like saying, okay, this point along in the pregnancy, it's okay. It's like it's all just the same pregnancy in my view.
I
hear you. Same motion.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I think there's a valid argument to be made from that point. But my thinking is, I've already said what my thinking is, that if you can rescue it, that's what we should try to aim towards, right? And we should, because there's a lot of people that want babies, right? So we should try to figure out a way to extract an embryo, a fetus, or whatever the case may be, from those who don't want it and give it to those who do, right? I mean, I don't think there's any reason to wait until the baby's got a bunch of organs and then get that baby out of there and give it to some corporation to do medical research on the body parts. I mean, I think that's particularly ghoulish,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that definitely is. The thing is, it's at this point, like, it's really hard to determine, like, at what point can we determine that a life is not just a potential life, but an actual human life. And like, to me, at this point, trying to make legislation around that is it's not a good thing.
I mean, I hear what you're saying too, right? But I mean, I think that what we should be striving towards, right, culturally, is rescue, not termination, right? I think that's from a cultural perspective. I think that I would rather have a culture that was not in the political sense pro-life, but in this, like, the idea of generally, let's be pro-human and try to like.
Yeah, so what you're saying is basically talking about, Gregor, so you're saying that if you're talking about or asking the question, when is a life viable, it's kind of implying at the outset that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say that too, right? Now,
yeah,
I would say that, yes, I agree with you that most likely that is the case. I'm not one to sit here and talk about when is the cutoff point, right? Necessarily, because you can just argue that until you're blue in the face, but I
I'm
think
already
that
blue in the face.
Yeah,
Right, but
but
I'm
the
just
thing
saying
is, the thing is, like, obviously there has to be a debate because you can't argue like when I jerk off and come into like a tissue and throw it into the trash can that's the same as abortion. You can't if you're gonna argue that
yeah, but
it
dough
comes
and
to like
chocolate
very
chips
ridiculous.
separately are not a cookie, right? I mean, you got to put the dough and the chocolate chips together to make a cookie.
Yeah,
You
you
know
Right,
know
what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
that's
saying?
what I'm
Like,
trying to
so,
say
yeah.
you can't say that like just my nut itself or a woman having menstruation
But we still
itself
freeze those. We still
is
we
a
still have,
life. You have to
but we
like
still but we still
decide
have
like
sperm
when the
banks
two
and
are
embryo
coming
banks.
together that's when there's like the gray area of a potential life coming together.
Well, but the thing is that we have sperm banks, right? Don't we also have ovum banks as well? Like, I mean,
Yeah, we
what's
do.
the so? I mean, why not have embryo banks,
Right.
right?
That's the problem is like when the two come together like okay, we can say this is when potential life is coming together, but like immediately when that happens, so like if a woman like I don't know, a month after she's been inseminated, they can consider that's when life begins. Is like I can't really buy that.
I don't think you can come up with an answer. It's like you just have to make a decision. Like I don't think there's going to be any way to verify it.
I
But
mean, is a
the
sperm
minute
I mean,
you
alive?
I
start
definitely
kind
think
of,
there is a point where you can say like it's more of a gray area. Like if like a month after I impregnated a woman and she decides to have an abortion, I can
you're
definitely think
implying
that
that there
that's
has to be
a
termination.
gray area. But like a
It's
month
like
before she's going to technically give birth, yeah, I can definitely say that that's a gray at best a gray area.
See, I don't think it's a gray area. I think that when you start kind of going in that line of thought, it's just rationalizing the inevitable termination when the
It's
termination can kind of just be avoided.
for me that's just like no because when you like look at biology itself in the broader sense and look at okay so when does non-life begin and when does life begin, that is a gray area because for years it's like trying to determine when okay something is a non-life and something when is a life. Like viruses are considered a non-life, but they have a lot of aspects that couldn't be considered a life.
See, I've
That
always heard
definitely is a
viruses.
gray area.
Well, I've always heard them described as like a kind of organic mechanization. Like it's not life; it's just this kind of
I
thing
mean,
happening.
isn't a
It's not.
sperm alive?
Well, that's the thing. Like sperm itself could be
It's alive.
considered a life if you use certain parts of the definition, but if you use the complete definition of what a life is, it's not a life. So there's definitely a
But it's
gray area
alive,
between life and
right?
non-life.
I think
But
that
it's alive.
since there is that gray area, though, it's like you don't want to be wrong. It's you just kind of let things happen. Because if you take one, like you say, okay, this certain amount of weeks or this certain amount of weeks, you're kind of banking on because the amount of weeks or even the amount of days. Like I'm not really sure how that would work, but you're banking on that kind of excusing you for murder.
Well, sure, but banking on what? Like, I mean, I know you're a
That's the thing.
Christian, so you believe that God is the consequence, but um, like I hate to fall back on being like the edgy atheist type, but you're saying like you're falling back on like your imaginary friend God is saying that this is the life and the non-life.
Well, it's not even. I mean, it is that. Not that he's imaginary, I don't believe, but it's like I don't really know how to phrase this. Okay, so you're saying that I can't tell you it's wrong, basically.
I mean, I'm coming from the fact that whether something we should do or not do should be based on facts, and my view is we should look at the facts to say what we should do and we should not do. I'm not
So
I'm not
what
viewing this
facts
in
should it
place
be
of like
based on
rights
then?
and wrongs. I'm kind of viewing my own thing is this like, and maybe this is the wrong way of viewing that. I am willing to agree with that because I don't believe there's anything that inherently makes things right or wrong. But I'm viewing the thing is like, okay, something is viable as a life, so we should not be able to terminate it and treat it as a human life. That is the way I'm coming at this.
See, the way I'm coming at it is, I'm sure you know this because I've said it. It's such a confusing gray area that we don't need to add our rationalizations. We just kind of need to let the natural process take place. And the moment we interrupt, we're interrupting something that shouldn't be interrupted and trying to rationalize it.
Yeah, but if we're not viewing this as a sense of there's something higher that we should take as our arbitration of what's right and wrong, why should we not view this as a thing that we should examine the actual facts to find out what we should and should not do?
I mean, but I think that as humans, right, that it's counterproductive, right, to not be a human chauvinist, right, and that if anything should be held sacred, it should be human life, right? So you don't need to believe in God,
right? But my own view is if we're taking this point of human life as it is, why should we not take the grown human woman who is capable of making decisions and who will have her life profoundly affected by what's going on as being higher than a potential of what's going on within her womb?
Because, like what you said, it's going on in her womb, but it's still, it's separate. She's not giving birth to herself. It's a separate thing. And it kind of starts with the process.
Like, on one hand, yeah, but like I said, if we take that overly serious,
I was just trying to take God out of the argument with my statement, right? So that's all my purpose was in my statement, right? So to take God out of the argument, right? It doesn't have to be God telling me, right?
What do you think, Jeremy?
Well, let me play a little devil.
So I mean, you get into the point of eugenics at some point, but go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for a second, even though I kind of fall on Zach's side on this, well, not kind of, but do. But let's say that we determine, and there's a major cultural shift away from, championing abortion, like people mostly agree that it's wrong. Because something is discovered about, that we didn't know previously. I don't know, but
right.
There's always the argument, well, did this girl get pregnant because of bad choices, or was she raped? Was she impregnated by her father?
Okay. Let me interrupt you there and say, okay, so let's, like, for the sake of argument, assume
you don't know where he's going with that necessarily, because we're talking about Jeremy. You're predicting based on non-Jeremy's.
No, it seems like for the sake of argument, let's assume that there was a woman who was raped and a fully grown adult human. You're
assuming that that's what Jeremy was going with this. Go ahead,
well,
Jeremy.
Okay, so I'll admit I don't see where he's going and where else he could go with that. But okay, so I'll go ahead and
go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
All right. Let's say that it's it's one of those three things. Either she was impregnated by her father or some family member. She was raped. or she just made bad choices, and got with someone that she didn't have a future with. Okay. Can we, and I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Can the law arbitrate bad choices in the same way they would arbitrate the rape or the incest?
I suppose that's my position. So if you're arguing that like someone who was impregnated by bad choices, by rape, by incest, and the embryo they're impregnated with is like the same as a fully grown human, how do you make that decision if by that logic, then someone who was born and is now currently 8 years old by who was conceived by rape, this is like, are they able to be euthanized?
What, an 8-year-old?
Yeah.
If they were... No.
So why is, if you're assuming that like a embryo in like the first, let's say the first trimester, why are they different from a person who is 8 years old?
I mean, I think they're all different. They're different scenarios, though, right? So you can't say that rape by a non-family member is the same as rape by a family member, right? I mean,
right. But you're trying to say, like, maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me, but you're trying to say like a person who was conceived by rape or incest is somehow different from a person who was conceived by a woman who made bad decisions.
No.
What difference does that make?
What I was asking was, can we arbitrate, in the eyes of the law, can we arbitrate a woman getting pregnant by bad choices the same way we could go after, a family member or a rapist who impregnated her? See what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm trying to say. If we can conceive
but you threw in
that
the thing with the 8-year-old, and I don't understand what that had to do with what I was.
No, I'm trying to say if we can conceive that, if we can, like, for the sake of argument, say that life begins at conception, then why does someone who was conceived by rape or incest any different than someone who was conceived by a woman having sex with someone she didn't mean to get pregnant by?
Because of inbreeding and the impact on the unborn, right? With
but by that logic, you should be able to euthanize someone who is retarded, who has been born and was conceived by incest.
So you're arguing for it being illegal then, generally.
No, I'm arguing it for it being legal. I'm saying if you're saying that someone who is conceived by incest, rape, or just a bad decision, if that should be illegal, then how is it that But if you're saying that someone who is conceived by rape or incest should be legal, but someone who is raped by or who had sex by bad decisions should be legal, then how is it that someone who is born and, let's say, they had been conceived by incest, how is it that you're saying that they should not be
they're not
be euthanized?
Saying that, right? They're saying that.
No, that's what by Jeremy's logic.
I think
okay,
we're
so
crossed. I don't.
Yeah, that's not what they're saying. That's not what he's saying.
Then maybe I'm misunderstanding Jeremy's logic.
No, he's saying that doesn't matter what the circumstances are. It should be allowed.
I'm asking the question: Can we? Okay, can we? We can't prosecute a girl for getting pregnant by bad decisions in the same way we can prosecute a rapist or an incestuous family member, can we?
Right. Yeah,
and what I'm arguing is
it's not about termination at that point, right, Jeremy? You're not talking about termination. You're talking about prosecution.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Right.
And what I'm arguing is when someone's been born or at some point during the pregnancy, which I myself am saying that has not been determined yet and needs to be determined, is something to be argued with. And so,
I mean, what you're saying, you're arguing for the all pregnancies being allowed to carry forth with your argument about the rape and incest thing.
By Jeremy's logic, that's
not what he's saying. It's not what he's saying.
No, that is what he's.
No, he's not. No. He's talking about arbitration.
That's the conclusion that you come from that argument.
That's not what he's saying.
Because if you argue that life begins at conception, that's the conclusion. I'm not saying that's where you're arguing, but I'm saying if you argue that life begins at conception, that's what it should be. I'm saying I don't know when life should be considered the same as a human life.
I mean, but Jeremy wasn't talking about you should be allowed to terminate a pregnancy if it was a rape or incest. That's not what he was saying.
Yeah, and I'll grant that, but I'll also say that, okay, so that's saying that life should not be considered starting at conception. So there's a gray area in which life can considered to be starting.
I mean, Jeremy was talking about arbitration as far as punishing people via the law, right? I mean, he wasn't talking about termination of the pregnancy at that point.
Wait, I thought he was talking about justification. Like, you can't say that. Okay, so you can.
No, he was talking about arbitration. He was talking about, how do you?
Confused.
I mean, isn't that what you were talking about? Like, how do you?
I was using those three circumstances as examples of how we might try to shake our way out of this these shades of gray. Is basically
right. That's the big problem with abortion. There are a lot of pro-lifers who will say cases of rape and incest should be legal, but if you really think that either life begins at conception or that abortion is the same as killing a human.
A lot of them don't believe that's the case, though, right? I mean,
there are a lot of pro-lifers who believe that, and if you accept,
I don't know if that's true. I mean, I've always heard that they don't care, right? They don't, because it wasn't the child's choice, right? They didn't have anything to do with how they were conceived. That's how.
It definitely seems to be the case. Like if you take the case of Trump during the 2016 election. Who was saying
he's just trying to have it both ways, right? But
Trump is trying to say to have it both ways. But if you accept that he's basically saying the quiet part loud, he's saying that life begins at conception, and women who terminate a pregnancy should be punished. And most pro-lifers don't agree with that. In fact, that's definitely that's not a conservative stance. That's a fairly recent stance. That's it's for most of the Catholic Church's history, they believe that life didn't begin until a fetus began kicking.
Okay, I'm really you're talking about three different topics at once. So right, so.
I don't think I am. I think I'm.
Hold on a second.
On the topic.
Zach, so generally, you're a pro-life dude. Do you think that generally in the world of the pro-life circles that they think that it's excusable to terminate a pregnancy for any reason?
I would say, wait.
I would say no. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
That's my understanding. Is that
okay? Maybe this is a bit of a more. Maybe this is a bit more specific. Do you believe that life begins at conception when the sperm goes into the egg? Do you believe that's when life begins?
I think that pro-lifers do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say there's a good bet for that. It could be even before that. But, I mean, who knows? Okay, no, that was a bad argument. I would say that. Yes.
So you think that's a gray area? Okay, so I'm just trying to establish that because no. That is a big. In terms of pro-life, that is a big milestone when life begins and we can treat it as the same as a human baby.
I mean, yeah, I would say when the sperm goes into the egg. I'm saying it could even be before that. Like,
Yeah, but you're getting in like metaphysical weirdness with that, right? So let's just say yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, because when you get into that, you say that
'Cause
like when I
you could
jack
say,
off into a
oh,
tissue.
no. What he's
No,
saying is
no,
like
no.
he's thinking more of like God's intent or something, right? Like that the life
Yeah,
begins
I'm
when
talking
God
about the
conceives
process.
of the fact that you're going to exist, right? That's what he's going for, right? But let's say yes, like, for the sake of argument, it's for like when sperm hits the egg.
See. I'll agree that there's shades of gray because I feel like this argument is too big for me to fall on either side, other than the fact that I definitely think that there should be a cutoff point, and it may or may not be earlier than it is legally recognized right now. I don't know when that falls because I don't know enough about, truthfully, pregnancy to make that call. I don't trouble myself with the cycles of women all that much. I'm different from a lot of men, I guess, in that I like to look, but I don't really concern myself with their cycles and all their little complex phases of the moon biology. It's
So
Okay,
let's switch gears a little bit.
while you're making the pro-life case, I have to go to the bathroom again, so I'll let you do that.
okay.
So I guess you guys.
Spin returns.
I guess we're not gonna. Yeah, I will just wait for Ben to get back because the next question is, is it okay? I'll ask you guys this: is it cool to terminate a pregnancy early if you know that the baby is going to be born with half a brain or half a heart, or they're going to be suffering the entirety of their short life?
They're not gonna live long. I'll tell you that. And but what was the little boy's name a few years ago? Charlie. In the United Kingdom, Charlie Gard.
Something like that, yeah.
These parents. And the hospitals
Oh yeah, I remember
operating with them. It was monstrous what these hospitals did to these parents, and they actually sought aid from the Pope or something, and he offered to open up a Vatican hospital to them or something, and the doctors wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
that is monstrous. Now that
right.
Whoever made that call, they have. I imagine they have an unpleasant afterlife waiting for them. But I would use Charlie Gard as an example that you could beat your flap your wings against a tornado in the face of the inevitable. If you feel like you can rest better at the end of the day knowing you tried. But on the other hand, you may be practicing, eugenics, which is, Hitler territory. So I don't really know. I know that the Nazis loved Planned Parenthood.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, right? I mean, because it's my understanding that, right? I mean, it's my understanding throughout history, right? Ladies would just throw an unviable kid out, right? I mean, it was just they made the decision even after the kid was born whether or not they were going to care for it, right? And culturally, that was an acceptable thing, right?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like I mentioned before, it's kind of a recent thing that the idea that life begins at conception, which is and I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a recent thing that people thought slavery was, not good.
Right. I'm not putting this on Jeremy or Zach, but the idea that life is a thing that begins at conception is a fairly recent thing. It's not this traditional idea.
I don't think I specified that that's when it begins. though. Zach did, I think, but I don't think I did. I mean,
the main reason I did is just because it's such a confusing topic. It's just like, let's say that, let's just give it that, and that's going to produce more lives and less abortions.
Whether or not life begins at the when the egg is fertilized or not, I mean that is at least a process of becoming. So I mean I don't think that it can be entirely ruled out.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on? Let's get past that and talk about terminating pregnancies for other reasons, right? For the child's gonna have Down syndrome. The child's gonna have no arms, no legs. They're gonna be
but that's
blind.
the thing. But that's the thing. If you believe that life begins at conception, but the child is going to be born either with Down syndrome or having no arms and no legs, is just like, are you going to advocate that either babies or children that have no arms or legs or have Down syndrome should be euthanized?
Well, no. See, the thing is, though, folks that are on the abortion persuasion might get to that point, like get to that logical chain of reasoning, right? Whereas someone that was, say, of Zach's persuasion would say no, that you should not be terminating pregnancies for any reason whatsoever, even if the child's going to be born deformed, right?
That's what I'm arguing. Is if you
wait, I thought that's what you weren't arguing.
No, I'm saying if you treat a pregnancy as if it's the same as a fully developed child, then that gets into, then you have to throw out it having a mental disability or having a physical disability.
Right.
Then if you're going to treat it as the same, then you have to treat it as the same as a child that's been born, and you have. And the other thing is, you have to treat the women who have abortions in that stage as being criminals.
You can't abort a baby and you can't believe that life begins at conception and that life is sacred from that early on. If you find out that it's going to be like you said, have Down syndrome or have a range of physical problems, if you're pro-life, then you can't suddenly decide to abort.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Because you're afraid of changing diapers when it's an adult. I mean,
right. Yeah, I agree with you. Right.
And that's why I'm glad that I don't.
And the thing is that for folks who do believe, right, that hey, that's an acceptable reason to terminate the pregnancy of a person, right? Yeah. Then where's the cutoff point, right? Like, man, I can kind of see, hey, this kid doesn't have a brain, or he's got a very small brain that just keeps his heart and his lungs pumping, okay, I can kind of see maybe terminating that, but like, if this guy's born blind, I don't want to have that guy suffer through the life of being born blind. You know what I mean? Like, where's the cutoff point, right? I mean, what defect where's the defect cutoff point, right? I mean, but being born blind is pretty bad, but we wouldn't have Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder wouldn't exist, right? Somebody would be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's,
isn't as heavy as what you're talking about with half a brain or a small.
But I mean, there's a lot of people that love their Down syndrome children, but haven't they bred Down syndrome children out of the existence in Sweden or Switzerland or something like that? You know what I mean? Like,
okay, and just I want to throw this out there: we are 4 men with no wombs who are debating this. So
but we have a right to debate anything we want to, right? I mean, anybody has. Queens had the right to send men to their deaths in battle, right? Throughout history, we're allowed to talk about anything we want to talk about. We're in a Western civilized society. We're
right. I just wanted to give the disclaimer that we are 4 men who have no ability to carry a pregnancy to term.
But that is
So
true. We're also
that is
to
a,
question and understand any topic we want to,
And that
regardless
was-
of our gender or sex. Right?
that was
I mean, come on.
That was the first thing I said was that I'm a man. I don't fuck around with bitches, and I'm glad I don't ever have to worry about this. That was the first thing I said when you guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying we shouldn't be excluded from the conversation.
No, we
right?
shouldn't.
right. I don't believe we should be excluded. I just want to point out that we are 4 men who don't have wombs.
No, I
who,
mean, I think that
Maybe
there's
it
a
happened.
biological
Yeah,
probably barrier for us to truly understand, right? And I think
Right.
that there might be some truth in the world of Dune, in the Bene Gesserit type of the fact that basically in that particular world and mindset or whatnot is that they can entirely control what genes get passed on to the next generation by hook or by crook and by any means necessary, and that's just the way it should be. I mean, that's just essentially what that Bene Gesserit type of idea is, right? So maybe that's just the way it should be. Maybe that's just simply their responsibility, and it's messy and it's wet and it's nasty. But maybe as men, we just need to accept it. Maybe that's just a horrible reality of the nastiness of life that we need to accept. And I'm willing to entertain that idea as well, right?
That's the only disclaimer I'm trying to give. Is it's like we're men. We may not be. We don't bear like the full implications of this, so we are coming at this.
Right. You're not
from
cleaning
that
up. You're not cleaning
perspective.
up the mess, right? You're not cleaning up the mess of the day in day out childcare either, most likely, right? So maybe they are entirely within their right to make these decisions, right? Maybe that's the case, right? So I'm not entirely like dismissing that. I just like to have conversations,
Right.
So
I don't. I'm not saying like that. I believe that if you're a man, you can't say anything about abortion. I'm trying to say that we are men. We're for men who don't have wombs. We can't we don't fully. We are not going to have the full brunt of the implications of this. So that is that's just a disclaimer.
Right. I get you. Right. But I mean, I just don't, I mean, it sounds dangerously close to the line of, oh, we're not qualified or allowed to talk because we don't have particular parts, which I don't agree with. Right.
No, because they want to they want up in our business, in men related stuff. So yeah.
And I'm entirely willing to entertain the idea of what I just said, which is maybe it's just a nasty piece of life that we just need to understand, right? And that it's not our decision, it's theirs, because that's essentially their role as biological females, that they get to control what genes pass into the next generation, right? Maybe that's just their role, and they can do it any means necessary. It's just nasty work, and it's just one of those nasty things, like the fact that you poop, and you don't like it,
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is we're men. We don't have wombs. We don't bear the full brunt of the implications of this. So we are just talking here. We're not saying we can speak for women. We're just
no. Nobody
talking.
Ever said that. Nobody ever said that. Yeah. So.
But if any woman has a problem with us talking about it,
feel free to come onto the show.
I'll shut you up real quick.
Yeah, if you're a woman who wants to come on and talk about this, we invite you to come on. We want to hear your opinion. We're the quiet place.
But if she wants if she wants me to shut up about it, I'm going to mute her. So
yeah, that's the one thing is just like you can't expect us to shut up, but we will come on and we'll hear your opinion and we'll discuss it with you.
Yeah, so a bunch of freaking Nazis on this show. This show's just a bunch of Nazis.
What was that sound?
It's just like, on one hand, no, I'm not a fucking Nazi. On the other hand, is this like, I would look so fucking sexy in one of those uniforms.
You would look pretty good in one. Well, probably more of like you'd look probably better in one of the Italian fascist uniforms or whatever from that era.
Mussolini.
Yeah.
Bella Ciao.
Hey, so I think we can table that discussion for now because we've gotten all we really can out of it.
Yeah, I think we got out of it. Yeah.
all you, I know Ben does, but do you, Gregor, do you and Zach remember watching that cartoon on YouTube a few weeks ago, Wabbit Season?
Yeah.
Quick
Yeah.
interruption. Chandler Morrison just told me that his next book is going to be coming out, and I apologize if this is not supposed to be public information, but Chandler Morrison just told me that his next...
Are you drunk?
Wait a second.
No, Chandler Morrison just told me that his next book is going to be coming out through Addle Press, so we can all look forward to that.
Okay, but and
Okay.
same one you write for you.
Nice.
But that cartoon that we watched a few weeks ago with Bugs Bunny being with the droopy man titties,
right,
and he was getting ready to rape Elmer Fudd. Remember? Yeah. It got struck copyright claim by Warner Brothers.
Oh yeah, parody doesn't count anymore.
Here's the funny part. Maybe I should just pull it up and it's not that long a clip, and we can kind of see how the YouTuber Meat Canyon, who did all the hard work on this, managed to make lemonade out of lemons, basically. So here it is. Rest in peace, Wabbit Season, and listen very carefully, because this is how he kind of finds the good point of this Warner Brothers copyright claim.
Through the hands of greed, he was taken from us. Warner Brothers brought down the force of God on our poor little rabbit. He was just a little rabbit. Though the day of reckoning has been brought upon us, I feel our little bunny has been taken someplace new. Someplace where he can finally see perfection. Why would the blood of those who have taken so much from us? Frustration and pain is all I feel.
When will this tyranny end? He was one of us.
Courage.
But now, he is just a memory.
How do we move on from this pain? This excruciating hole that has been made in our lives? Do I look like a real boy, Papa? He never got to try my Big Mac. Though he's gone, he will live on with our memories. The way he made us laugh. The way he brought us together. He is the first to fall, and at any moment, one of us can be next. So live for today, and just be thankful that so many people wanted to watch him, laugh with him, and come together because of him. But the biggest reason, the one that gives all of this purpose, is that since he was legally claimed by Warner Brothers Entertainment, it is officially canon that Bugs was a struggling rapist.
I'm still struggling to realize why they would want to legally fight for that.
I mean, legally, they did that to themselves.
I bet those stupid bastards didn't even watch the video.
To be fair, they've only been around for 97 years. They're probably still developing good business practices.
Goodbye, my sweet, long-eared friend.
So they made a copyright claim on it, so they're actually collecting money anytime that thing's shown, right?
No. They
took it down.
Yeah.
No, I mean, how is it canon then?
Because
they claimed it as copyright.
See,
I guess,
he was satirizing it.
Okay, so but they didn't do a claim; they actually struck it.
They struck it, yeah.
Oh, that's
they
lame.
said this
it's lame
is
either way.
A Warner Brothers owned thing, even though he was satirizing.
Right? Yeah, I mean it's pathetic. Yeah, I mean it's pathetic.
Man titties. He's not a rapist, but them doing that guy kind of kept his smile by saying, "Oh man!" So they made it canon that
I get the joke. Yeah, I thought they did a claim on it though, or where they were actually going to make money off the video.
I guess I said
no. Since they claimed it as theirs, since they claimed it as copyright, then it is.
Well, I mean, there's two different deals, right? You can get copyright.
It is canon that Bugs has man tits and is a struggling rapist.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at though is they could do a claim, like a strike or a claim, right? Can't they just say that? Oh, you guys got to give us money for the video now, right? I mean, isn't that one of the things that they do in the YouTube?
They just take it down.
Well, sometimes they do. They'll take it down, or they'll say anytime that they're played, we'll collect some dough, right?
The monetize.
They took it down, and therefore it's canon. They took it down, and therefore it's canon that Bugs is a struggling rapist with man tits.
I mean, I get it. I just didn't know if they did a strike or they did a claim.
There are two ways they can do it. Yeah, they can say, okay, you're not going to make any money off this. You can keep it up, but I'll get the money.
Right. Yeah.
Or they can just say, I want this taken down.
Right.
Yeah. So they did the latter.
But either way, they're kind of admitting it's canon, right? Either way.
That's his way of saving face, basically. I mean,
right. I hear you. Yeah,
they don't see it that way, but that's what they did to themselves. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty pathetic though that they would do it either way, right? Regardless of what it is they're doing. Yeah. I mean, it would fall under fair use, as anybody would. Anybody who knows anything about anything would say it would be parody's fair use, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
Most of the time, parody is protected.
Right. Yeah. That is pathetic.
Well, something else is that YouTube has sent all non-essential personnel home, and so they're leaving the robots to run the site.
Which makes no sense whatsoever. Right? I mean, that claim is idiotic.
Hey, Zach. Hey, Zach. What? You got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you? And that is an official quote from Warner Brothers.
Are you drunk again?
Yes.
I could tell. Around the time we started talking about abortion, your voice just kept elevating in pitch until you were on the top penthouse floor. I mean,
what are you drinking?
Rum and Diet Coke.
Rum and Diet. It's gotta be.
That sounds terrible.
What is
rum and Coca-Cola go down to Point Coolmime, both mother and daughter working for Yankee Dollar.
Is that a song? I don't.
Yeah, it is an actual song.
Okay,
he just made it.
No, it's a real song. You can. We'll play it at the end of the show.
Oh, we will. Okay.
No, Jeremy makes those decisions, Ben.
No,
Jeremy, you are gonna make it, or I'm gonna come and I don't know, fuck you in the ass or something.
What was the song again? Oh no, please don't hurt me.
Rum and Coca-Cola.
Rum and Coca-Cola. Oh, he puts the lime and then the Coke and then the.
No, rum and Coca-Cola go down to Point Coolmime, both mother and daughter working for Yankee Dollar.
Okay. Is that the whole title or?
No, that's the chorus of the song.
Okay.
That'd be awesome if that was the title, though.
No, the title is just Rum and Coca-Cola.
All this shit that's going on, I got so spooked this week that it's like I had trouble functioning, I'll be honest. It's like I get in these states of mind where it's like I get curious. I'll start researching a serial killer, and I'll probably forget most of what I researched, by the end of the week. But it's like it contributes to this certain state of mind that I sometimes like to, give into. And then one mention of something off kilter in a serial killer research leads me off in some other direction towards some political scandal or some cover up or, this shadowy cult or whatever. And before you know it, I'm eating a terror sandwich, basically, with like
right.
Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka as the bottom bun. And like, the Chris Benoit, like double murder suicide as the burger. And then like Corey Feldman and Corey Haim, like rampant abuse as kids, and all these other things that I start looking into, they become like ingredients in this one giant sandwich. And it's like, the other day I was leaving for work and I thought I saw somebody hunkered down behind one of the cars. and I was sneaking around, to so I could, get a better look and maybe confront them. It was just the thing that the water hoses kept on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I get I do the same thing. I go down. I'll follow tons of rabbit holes and go nuts on
See, I leave
researching
it like
things.
yeah, I leave it like 4:30 a.m. in the morning, and so it's like pitch black out, and I could swore I thought somebody was hunkered down, and I wanted to get the jump on them, or at least confirm, But no, thankfully it was just the receptive
Mothman.
water hose. Yeah.
Yeah, the freaking Mothman.
Yeah, it like when I go out, because I've been like stuck at home for the past couple weeks, and the only time I've really like gone out is to go to the store to get groceries, and it's like eerily empty for for what it usually is. So yeah, there's definitely that sense of like anytime I see someone out, it's just like I'm looking at something that I'm not supposed to see.
I'm just ready for this quarantine to be over. I hate it.
I think
I fucking hate it too.
I think people are starting to see that there's a bit more bullshit around it than we were initially led to believe. I'm noticing more and more reporters are starting to say, well, this expert says that, he's backtracking his claims, and I'm looking at the numbers, and there's like worldwide, we have a human population worldwide of, from what I understand, to be 8 billion by 2018, 7 or 8 billion.
I'm not that sophisticated. I'm just like, I'm tired of jerking off and I want to go have sex with my girlfriend.
Oh, you can't see her right now?
What?
You can't go see her?
Not under these circumstances. This is like, I'm tired of having sex with the hole in my wall, and I wanted this all to fucking end so we can go have sex with my girlfriend.
Yeah, I bet your neighbors are too.
Think about the implications of social distancing. And like I said, I've been practicing social distancing and self-isolation for most of my adulthood. So I've got the jump on a lot of people. But imagine if the implications of us coming to accept those two things as everyday life and how we deal with each other, how much power that would give the government over us more than they already have. It's essentially, it even goes against the idea of secular humanism. At the end of the day, that would fall under anti-human, because it essentially is to stay away from anyone who's sick, act like they've got treat them like they've got a gun. Well, in the 90s, when AIDS was, we were learning about AIDS, these same people who are acting that way now and saying, stay inside, fuck your freedom, I don't want your sickness, they're the same people who would have in the early 90s said, there's a lot of myths about HIV, you can't get it from, touching someone. They're the same people. It's just the coins landed on the other side. Horseshoe theory, they say, right?
I still keep wondering though if there isn't something more to it that we don't know.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot more to it. For all the governments,
there's got to be. There's got to be.
I don't know if it's some Cold War thing, if it's a psyop, if it's a little of this, column A and column B, but there is definitely something that was big enough to affect all these huge, massive moving parts that we call, planet Earth. So I think it's a very sophisticated thing that whatever you can imagine that would affect all these different political structures and nations, wherever your mind will take you, that has that kind of complex effects, it's got to be something there. Maybe
there's a Chumbawamba song called "Pass It Along," and it has lyrics that say things like pass it along by word of mouth, save yourself, don't leave the house, a virtual office in a virtual home means you never have to drive through the wrong part of town. It's just like that's more prescient now than it ever has been.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you that there are at least multiple factions trying to milk it for all it's worth for their own individual purposes, right? I mean,
Yeah, see, the thing is, I wonder. Okay, so they're obviously milking it. I wonder if like they didn't have something set like in place, like just a plan. Like say something comes along, okay, we're going to use this, whether it's real or not. Which, in my opinion, it is real, but it's still like Jeremy said, over exaggerated. It's like that comes along, so they're going to fit it into the narrative that they already had written out.
Well, Chumbawamba released that back in the '90s when like the internet was a fairly new mainstream thing, and where they were like concerned about like the atomization of American culture. So it's something that was like fully that was like completely prescient. But no, I actually agree with you that I wonder if there is like a certain agenda where they want to accelerate like atomization and just tell people like, hey, stay in your home and like don't interact with anyone, because that way you won't be able to start any sort of like cohesive social movement.
Yeah, I mean, there's something is not right about the whole thing. There's something stinks about the whole situation.
Under any other circumstances, wouldn't you want everyone to just tell you, "Hey, stay at home. It's okay," and have fun?
That's so freaking weird, because it's like only now am I wishing I had some like a reason to go out, like working or going to school or something. It's like most of the time I'm complaining about those things, but now it's like I'm just happy going to the freaking Sam's Club. Like we went to Sam's today, and it was this freaking bright point of my week.
Like my view is like to me the rational viewpoint is stay in for like a few weeks just to make sure we can like kind of get an understanding of what's going on. But the people who are like trying to push that, oh, this is the new normal, this is how you should be, is like stay inside permanently and don't ever come back out. I'm very skeptical of that.
Yeah, did y'all see where Trump, like I think it was like an hour or two ago? Well,
no, we were here though.
Yeah, he said the whole thing's extended to April 30th.
Really?
Yep.
Shit.
Like I don't think that April 30th is entirely unreasonable. But I definitely think the people who are talking about like, oh, this is the new normal, this is how it's going to be from here on, you're always going to like be working from home and whatever. I'm skeptical of those people, because it seems like they're saying is just like, no, stay in like your own little bubble, don't interact with others, don't try to form any kind of cohesive social movement that could ever overthrow the bullshit where we have fucking authority. It's like
I'm skeptical.
I can't buy that.
I'm skeptical, of it all because of the fact that it just seems like such a massive power grab. I mean, it just seems like. I've never seen anything quite like it, right? I mean, where it's just a massive power grab, and also, I mean, there seems to be a lot of folks that are, scientists in the particular field of viruses and immunology or whatever, who are speaking out saying this is a way crazy overreaction, and that there are also people coming out saying there's no difference in the mortality rate year on year from what we're seeing in these various different countries, right? There's not a whole lot of evidence to show that there's a greater mortality rate for month to month, year on year, from like Italy is supposedly, my understanding, terrible as far as handling influenza outbreaks in their country all the time, and there's been higher mortality rates within the past 5 years with Italy, that there doesn't seem to be any real uptick in mortality rates. I mean, it just seems something's going on. I don't know what it is, but And maybe the information I got and decided there is wrong, right? Maybe there is a higher mortality rate in Italy than in the past few years, but I've seen some fairly compelling evidence to show that they've got a lot of problem with smoking, a terrible infrastructure for handling healthcare, and they've got huge pollution in northern Italy, and that they got a high mortality rates there year on year for respiratory failure because of these things, and that this year is actually lower in mortality rate in these particular months than past years. So I mean, something doesn't smell right to me. So.
Right. We had Christoph Paul from Clash Books on last week, and he talked about there was a high rate of people who smoked in Italy, and that was probably why they had a higher rate of problems with the coronavirus. And and when we look at at Hong Kong and Taiwan, they've supposedly been having downturns. China claims they've been having downturns, though there's reason to be skeptical of that there. And and as someone pointed out, if you're saying Hong Kong and Taiwan have had downturns while China is claiming they've had no new cases, are you saying that Taiwan and Hong Kong are not part of China? That's something to look at. But it does seem, there's definitely reason to be concerned about the spread of the virus, but at the same time, there's reason to be concerned about all these people who are saying oh, see, this is an example of why freedom doesn't work. We need a strong central state to tell us all to stay inside and never leave the house, and all of that. It's just I start to be concerned when people start talking like that.
Right, and then there's also the question as to the reporting, right? So it's my understanding that, the bulk of the humans that are passing have other prior conditions that most likely were the main culprits, right, for their downturn, right? And they just so happen to have this virus on top of it, right? So they're counting each one of these deaths as a virus-related death, whereas they would have expired either way, right? Regardless of whether or not they had the virus, right? So, I mean, it just seems like they're conflating the numbers or compounding the numbers or artificially inflating the numbers. Are they doing it on purpose? Maybe not. Maybe it's just some weird psychological problem that we have as humans now, that we have so much data that we can actually hyper focus on a particular disease in a way that we've never been able to do so in the past, and we're like having an OCD attack, right? And it's a cultural OCD attack where we're just obsessing over an illness in a way that we've never done before, right? We're just hyper focusing on something. I don't know. It might be a psychological phenomenon, akin to say, hunting for witches or whatever the case may be, But there does seem to be a legitimate concern about how they are cataloging the deaths and attributing them to the COVID-19, whereas, if the person's got 3 other underlying health conditions and they just so happen to have COVID-19, do you really need to catalog that as a COVID-19 death? Probably not, right? And they say that in Italy, 78% of those deaths that were cataloged probably should not have been cataloged as solely attributed to COVID-19.
Right. I think that's probably is the case where we're more focused on it than we ever been before. It's I kind of feel like there's I kind of go both ways. On one hand, I I kind
mean,
of
I'm just
think
talking speculation. This is all speculation. This entire conversation is just thinking out loud, humans. But go ahead, Ben.
right. I was gonna say like there probably is like it's probably a good idea to like stay inside for like a few weeks and figure out and try to let people who are experts in the field try to figure out what we should do from here and like the if you're saying like this is all a hoax, we should go back to work. I kind of feel like there's probably like some credibility to the fact that telling people to just do that is basically asking for blood sacrifices to capital. But on the other is like there's probably reason to be like skeptical about it and worry that the powers that be are using this as an excuse to grab even more power and will not relinquish it when all of this passes.
I'm just worried that it's like each month, like we're going to get that thing April 30th check mark or checkpoint, and they're going to be like, nope, it's all the way to freaking August. Because you hear that, you hear August a lot. For some reason, they're like everyone's predicting it's not going to be over till August, and that just greatly depresses me.
Here's the thing.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a hoax, right? Yeah, I didn't say it was a hoax, but it could be a number of things, and it could be what I said, which is, we're hyper focusing on something, and potentially these models that we've created were horribly wrong, right? And we've overreacted. And if anybody said, like, this is like maybe even the worst case scenario is there's all kinds of different scenarios, right? But they're not telling us the truth regardless of what the scenario is. But one scenario is there's something about this that they're not telling us that's so horrible that they're making us do these things that we're doing, which is self-isolating, shutting down the economy, right? There's something about this virus that is just way more horrible than they're willing to let us know about, right? That's a justification. Or, right, we were hyper focused on this thing in an OCD manner, right? I'm talking about things that aren't conspiracy theories necessarily, right? Or at least not too far fetched. So an OCD scenario, right? Where say if it was the OCD scenario, where models were so ridiculous and that we overreacted in such a way that there's no way that anybody's going to say, all right, dude, it's like our model was just so screwed up, go back to work tomorrow, right? They've got to act as if it was the worst thing in the world for a little bit longer in order to save face, right? I mean, wouldn't they have to? If they just screwed up that bad, they'd have to just try to kind of play along for a little bit longer in order to make it so that they, we don't want to admit that we screwed up this bad, right? So, I mean, that's probably not a very likely scenario. The more likely scenario is that there's something about the virus that they're not willing to tell us about. Maybe it's something like one of those things that you hear about as far as tangentially, right, is that it causes like genetic damage, right, or that it's making all men sterile that have it, or it's so maybe it's like that's one thing that I've heard. Have you guys heard that? There's like it impacts your male reproductive organs to where that we could be looking at an extinction level event type of thing.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, so I mean that would somewhat make sense for the level of quarantine stuff, that if they knew that, even for the asymptomatic people who get it, it's still potentially destroying their reproductive abilities, right, in males or whatever. I could see.
My question is, what kind of freaking respiratory virus affects your reproductive organs? Like what?
Well, there's cells that are located in both your lungs and in your testes, is my understanding, right? And that these particular types of cells that this thing attacks, are more like folks that are Asian have more of these in their lungs than Caucasians, and Caucasians have more in their lungs, these little cell receptors, than say African Americans or whatnot, and that men have way more of these in their lungs than women. It's my understanding that the mortality rate in all age groups on men is double versus those of women. and that these same cell receptors are located in both, your lungs and your testes, is my understanding, and maybe other parts of your body as well. But there's a particular type of cell that it attacks.
Well, the reason I'm not as worried about this thing is because I stayed with a friend of the family while they were dying of a flesh-eating disease.
Yeah, you told us about that. Yeah, that you think you have a magical immune system. Yeah,
I held their hand. I didn't suit up or wear any of the protective stuff. I did use sanitizer on my hands, and I even rubbed it on my face like it was aftershave. But I never got anything from them. I didn't, not even the sniffles or anything. Okay, so that's how I trust myself to not be affected. But I'm also boosting my immune system, and we should all be trying to do that with zinc,
alcohol.
I guess alcohol, but also zinc, because it builds a wall that these invasive cells can't get over, basically. And also echinacea and golden seal. That's another supplement I've been taking to fortify my body against this mystery monster. So,
okay, be honest. Have you ever bought a supplement off InfoWars?
I haven't bought any off of InfoWars, but I did buy a multivitamin, and I take it daily. And I also do. I've also started doing body weight exercises 3 times a week.
Yeah, I mean, I take multivitamins and vitamin C.
That's
and
good.
I practice no fap.
But if you're asking if I've ever purchased Brain Force or bone broth off the InfoWars website, nah. I like Alex. I think that he brings.
I'll sell you some bone broth. I can make it daily.
Alex is pretty accurate as far as what's eventually going to happen, and when it does, they just eschew him and write him off as, oh, even a broken clock's right 2 times a day.
What's Alex's take on the coronavirus situation?
I don't know, man.
You haven't watched them lately?
I did the other day, and I can barely remember, but one thing that did stick out to me when he looked straight into the camera and he said, everything we've been telling you for the last 20 years is finally is coming true. And I could see it, as I looked at everything around us, I could see what he's talking about, Yeah,
I mean, am I willing to go to, is this some final end game play by the globalists to lock us all down? I don't know about that, but it is the strangest thing that I've seen, that so many countries seem to be in lockstep on this approach, right? But there are countries that are not, like Mexico and Brazil are like, we're not doing this.
Was it the president or prime minister of Mexico? How do they do their thing there? They have a president, right?
Yeah.
That guy, I actually found myself agreeing with him when he said, they're telling you to social distance. They're saying don't hug or shake hands. You have to hug. That's what human beings do. And I found myself agreeing with him. How can you tell people not to hug their loved ones no matter what? I mean, and I found myself agreeing with the guy. Yeah.
It's interesting. We'll see what it shakes out. I mean, they can't necessarily hide what the results are going to be in Mexico for them ignoring this particular approach to handling this virus, right? I mean, you can't tell me that there's no virus in Mexico. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's not raising the alarm. Like, who are some other countries that weren't up in arms about this?
Brazil's the only one I can think of off the top of my head, but Mexico and Brazil.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because apparently in Mexico and Brazil, the gangsters there have started imposing curfews because They think the virus is real, while Bolsonaro thinks it's not.
This is in Mexico or Brazil?
Brazil.
Huh. I've not heard that. That's interesting.
Wait. You said a gang is imposing curfew, and the
Yeah, the street gangs in Brazil, they're imposing curfews.
and they are in opposition to the president, or are they his arm?
No,
They're in
opposition,
opposition.
at least on the front, on the face of it.
Well, how can they impose curfew? They must have a weak military.
By threatening to beat the shit out of people.
And the president's not doing anything about that?
Well, I mean, Bolsonaro can only do so much.
Right.
Well, he's actually a fairly hardcore conservative, if I remember correctly, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's basically a fascist.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So that's what they tell.
But
That's what
he
they say.
can't even control his own streets. That's a horrible fascist, isn't it? unless it's like he makes them. He asks them. He pays them to like play it that way, right? Is that possible?
It's possible.
Well, the street gangs have had sway in Brazil for so long. It's kind of hard to get rid of them overnight.
So it's fascism versus anarchy over there, huh?
Somewhat.
Or fascism versus organized crime.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't think that the street gangs constitute anarchy, but I am an anarchist.
Organized
so I'm biased.
crime. He's like he said, organized crime. I don't think that's a biased take. You said gangs that are imposing curfew by threatening to beat the shit out of people. I mean, that's not a positive.
I think that's more accurate than.
Israel's also going against the grain on this as well.
They are? I thought they were leading the charge.
No.
Well, not quite. They've apparently been even more hardcore against the Gaza Strip. But, I mean, I personally expect Israel to hate Palestinians more than they do value the lives of their own citizens.
Yeah. And that's an issue you could get lost in. I mean, there are people who have been having that argument like every day for decades, not just years, but decades, and never get anywhere. The Israel and Palestine problem, man, that's talk about problems with no solutions. Hello?
There's no solution there that I can think of.
Right. We all had to think about it. Yeah. Jeez, man.
Zach might be able to figure it out.
I have no clue.
Okay.
I thought you would have I thought you'd have a Christian solution, which is new crusade, get in there, take it all over, kick everybody out.
The position of
nothing about.
The position of like American evangelicals seems to be like support Israel no matter what, because that's going to bring about the end times.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
Bring about the end times. That's cool. No, that has been like the American like evangelical position for like years.
Jews are the apples of God's eye. That's what I heard every time.
At least the one that they want to focus on, right? So that you think they're a bunch of kooks.
I have heard that said often. Jews are the apple of God's eye. But it was Jesus' own people who turned him over, right? To
the hashtag chosen people.
But I'm just glad that I don't have to be responsible for pregnancies, Palestine, or Israel. So there were
you
some
should
books
be.
No, I shouldn't. There are some books that I did want to mention, but first, I understand Zach popped his cherry for delicious tacos, and his reaction actually surprised me because I think he went in favoring the author a lot more than when he left the book. So, what's that about, Zach?
What was it again? Oh yeah, finally some good news. Overall, I liked it quite a bit. I didn't like the end because something happened. I guess it's not necessarily excusable. It's annoying, but I can't say don't read the book because of it. It was
Just say it.
I don't want to spoil it.
We can't have a discussion if you don't.
Just say
Okay,
spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. A freaking dog dies. That's my thing, pet peeve. A dog is murdered. I'll clarify.
That because a dog dies in Elaine, and you didn't mention that.
This was different. It was more mean-spirited.
Mm.
Oh,
But overall, I liked the book quite a bit. It was very emotional, but I could never really get a sense morally what he was kind of promoting. It just seems sort of like nihilistic, like the apocalypse is happening, not like the actual apocalypse, but like a nuclear apocalypse. And it's kind of funny because it's similar to what we're facing today. The main character is happy because of all this. It seems like just because he doesn't have to go to work, and it's not presented in like an ironic way. That's the thing. It's kind of weird. I don't know if it was supposed to be, and I just didn't pick up on it. But overall, it's an interesting book. I wouldn't say it's probably not going to be one of the best things I read this year, but it's definitely one I would check out. And the writing style, I will say the writing style is pretty awesome.
You know, I actually stopped reading a book once because a dog was killed in it. It was Samurai versus Robo Dick by Steve Lowe. And
Is he the dude that did You Are Sloth or something?
Yeah. But I mean, this dog was murdered by the main character just because he was annoyed with the dogs barking or something. And it was done so callously and over the top that I'm like, how could I ever continue reading about this protagonist when he's done the unthinkable, you know? So this early on, and I dropped the book right there, and then I said, I don't ever want to talk about this book again when I reviewed it. And nobody brought it up again. So, but yeah, I've stopped reading for that. But didn't did you make it through Jack Ketchum's Red?
Yeah.
Because that was a revenge story, and he got his revenge for his dog, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, Red's pretty good.
Okay. I think there's actually a website, doesthedogdie.com. Strange told me about it once, where you can, it's specifically devoted to finding all those instances in movies and books and whatnot where dogs die. To warn you, which I don't know.
It's horrible when it happens. It's just like it tugs at your freaking heartstrings.
It does. But I mean, it does when I see cats mistreated in movies or in books too, you know, like in that movie Cat Sick Blues from a few years ago, where this mentally challenged Down syndrome kid comes by and picks up this cat that's being rehabilitated by her owner because she broke her leg, and he just picks her up and chucks her out the window for no reason because he's playing and doesn't know any better. And it's like,
what is that in?
Cat Sick Blues.
Oh, wow.
And the girl's screaming at this retarded kid, you know, for killing her cat. And frankly, I don't blame her. You know, I'd choose the cat over the retard too, you know, but, but that changed the whole dynamic of that movie for me. I couldn't keep watching.
So that site that tracks those, does it, if the dog is if the dog fetus is aborted, do they count those on that site?
I don't think dogs have conceive of abortion. They just do the thing, and it's never questioned. You know, they just accept
their
role.
The thing happens, and then at the end there's a thing.
That's the great thing about animals. They accept their role in life without question, without even resignation. They just do it. You know, that's
right.
But they're not as advanced as humans, obviously. So
right.
That's something I expected to be people upset about in Elaine is the fate of the cat and the dog in that, and I surprisingly haven't heard anything about that.
I'm blanking on it. I should remember, but I don't.
Honestly, I am too.
Yeah. So
I was too busy trying to figure out what was going on.
Who's cat and who's dog?
Well, the cat that belongs to the preacher dies, and so does the dog that belongs to Elaine.
Yeah, I don't remember this. Jeez.
Is it right there at the
Oh,
very
wait.
beginning?
No,
No,
I mean the cat is at the beginning, but he dies toward the end.
I do remember the old lady getting shot by Matt, the police officer. Was he a police officer?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But isn't there a dog that's aggressive, and the aggressive dog gets killed? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that people care about aggressive dogs getting killed.
I also finished Son of Hanover Block. Anybody else finish it in this little?
I read it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, who's the hack fraud that wrote that shit?
Some
Ben,
dumb
Zach, did
jackass.
you guys read that yet?
I don't think they've read
Yeah,
any of those.
I bought the first one. I still need to read it.
Oh, okay.
But no, I bought all three volumes, and I need to get around to them at some point.
When Hanover Block was a standalone title, the first one, really dug it. Didn't expect there to ever be a sequel. I read, what was it? Was it Bride of Hanover Block? Yeah. Read that and found it just didn't match up. It wasn't a powerhouse like the first one was. Then I read this one, and it's my favorite one yet. We find out more about the agent with who's missing a hand.
Right.
I noticed in the beginning that you incorporated what I'm sure was some research from that guy who tricked his daughter and locked her up in a dungeon for 20 years or more.
Right.
Joseph Fritzl, and she had 7 kids down there, and only 3 of them survived or something. And
yeah, something like that.
He even threw one of them when it died in the furnace.
Yeah.
Jeez, what a monster! And that was in
Yeah.
Austria, I think. So you modeled the guy, the antagonist in the beginning after him,
right? At least inspired by those. Yeah.
And then we find out that I think the creatures of Hanover Block, these big fleshy things, these tumorous masses, they finally get a name. I don't remember them being called mounds until this book. Maybe
they were called mounds in the first book. Remember, because they were called mound. The people that were getting with them were called mound pounders.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, but there are allusions made to other creatures,
right.
in the same vein as the mounds, in a book that a certain character comes across, like a little 3-foot imp that's called a Norl, Norl, and also vultures that wear lipstick.
Yeah.
They're called cog snacks.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're not actually going to see any cog snacks or Norls show up in the last Hanover Block book. But if there were a way to make that happen and not lose plausibility in the overall plot, that would probably be kind of cool. I don't know whether you've said you're not going to reveal, but right. I have a feeling that they're just to complement the concept of mound being seen by crazy people. I don't know.
Right.
But I am intrigued with the imaginary friend of a certain character and how he ties into the mounds, because he hops a fence to get a closer look at one in a very tough to navigate location, I'll just say.
Right.
And that's never explained why he did that.
Right.
So
yeah, you get the answers as to what is up in the final book. So,
and this author, was it an author? The female, was she an author, or is she one of the subjects of
No, she was the author of the book, right? She was the one that had the concept of interviewing people who had persistent hallucinations throughout their lives or whatnot, and then having a police sketch artist draw out what they described them as, what they'd look like, these hallucinations, and then they'd hire like fantasy book cover artists or other folks to make a little bit more elaborate depiction of these hallucinations that these people that were clinically insane had. Yeah.
So she'll be a prominent character in the last book.
Yeah, because she ends up being the, that she, you read it, so that she ends up being a kind of a caretaker of the broken protagonist. Yeah.
Are these novels or novellas?
The first three are novellas technically, right? I mean, and the last one is a novel. I mean, it depends on who you talk to. I mean, I guess this one is probably a novel, depending on. I think like this one's a novel if you go by Horror Writers Association rules, and then the fourth one is a novel if you go by like Science Fiction Writers Association rules, right? So, but yeah, they're all short novels, let's say.
Yeah, that was one book I read this week. Also read Reading the Palms of Dolls, which wasn't a masterpiece, but it was interesting enough. It was about this kid named Jesse who's grown, who's raised in this, in isolation, and he has a fear called scopophobia, I think, where he wears a mask because he panics. He basically like freaks out if anybody can see his face.
Huh.
So he wears a mask, and he's raised in an environment where his mom wears these freaky masks when she comes to deliver food to his room and stuff. And she's psycho too. But, one day he leaves the comfort of this home he's been locked up in all his life, and he meets this other outcast, a girl named Rabbit, and she's caught up with this new agey cult, that's pretty shady, and just a real interesting book. The character Jesse, he learns some things about himself and the world around him at large, and is better for it, as Stewie from Family Guy would say. And yeah, but
what's that book called? That sounds pretty good.
Reading the Palms of Dolls.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that concept. I like that concept.
Yeah, this week I'm still reading The Lucky Star by William T. Pullman. I'm probably going to be reading that for a while.
You're going to be reading that all year.
Yeah. But I did finish reading The Spectacle of the Society. And I actually did enjoy reading that book, but it's probably one that makes more sense to read after you've read other leftist theory, especially Max Stirner and Karl Marx. I also read Comaville by Kevin Bigley from Clash Books, which I really enjoyed reading. It's it's about this guy who was in a bicycling accident, and he's in a coma, and it goes between him in this coma dream world and his family handling this, the fact that he is in a coma. And I think it's a really great book. The storyline of him being in this coma world it's really good. It's really imaginative. It does a good job of like capturing what a dream world is really like versus the like interactions of his family in the real world. It feels very real, very intense, and it like so far it's probably one of the best books I've read this year. So I highly recommend that. I think it's been kind of lost like in the craziness of everything that happened this month since it was released this month. I highly recommend that. And there was another book I read. I don't want to say the name or title because it was sent to me as like something to review by a new author. But But it's basically about an alienated student becoming a right-wing terrorist, and I think that one was a really good book too. It was it had a very canny observation of academic politics in current times and how insufficient they are for opposing authoritarianism, and it had a look at how like aesthetically fascism is appealing to people, especially to alienated young men. And I did pitch it to two Clash books, and I'm kind of hoping they pick it up because I think it's a really good book.
That does sound pretty interesting.
Very nice.
After I finished the Delicious Tacos book, I decided to finally freaking just jump into something I should have done a long time ago. That's read the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Because the thing is, I've never read a single fantasy. Well, I take that back. I've read one fantasy book in my life, and I'm just finally deciding to like plunge into it and try it out.
What was the one fantasy book you read in your life?
What is it? It was. I think it's called Prisoner of the Horned Helmet, but it was in this. That might not be the title. It was in this series of books, based around these paintings that this dude did. Yeah, that one. The Frank. Yeah. And it was a pretty. It's just kind of so-so.
Oh, I've got that art piece. I used to have it framed up on my wall, so that's what that was from. Huh?
It's a freaking amazing cover. I've got to say the cover is like way better than the book.
So Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer series.
Yeah,
Frazetta's the illustrator, and James Silk wrote it.
Yeah, the thing is, it just felt so lukewarm. I wanted it to be just super epic, and it wasn't.
So this falls in that like
Sword and Sorcery.
Post dawn of civilization. What is it? Hyborian age or Hyperborean age, where with Conan and Solomon, or not? Conan and Bran McMorn and all those Robert E. Howard type creations.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no clue.
It says before Atlantis rose. So, I mean, I guess that's around the Hyborian age.
So, what are you thinking about the Lord of the Rings trilogy thus far?
I'm literally like 5 pages in, so I don't have.
Oh, okay. You loving it? You loving it? I've not read it. I've only read The Hobbit.
I'm going to warn you, they're good to read at least once, and you probably will get some rewarding, thoughts out of it. But Tolkien, he was kind of a long-winded in his descriptions and getting to the point. You may be better off seeing the movies if you haven't, and then trying to read the books, because he spends a lot of time, talking about shit that we don't really care about, like food and where they stopped every day on the journey, instead of getting to the real, meat. He picks out a lot of gristle. That's one thing I've had with Tolkien,
should I have started with The Hobbit?
Maybe.
I've heard it's not necessary. Some people say.
I found The Hobbit to be a lot more readable than the Rings trilogy, personally. But you don't need to have read The Hobbit to read the trilogy.
Yeah. One of the things that's so far annoying me about The Lucky Star by William T. Fullman is much of the first half of the book. It's about this character named Neva that everybody at this bar called the Y Bar is absolutely in love with, and she's like a lesbian and everything. And like there's a trans woman, a retired policeman, and an alcoholic who's in love with her, and like she goes there and like has sex with them, and like sort of offers this sort of like artificial love to them. The thing is, like almost like most of the first part of the book is about her like background, and like who she was as a child, as a teenager, and all of that. But then, like after all of that, there's apparently a storyline with the retired policeman trying to find out who she is, at who she was before she became Neva. So it's just really annoying. It's just like we know all of this, and why is the retired policeman doing this investigation? It's just really annoying. It's like you're doing an investigation of who someone was, but we know who this person was.
I tried to read Ice Shirt by Volman, and I find him to be very dry and almost tedious, but there must be something I'm missing with him for him to be so acclaimed in an underground way, right?
He has good ideas. He's just not very good at delivering them. It's just like it's like I'm like, why did you tell us everything about who this person is when most of this storyline is apparently about trying to find out who this person is? I know it's just like I'm trying to push past this, and the royal family. I think it does this a lot better because it does introduce a mysterious character who we don't know anything about, and much of the book is about discovering who this character is about. But the Lucky Star, it introduces this character, it tells us everything about them, but then treats them like a mysterious character that the main character is trying to find everything about. Is just like, oh, no, we know who this character is. What the fuck are you doing?
Dude, that reminds me exactly of this other horror novel I read by, I think it's Stephen George, called Bloody Valentine, where the whole premise is like these people were like part of like a profiling thing, like when criminal profiling was in its infancy, and they came up with a profile, and then the profile became like an actual killer and started killing people, kind of like a tulpa. Well, okay, so this is explained at the onset, but not all the people believe that like it's actually happening, like they think there's a real killer. But very early on, it shows a freaking ghost dude killing someone, and it's obvious it's the tulpa. But the whole freaking novel is dragged out by them like going back and forth whether or not this is a real supernatural occurrence or not, when you already know it is. It's one of the most annoying novels I've ever read.
That's highly annoying. Yeah.
I think I wrote that one like a super long review for Silent Motorist Media, which sucks because that means
a totally valueless review. But yeah,
exactly.
I get you.
Yeah, because reviews are valueless. Okay,
Comaville is going to be my first review of the year, and yeah, like according to you, it's like there's no value in it. I wasted my time making that. Yeah.
You can never express how you felt as you were reading that.
Okay, I'm backtracking a little bit. A little bit. I still think
you better.
There's some.
Here's another one I gotta mention. I really liked this one, The Debt Hex, about this couple who starts out, they marry young, and they just absolutely adore each other.
That's a good cover.
And and the guy Chad, the main character Chad, he has plans to he wants to be a doctor, and so he does all his schooling to get to that point. What do you call it?
Medical school.
Yeah, I guess medical school. I thought there was a different term for it, but yeah, he's going through that and he's learning firsthand all the basically the grind of life that it takes to get there. To get a nice house that's affordable. Not get too much in debt. Then there's a baby on the way, and pay back loans, et cetera, and every time him and his wife are dealt some new blow, it's like his wife is given over to depression very easily, and he kind of has to snap her out of it and say, we'll get through this, we love each other, that's all that matters, everything else we can live with, and it gets to a point where they only see each other an hour a day, and that's as one's coming and one's going, So, yeah,
Blood sacrifice to capital.
yeah, more or less. As a matter of fact, very much. Yes. In fact, the second half of the book, it's very much a riff on that. But it's more like a blood sacrifice of capital, not to capital, because this little fella in the pig mask decides to strike out and basically give the super ultra rich, I mean the top of the food chain, scum of the earth types, the Rothschild types, right? Who go out of their way to commit crime without thinking of the consequence, and they get away with it. This guy puts them through absolute hell, in these little jigsaw like death traps. And they're death traps in the same way as Saw, where you have to basically be omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent, all-seeing and be able to anticipate every iota of human behavior to a T in order to pull off. But he does it.
So, in other words, blood sacrifice to capital.
It's wish fulfillment, though. But
yeah, it's more of a eat the rich kind of a situation. Yeah, yeah.
But it's so much fun that you don't care. At least I didn't.
I've never heard of this book. It looks pretty good.
Now, there are spelling or grammatical errors, but I can forgive it just because it had a spirit about it that told you this author isn't stupid. Maybe he just got excited and didn't care to go back and spell check, or maybe he's just all heart and no brain.
Was it self-published?
Let's see. Create Space. So yeah.
That's probably it.
Probably.
Like
I can forgive even with small presses grammatical and spelling errors if the book is otherwise good.
I can too if the book has enough heart, and this one did. I feel like in the beginning he's telling instead of showing. It's almost like
a good writer learning how to write while he's writing the book.
Yeah. But by the second half, when this pig character comes along, he goes by the name Rich Pigler.
That's a little bit on the nose.
On the nose, yeah, that's what you call that.
Now, whenever he introduces himself to his victims, these rich victims, he says, Rich Pigler, and they say, Rich Pigler. He says, Rich Pig Killer. You got to say it real fast to get it, Rich Pigler. Yeah. You almost have to trip over the
nice.
G.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Rich Pig Killer. Yeah. I read a book this week, Jeremy, that made me think of you. It's called The Burned Tower by a Russian couple. And they've written a couple other books that I've read. But this one, it was about this guy who was transporting 4 caged beavers to a rendezvous point where he's going to get paid to transport these beavers, right? Mm-hmm. So just the fact that there were beavers made me think of you because you're such a big beaver fanatic.
I just liked that book, man.
No, you love beavers. You're you're the beaver guy.
Beaver was great.
People are going to start buying you like little beaver figurines and stuffed animals and plushies and stuff like that.
Like they did walruses for Kevin Donaghy for a while.
Yeah, so that's what you're going to be getting. Yeah, so there's the guy goes over like a bump or something, and he goes to check out what's going on with the beavers in the back of his truck. One of them gets loose, gets into the water nearby, right, and then the Pied Piper, I guess, comes along and says, "Hey, man, I'll get this beaver back for you if we make a deal. We'll make it. You got to take me to some place, right? And I'll get this beaver back. So that's the setup for the story. But it just made me think of you because
you got to give me more than that. What is
well, the Pied Piper kind of makes him talk about his troubled. The truck driver's troubled past. kind of helps him get through. It's like a novella, short story kind of thing. So I don't want to give it away too much, but I wouldn't recommend it though. I guess
You would not.
no, I would not recommend it. I would recommend these guys wrote a book called. Actually, I would probably recommend the other two books that I read by these guys or this couple. The one's called Vita Nostra, and that's a really good book. And then the other one is called The Scar, and that's also good, but not as good as the Vita Nostra. Yeah, there's a Russian couple, and these are like I've read all the books that they've had translated into English so far, but yeah, I did enjoy the other books I've read by them. This one was okay, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'd recommend the other two books. Yeah, the Scar was interesting in that they took a risk and had the main character be such a unlikable prick from the very beginning, which is hard to kind of get into because he's just such an insufferable jerk. But that's like part of the entire point of the book is the fact that this guy is such a prick from the get-go, and it's all the things that happen to him after that change him, right? It's like the journey from being a complete prick into being a hero or a person that you can actually root for. So it's a very interesting choice that they made to have that be his story arc from being a insufferable prick to being somebody that you could actually care about. So they pull it off, but I can imagine that many people would quit reading the book in the first 30 or 40 pages, So.
Tor books. Tor has been the number one sword and sorcery epic fantasy publisher for as long as I've been alive. It feels
right.
like,
Yeah, I've read a lot of Tor books. Yeah. So this is good.
Are you a big fantasy guy, Greer?
Not big, no. I mean, I've read a fair amount of fantasy stuff. My favorite fantasy author, I guess, would be, I guess he's fantasy, is probably China Mieville. You ever read anything by him?
No.
He also wrote a book called The Scar, right, which is a better book than this book called The Scar. But and he also wrote a book called Perdido Street Station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, he's excellent. He's kind of like. His imagination and is incredible, right? He's got an incredibly rich imagination, like on par with say somebody like Clive Barker or something like that. So that guy's fantastic. So and his fantasy is not in any way like a Tolkien fantasy of any kind, right? It's a completely different thing. Completely worlds made from whole cloth. It's not based on any kind of medieval template or anything like that. His books are fantastic. The Scar is the second in a series, and our man Ben might like these books because he's into some hardcore left-wing politics as far as the author goes, and a lot of that kind of bubbles up a little bit in the books, but it's not so in your face that it annoys you. He's more concerned with monsters and cool things and settings, and that stuff's kind of in the background, like he might be seeding it in there a little bit, but he's more concerned with story and being creative and imaginative. So China Mieville's got some great stuff as far as fantasy goes.
Yeah, he's one I've been intending to read for a while. I'm probably gonna delay reading him now that the library's closed because of COVID-19.
Right.
Zach, I know you said you had been taking a break from reading Immanuel Kant because I think my plan for the rest of the year is I'm going to read one long book along with shorter books. So after I finish reading The Lucky Star. My plan is to read the Decline of the West by Oswald Spengler. What have you been reading, Zach?
Well, basically, just this week I read the Delicious Tacos book and started The Lord of the Rings. I've also been reading a book called Early Medieval Theology, but I doubt I'm going to be able to finish it before I have to turn it back into the library just because of campus things or moving out of campus and studying for tests and stuff. So I'm just going to kind of throw that one on the back burner.
Yeah, because I have been reading, looking into a lot of like more, left wing politics lately. So I guess I want to balance that out by reading Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West, which is, I guess that's more of an influence on a lot of like radical right wing types than it is left wing types. But my understanding is that it has been like it's been a huge influence on a lot of people. So that's one I feel like obligated to read.
Yeah, I might add that one too. This year I've been meaning to read way more political philosophy, and so far it's worked out. I've read some pretty good stuff. I think I'm getting this year and the end of last year mixed up because I know you had sent me a lot, and I pretty much read through them right when I got them. But who was it? John Bowden. Who else did you send me? You sent me Bowden.
Yeah, I sent you Jonathan Bowden. I did send you that A.D. Hitchin book, which I guess was less political and more just like kind of a neo-beatnik kind of work.
Yeah, I've also read, what is it? L.A. Rollins is The Myth of Natural Rights. And however you pronounce that dude's name, Ken Knudsen something, the critique of anarchist communism.
Yeah, he's kind of a individualist anarchist.
Yeah, I can say I don't agree with any of those people, but they're fun to read. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's the like individualist anarchists. They're kind of like a minority within a minority. I think like the most famous one in America is Benjamin Tucker, which I think is a very valuable kind of read, even though he's been pretty marginalized even among like anarchist authors these days. And he can be kind of dry at times because he's like very concerned with economics and so forth. What was his name? I think Kevin Carlson, I think is his name. I'm probably misremembering that, but he wrote Studies in Mutualist Political Philosophy. He's a really good individualist anarchist kind of writer. The problem is he's lately he's gone very much into that sort of, and I hate using this word, but it applies to him, that sort of SJW kind of wormhole. So he's kind of in that area on his Twitter and so forth, and it's really fucking annoying. It's it's kind of depressing now to look at like anarchist philosophers because of just how crazy everything has fucking gone.
Hey, Gregor, what are you thinking of Church Mouse so far? I got to know because, like I said, it's the greatest vampire series ever written so far.
I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I haven't gotten super deep. I'm about a third of the way through the first book, the Church Mouse book. I'm enjoying it quite a bit so far. Now, my guess is it. What's that?
Have you met Surge yet?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's like one of my favorite characters in fiction now.
Yeah, he's a really good character, and I can see where he's going to be expanded upon quite a bit. Right? I kind of think I understand where she's going with this character, and hopefully it opens up to the concept, and she, like I like to see a concept explored and really kind of like expanding and extrapolating on it to the extreme degree in a book. Hopefully she goes there, right? With the fact that these creatures are so old, and tries to truly get into the mindset of how these people would actually interact with humans and how they would actually treat them and consider them, right? So hopefully she really delves deep into that type of world building, and that it really kind of comes across as to, that we are just inconsequential, and that, they've experienced, humans in so many different varieties
Mhm.
and types over time that they can kind of just read our minds just by having like, okay, I've been through this about 1,000 times before. You're no different than any other human that we've ever encountered throughout our existence, and
And
hopefully,
their
yeah,
reasoning would be alien to us
right,
based on
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully she explores that in an interesting way, and that it really opens up that idea. So I'm looking forward to hopefully her getting deep into that and expanding on that kind of aspect of the book. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Yeah, and it looks like she went through like a vanity press or something like that to get this thing published. Unfortunately,
Help for Writers Ltd.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's limited or.
That sounds like a vanity press of some sort, but
I thought all those freaking went away.
Yeah, pro tip for any authors that are working today, don't go through a fucking vanity press. If you really need to self-publish, just go directly through Amazon. It's easy.
Right. Well, the thing is, Church Mounts, if I understand correctly, has been optioned for a movie. So,
I mean,
she's one of the few that was able to pull that off with. Yeah, I know Twilight was too, but
yeah. Well, Twilight wasn't self-published, but 50 Shades of Grey was originally self-published. So,
well, but the difference is that Church Mouse, I feel like it's actually quality literature and not like teen girl pandering erotica. It's like it's trying to actually suss something out.
Right.
That we could all relate to. It's definitely my favorite vampire series, more than Anne Rice. The only other vampire series I've ever read that captures my imagination about vampires in quite the same way is the Knuckle Supper series by. I don't even remember.
Yeah, don't spoil that.
Here's
I got that one on my Kindle.
Yeah, here's something funny I came across because for some reason I've gotten interested in failed Broadway musicals lately. There was apparently a Lestat musical that was like the songs were done by Elton John, and it was like a complete fucking failure that was like only on Broadway for a couple weeks.
Wow, I'd like to hear it though.
When was this?
I can't remember. I think it was like in the mid 2000s sometime.
I'd like to hear it though. Have you heard it?
I listened to a couple of the songs, and it's just like I couldn't get through one of them.
It's pretty terrible.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did for some reason like I got interested in a Spider-Man musical.
Oh yeah, that looks amazingly bad.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I tried listening to a few of the songs, and like the only one I can really get into is like the Green Goblin song. It's called "A Freak Like Me Needs Company" because for some reason in the musical, Green Goblin is a mutant rather than a guy in a suit. And
even an Osborn.
The thing is, like, the song is like amazing. It's like so ridiculously campy. It's like something you would expect a drag queen to sing. And it's like so fucking cheesy that it's entertaining.
Yeah, like, I've seen like a actual performance of that somewhere. Like they actually a clip of the performance on Broadway or something. It's just
and apparently like the main reason it failed is because they wanted to have all these like acrobatic kind of like high wire kind of moves, but all of the like Broadway theaters were not equipped for that. So they had to like the theater they debuted it in, they had to like put in the budget of like changing the entire theater so they could have these like high wire swinging acts. Like if they were going to do that, it would have made more sense to like debut it in like Las Vegas where there were like a ton of theaters that like had that kind of like capabilities because they were like made for like Cirque du Soleil kind of acts. But they did it in like an old Broadway theater where they didn't have the budget for that, and nobody like had the like technical know-how to how to do that. So they had like tons of Spider-Mans, people who were playing Spider-Man, like falling like the first night. It apparently had a preview on Broadway. The like guy who played Spider-Man, he like tumbled off a ledge several feet into the orchestra pit and broke a bunch of limbs. So that gives you an idea of just like how badly conceived it was.
Yeah, and didn't you two write the music for it? Like
well,
Bono
it wasn't
or you two.
Yeah, Bono and the Edge from U2 were the ones who wrote the music, and most of it is pretty fucking bad.
Oh yeah,
it's not good.
Ever happened?
What's that?
I remember a long time ago there was a Fangoria I was reading. And it had an article about an Evil Dead musical. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, they did that. I don't. It did happen. I don't think it was like a massive failure in the same way the Spider-Man musical was, but I don't think it was like a huge success.
I mean, I've not heard of that, but I imagine it was pretty small time business, though, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be super off Broadway.
Yeah, I know that apparently there was a Broadway Carrie musical, and apparently that was like one of the biggest like Broadway flops of all times.
Oh yeah, I bet it's hilarious though.
There was an American Psycho musical, and apparently that was a moderate success.
You remember the comic Evil Ernie from the 90s?
No, I don't know
what is
that.
it?
Well, wait, you've probably seen his image. He has the little evil smiley face button on his jacket or something.
Yeah, can you find it on really Google Images?
Yeah, I'm pulling him up here.
The name doesn't sound familiar, but maybe I'll recognize it if I see it. Yeah, no, I don't recognize that.
Anything ringing a bell?
Yeah, no, I don't recognize that.
No, I don't either.
Reminds me of not Van Halen, the Iron.
It does.
Eddie.
It does definitely look like a very 90s kind of comic.
There's areas with a
like,
little color button, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like something like along the lines of like the Max or something like that.
Yeah,
the Max is awesome. But yeah, Evil Ernie, there was a musical for Evil Ernie. I don't know why. I didn't even know it was popular enough to warrant a musical, but
yeah.
Back in the 90s, you know, they were snatching up all these comic properties to hopefully develop. Most of them didn't go anywhere because then they remembered how bad that original Fantastic Four movie was, the one that no one's seen. You know,
is it the Corman one?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the jeweler as a villain in it.
Yeah.
I've never even seen it, but I can just tell it's bad just by looking at it. That I think Dr. Doom may have been in it, but there was also a villain called the Jeweler.
Yeah, there was. Yeah,
and he looks like a male Wicked Witch of the West or something. Is basically.
Yeah, they couldn't afford to make it Mole Man, so they made him like the Jeweler. Yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I've seen like a recording of an off Broadway adaptation of Batman Arkham Asylum, A Serious House on a Serious Earth, and it actually it wasn't bad. It wasn't a musical, it was just a stage adaptation. The weirdest thing about it was that they put Harley Quinn in it, which made no sense in context of that graphic novel. I don't know if any of you have read that.
No.
Have you guys been up with what they're doing?
The Batman Man Who Laughs thing. That's that's pretty a fascinating idea, to be honest.
I don't
What's the deal?
Understand it. Okay, apparently Bruce Wayne in an alternate dimension got blasted with that Joker toxin that freezes their face and makes.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this. This is old, isn't it?
No, this is from the last year or two. And he wasn't the only one, though. There were several. But yeah, he had all these little evil Robins. He basically blasted a bunch of teenage kids with this stuff and turned them into his little evil Robins. And it's all sadomasochistic looking. But there were alternate dimension Batmans. Like there was a Batman who inherited the Speed Force from the Flash and named Red Devil or something, and then there was a Green Lantern Batman, which I don't remember what he went by, and then there was an underwater Batman, underwater Batwoman that called herself the Deep or something like that, or the Drown, and there was even a Doomsday Batman, and they all teamed up to take on like the real, like our Batman.
Yeah, apparently, like the Batman Who Laughs was very heavily influenced by Judd's Death from the Judge Dredd series, and I did recently pick up Batman Gotham by Gaslight, that Elseworlds comic, which is basically
that's
Batman
old too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Batman in Victorian times.
Yeah.
How does that work? Was it an ancestor or him and?
Well, no, it's an Elseworld, so it's obviously it's not canon.
It's just, basically.
So it's like Batman in Victorian Gotham City, except it's like, I guess the story is that Jack the Ripper had came from London to America in Gotham, and Batman is a Victorian vigilante taking him on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been around for a while, right? That comic's been out for a while.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most famous Elseworlds stories.
Right.
Elseworlds was basically DC's What If. Marvel had What If.
Essentially, yeah.
And DC had Elseworlds. There was another Elseworld story where Batman was a vampire, and I think that was probably
Batman Dracula.
Yeah, that one. That was
did he fight Dracula, or was he a vampire, or both?
Batman gets turned into a vampire by Dracula.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that this COVID-19 stuff is just going to wipe out comic shops across the nation. I mean, there's no way that those comic shops.
Movies.
Yeah.
Then all we'll have is movies. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been like loosely following the Comicsgate kind of thing because I'm not that into comics, but enough that I kind of see like where the Comicsgate people are coming from, and it's just like the way the comic professionals are handling COVID-19 is like, oh no, baby, what the fuck is you doing?
Right, yeah.
It's like you're handling this the worst way fucking possible. Stop it.
Here's how they're handling it, and you probably know what I'm about to pull up, Ben.
Yeah, by telling like everyone who's like saying, hey, maybe you should stop being a dick to everyone and just calm down and try to like focus on making good comics, and just telling them like, no, eat a bag of like pre-fucked dicks.
Here is the latest Marvel creation. The new Warrior.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Safe
space.
That is literally their names.
It's real.
Yeah, I mean, it's real, and Trailblazer is awesome.
Yeah, Trailblazer, a Native American woman with a magic backpack. What the fuck are you doing? Stop!
Hey, don't forget freaking screen time.
Screen time. A guy who was like turned, who is now permanently plugged into the internet because of internet gas. What the fuck?
Internet gas. Internet gas.
Yeah,
internet gas.
That would have been laughed out of like the mid-90s Hackers movie.
Right. And what are these outfits that they're wearing? I mean, what is that? You know,
you need to pull up
that's
another video.
That's another problem with them. The fucking outfits they're wearing is just like they're fucking boring. It's just like you're coming up with these weird, stupid ideas that are supposed to be like, oh, ultra relevant, but you can't even make them look exciting looking. They look fucking boring.
Yeah.
They look
pull
like
up the video of the dude talking about it, the comic creator.
Oh, the guy is just such a pathetic dude. You know, like,
it's just like I hate I hate falling back on these memes, but he looks like the embodiment of the stereotypical soy boy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Look, so that's Trailblazer, huh? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
She's obese, Native American, which is unfortunate implications right there. Her name is Trailblazer. Again, unfortunate implications. and she has a magic backpack like Dora the fucking Explorer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on, man.
Oh my god!
And like you have the 9 non-binary characters named Snowflake and Safe Space. It's like, what are you trying to do?
They
What
think they're
is
thumbing their
this?
nose at us, but they're only making themselves look really pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the
exactly.
thing is, like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, if you're non-binary, you're fake, blah, 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 blah. I know 9 non-binary people, and all of them think that this idea is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy's non-binary.
No, I have not.
Well, you don't have a penis nor a vagina, so you're obviously
I do have a penis. I just don't use it. This is the last great Marvel character that was created right here. This little guy right here, Dupe.
I've heard of this guy. Yeah,
He's like
I don't know
an
that.
X-Men Slimer. He's like the Slimer of the X-Men, but he's way cooler. He's a Deadpool character. He's in X-Force. This guy is awesome.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
even
even
word for
the
it.
only comics I've ever read have been horror comics.
Oh, really? What kind?
I've read I don't know if I still have them. I had the Jason versus Leatherface series.
Loved that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a one that was a Friday the 13th, like standalone graphic novel. That might be it. And Kevin Strange's comic. Like, I've just not read comics because I can't wrap my mind around them. It's like they're caught in between this weird world of like movies and fiction.
Yeah.
And I prefer one to the like. I'd rather just read a book or watch a movie than pick up a comic book.
Yeah, I think the last like horror comic I read was the Creep Show adaptation of the movie.
It's too late to get into comics now. If you're only 22, you said.
Yeah, I just don't.
At this point in time, there's no point. You know, unless you
read manga instead. Read manga instead.
You need to have started when you're like 10.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
12.
I did. Like, I picked up comics when I was little, and I didn't like them then either.
Oh, then you just got autism.
Well, I remember like back in the 90s that weird era where Superman was like divided into two things, where he was like a red and blue kind of weird kind of superhero, and where he didn't have like his super hearing and so forth. He was like an energy superhero.
Electric. He was like electric. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that I remember that. I remember reading like the Alpha Flight comic when I was a kid.
You probably love Puck.
Yeah, I remember seeing Puck. To be honest, I think I liked what was her name? She was like North Star's girlfriend. I can't remember her name, but I liked her more.
Morris.
I can't remember. But I do remember the Omega Flight showing up with Brain Drain and all the other like weird supervillains at the time. That was pretty fun.
My first comic was The Death of Superman. That's what got me into comics. I saw in the news that they were killing off Superman, and I'm like, well, I've seen the movies. I've got to know what this is about, you know? And I followed that whole story arc through the reign of the Supermen, trying to figure out which one was really good.
I actually used to have that run, but I sent it to someone who, when I fucked up their order of one of my books, I sent them that whole run as like a apology for it.
Who did you think was, out of those four, if it was going to be one of those four, which it wasn't, who did you think it was going to be?
Who I thought was the real Superman? I thought it was what was his name? I think his name was the Exterminator or the Eliminator.
The Eradicator.
The Eradicator. That I thought he was the real Superman for a while. Turns out that wasn't the case either.
But it was close. It was close.
Yeah.
It was a robot that based out of the Fortress of Solitude.
Well, he wasn't a robot. He was I can't remember what his backstory was. I know the robot Superman. He definitely wasn't it. Yeah, there was the Superboy. Right. There was. I thought but to be honest, I think my favorite of all of them was Steel.
Mm-hmm.
Steel was really awesome.
We knew it couldn't have been him.
But yeah, he was that. I mean, he wasn't. They made it clear from the beginning. He was like John Henry Irons, who was just a guy who really admired Superman and wanted to become him.
Steel the basketball player movie?
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal. That was really disappointing because that was it actually followed the comic weirdly closely because that was Steel's backstory is that he was an engineer who created these super weapons for the military that ended up leaking and getting out onto the street, and so his mission after he'd been saved by Superman was, okay, I'm going to make this like super suit and I'm going to go out and get rid of those fucking weapons that were put out on the street that I created. And that was a really cool idea. But you made a movie with fucking Shaquille O'Neal as the fucking star. Of course it was gonna fucking fail.
Of all the DC characters to get a DC movie,
DC
Steel,
mostly sucks.
Not Green Lantern
Wrong.
back then, not Hawkman, but Steel.
Yeah, listen to what he's saying. Hawkman, Steel. What was the other thing you said?
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern, terrible. Flash, terrible.
If they really, that's what disappoints me about DC. The way they're going, I'm not going to get my Anarchy or Brotherhood of Dada movie anytime soon.
Now, what's Brotherhood of Dada? That sounds almost intriguing.
The Brotherhood of Dada were an offshoot of the Brotherhood of Evil, who denounced all notions of right and wrong and became Dadaist. So, like the leader of them was named Mr. Nobody, who was a guy who I can't remember what his powers were, but like one of the characters was named The Question, and her abilities were any power that you can't think of. So, like she was this Japanese woman who wore a hot hazmat suit, and as long as you never thought of what superpower she had it. So, like, there was a scene in, like, the comics where she's being chased by some hero. I can't remember which one. And, like, the whole time he's thinking, okay, like, super speed, super flight, and all that to try to, like, take away her powers. Mm-hmm. There was another character his name was, like, something along the lines of, like, the Tornado or something like that. He was, like, a homeless black guy whose, like, power was to turn into a tornado. There was a guy called the like the Smog or something like that.
Isn't that Black Tornado?
No, I don't think that's what his name was. But
I'm pretty sure there's a character called Black Tornado. It's a DC character.
Red Tornado.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He's a Native American, right?
Yeah.
He is. I mean, I'm not making it up. I mean,
no, he's
true.
a robot.
Yeah. There was another character who I think his name was like the Smoke or the Smog or something like that, where he could turn into smoke and absorb people. But whenever he absorbed people, their thoughts were like inside of him, so it would slowly drive him insane. There was a character called the Love Glove who didn't have any arms, but his hands would like float around, but sort of like Rayman. And it was basically just like they would have like weird stories where they were like trying to steal Timothy Leary's bike in order so Mr. Nobody could run for president. They were like trying to trap all of like Paris, France in in like a painting, things like that. There was
I've not heard of that. I might have to look for that.
Doom Patrol.
Yeah. Doom Patrol. I've always been curious about it.
Yeah, they were enemies of the Doom Patrol, and there was one character whose name was Number None, and his whole thing was like he is like any kind of form of bad luck that can happen to you. That's Number None. Like there's a part where a character accidentally like trips over something on the floor, and Mr. Nobody is like, "Oh, I can see number none is here."
So is Doom Patrol any good? Because I've heard things that are good. Maybe good.
In the Street. It's a superhero character who is literally a street, and it's like a cross-dressing street, so it gets fancy pink curtains on the stores on it. It's really wild and meta. That Doom Patrol, yeah, it's probably one of the most literary comic series, like just like Sandman by Neil Gaiman.
Right. I've never read that either.
Well,
Yeah.
Sandman's even better. So, but yeah,
Yeah, and
there's a superhero named Danny the Street that's an actual street, and it's pulled off in an intelligent way. So.
Huh. Yeah, I like some DC stuff. I mean, I like
Yeah.
Marvel in general better, but I do like some DC stuff. I like Batman, of course, you know, like the Rogues Gallery of Batman's, and then I like Swamp Thing, Hellblazer's pretty good. The Question I like, you know, Dr. Fate's not terrible.
Patrol, you know, Doom Patrol was a TV show now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not seen it, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're on there, the Brotherhood of Dada.
Yeah, I also talked about Anarchy. I'm kind of disappointed with how he's been in most of the adaptations. Anarchy is he's very heavily based on Alan Moore's V for Vendetta, but he's basically just sort of an anti-villain. He's an anarchist. Yeah, he's an anarchist superhero. Well, he's not a hero or a villain.
He's a vigilante.
Yeah, he's basically both opposed to the police of Gotham City and to Batman. Like, if I remember right, his first appearance was him rallying a homeless encampment against developers who were trying to build a bank and where their encampment used to be. And, you know, it had him fighting Batman, and eventually Batman would come to the conclusion, like, oh, well, he's a good guy, but his methods aren't good because he's trying to oppose law enforcement. And there was like an Elseworld story where Anarchy was the hero, where Batman became a tyrant over all of Gotham City. It's basically this Anarchy was just an anarchist superhero who basically was trying to oppose both the criminals of Gotham City and the what he viewed as the leeches,
Right.
the elitist leeches. Who?
So what depictions? They've had depictions of this guy in like what television shows?
Yeah, they had him in like the Green Lantern TV show, or not Green Lantern, Green Arrow TV show. And in that TV show, he wasn't an anarchist like he was in the comic. He was just like a murderous sociopath, and he was that in the Batman TV show as well.
That's lame.
And they got closer to who he actually was in the Batman Arkham Asylum video game, but they had him like going on rants about soda and things like that. Just like
was he in the first one? Because I don't remember that in that game.
Yeah, he was in the first Batman Arkham Asylum video game. It's like at that point he was just like, you know, they were trying to get what he represented, but it's clear the people who wrote the game were just like, no, he's just kind of a loon and wrote him that way. And it's
that's lame.
Yeah.
And so like, part of that.
So you and Jeremy are DC people, not Marvel people.
No, I like Infinity Watch by Marvel. That was one of my favorite.
I mean, are you a DC person or a Marvel person?
I like the Infinity Stones.
I definitely say like I'm a DC person. Like Batman and Superman is what I really grew up with, but. You know, the movie universe is just like DC just won't stop hurting me.
Oh, well, yeah, it's terrible. So you're not going to answer the question, Jeremy, is that right? You're not going to answer the question?
Infinity Watch was one of my favorite teams, so that might put me in Marvel camp. Okay. But Avengers Infinity War and Endgame were my favorite superhero movies of all time. I can't believe they pulled off a cast that big and juggled that many characters and made it all make sense. It was breathtaking to watch.
Yeah, it was very good. They did a fantastic job. But as far as comics goes,
okay, the comics, I would have to give the edge to Marvel just because I was always a fan of Adam Warlock and Thanos. Yes, before he was a household name. I
Right.
never thought Thanos would be a household name.
Right. So you're saying
yeah.
that Ben can go to hell with his DC bull.
No. Like I said, Death
Yeah.
of Superman was my first comic, and I read lots of DC too, but I just kind of, I kind of liked them both. I didn't like how Marvel bought up Malibu Comics and ruined the Ultraverse, though. That was
I'm not familiar with that. What's that?
Ultraverse was like Rune, Mantra, Prime, Hardcase. These 1993, 1994, like bargain bin comics.
I'm not
Ultraverse.
familiar with those cats.
You know how
What?
Image Comics had Spawn and Gen 13 and the Max?
Right.
This was kind of like that, only they weren't even as popular as Image, but they had enough of a core fan base that Marvel went after them and bought them. And then they did nothing with those characters after a few years, because turns out the creators had to be paid for those characters to even be used, even if they weren't writing or drawing the comic.
I gotcha. Yeah.
They had to have a royalty, and Marvel wasn't going for that. So
No, they don't want to pay people.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Alpha Flight when I was a kid, and that's like a weird niche. It's a bunch of Canadian superheroes.
Yeah. I remember when that first came out. I mean, I was a comic collector at that time, and I thought it was a bizarre thing. But yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
is
you had a
American Splint? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
But,
Zach.
yeah, I mean, it was like Canadian superheroes, but it was like stereotype superheroes. You had a character named Puck. You had like a Sasquatch character. You had a character named North Star.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I even really realized how dumb and caricature that is. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So what were you going to say, Zach? Because
Brother,
you don't really care
Cyclops'
about this.
brother was also in there.
Zach, what were you going to say?
Is American Splendor like an actual comic, or is it just that horrible movie?
It is.
No, it is a comic. I've read a couple of the comics. It's basically like one of those like 60s underground comics. Robert Crumb did the art for a lot of them.
Are they actually worth anything, or?
I think they are. Yeah, it's
What do you mean? Is collectible value or entertainment value?
Entertainment value.
Yeah, it's basically like this guy named Harvey Pickar, who was like an author who decided like, hey, comics can be about anything, so why don't I do a bunch of like autobiographical comics? And to be honest, they're really entertaining. It's like they're sort of like the comic equivalent of Raymond Carver or Charles Bukowski.
Yeah. I like Daniel Clowes, his comics. The guy
I haven't read many.
Yeah, guy did Ghost World and Like a Velvet Glove, Cast and Iron, and 8 Ball.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I really liked what's it? I can't remember the name of the author, but the comic's called Black Hole. It's
I know what you're talking about. I've not read that. It's on my list.
Yeah, it's kind of like a happy medium. It's both a speculative fiction comic about a weird disease affecting people, and it's both a realist comic, which is about like Generation X kids, like kind of like handling their everyday lives.
Right. I mean, it sounds like it looks like it's pretty good. It's on my list of things to read. It's on my radar.
Any any fans of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac besides me here?
No, there's not. Nobody likes that.
What are you talking about? Johnny the Homicidal Maniac is fucking awesome.
I've never even heard of it.
I remember Mort the Dead Teenager, but not.
Yeah, it's by Johann Vasquez, who did Invader Zim. Like his first, like how he made his name was the comic Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Seriously, no one else here besides me has read that?
No, you're the hipster of the crew.
that comic is awesome. I mean, maybe it's aged not as well as it could have, because there are a lot of references to like the 90s goth scene, but yeah, I think it's a really great comic. It's basically about this guy who's the title suggests, a guy who is a serial killer, And it has a lot of like weird dark humor in it, and we kind of learn that like he's a sort of like a release valve for all the negativity in humankind, and eventually like he dies and goes to both heaven and hell. And yeah, I think that Johnny the Homicidal Maniac is great, and I think people should read that because it's
I've not heard of that. Huh? That sounds pretty good.
I'm not even familiar with Invader Zim, really. I mean, I know it's a Nickelodeon show, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because that show was eventually canceled because there was apparently like too much grotesque humor in it, and it's just like, you heard Johann Vasquez, who wrote Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. What did you expect?
Yeah. I've not heard of the Invader Zim either. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's basically just about like a humorous Nickelodeon show about a alien who comes to Earth to invade it, and he's just like a complete fuck up, and he's constantly like crossing paths with a like guy who's obsessed with aliens, trying to catch the fact that he's an alien and things like that.
Huh. I've not seen that. So Jeremy, who is the best Marvel villain?
Carnage.
No, that's wrong.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I come closer to that. Carnage is pretty awesome.
I don't know. About 4 to 5 characters popped into my head, but as far as which one takes it, that's a dilemma.
There's 2, but there's only really one. There's only one that's the best.
Galactus?
No, he's lame. I mean, what's he?
To be honest, all I know is freaking Spider-Man villains.
Spider-Man villains are good, but this one's not a Spider-Man villain. In my mind, the best is not a Spider-Man.
In terms of the best, it would have to go to one of the galactic, like cosmic ones.
Magneto?
Magneto is probably number 2 in my book, but no, he's not number 1.
I'm gonna have to go with Thanos. I'm just gonna have to go with Thanos. You're probably gonna say Loki, right?
Thanos would be like number. I don't know where he'd be.
And you're all dead.
No, Doctor Doom is the best.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's a cool ride.
Oh, well, he's kind of an obvious one. That's why I didn't pick him.
No, that's why. I mean, obviously he's the best.
Well,
I mean, come on.
Doctor Doom is pretty awesome. I've always been a fan of the Fantastic Four. So
he's got his own country.
Yeah, that definitely is one of the things. He's
like a combination of Iron Man and Doctor Strange. Right?
Sorcery and technology.
Yeah. Yes. And there was a rapper who took his name after him.
Well, that person's wrong.
But Dr. Cool Keith.
And he kidnapped Sue Storm, huh? Right?
That's true. He's probably done it multiple times, in fact.
Dr. Doom's ride in Universal's pretty freaking awesome.
His what?
They have this in the Universal Park in Florida. They have a Marvel Island, and he has his own ride. It's like a big one of the big drop towers called Dr. Doom's Spirit Fall.
That's that's one of the things is like they've come up with several Fantastic Four movies, and none of them are good. All of them are bad. All of them are stupid.
Why is that, though? I mean, let's see. There was the one from the 90s. Then there was the one with Michael Chiklis and Jennifer Alba in like the early 2000s. And then this.
What was wrong with that one? Like, my problem with that, like, I can't put my finger on it. It's just not watchable and boring.
I haven't seen it. But
yeah, I've seen them all, except for the one that they made never to be released. I've not seen that one.
What, the Corman one?
No, I've only seen 2. I've only seen the ones with Chiklis in it. There's 2 Chiklis ones. There's one with the original Fantastic Four, right? And then there's one with Silver Surfer. I've seen those, but I've not seen like the remake that looked totally horrible, where Sue Storm and Johnny Storm are brother and sister, but one's white, one's black. I haven't seen that one.
Let's see.
You seen that one?
Played by Kate Mara in the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, how hard is it to make the Fantastic Four like at least watchable? They're fairly simple and straightforward.
I mean, they did a great job with it, and it was a movie called The Incredibles, right?
Mm.
They did a great job with Fantastic Four, right? I mean, that's a good adaptation of Fantastic Four, but it's not, right? I mean, isn't that essentially the same thing for the most part?
I've heard that's the best Fantastic Four movie ever, The Incredibles.
Yeah.
The
Pixar movies. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean,
like indirectly.
Well, yeah, they're not like a 1-to-1, but they're pretty close, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as close as you're going to get a genuine adaptation. I mean, maybe the Marvel Studios folks will do it right now that they got the rights to it. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it was kind of weird how it was for a long time. Like, there was like the Marvel Universe, but they apparently didn't have the rights to the Fantastic Four or the X-Men.
Right. Or Spider-Man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. But, I remember,
Did anybody see the Josh Trank Fantastic Four? I've not seen that one.
Which one is that?
90s version?
No, the most recent version of the Fantastic Four. It's got, Rooney Mara, is that her name that's in it?
Kate Mara.
That one, I've heard it's bad.
Yeah, it looks absolutely terrible. Yeah, I mean, it's just like they want to try to be diverse in their casting, so they made Johnny Storm black. Why not just go whole hog and make all the Fantastic Four black, right? I mean, that would make more sense, right?
Right. People like say, you're racist because you don't like that Johnny Storm was black. It's like, well, no, we don't care about that. It's the fact that you said, like, Johnny's, it's like the Human Torch is black, but Sue Storm is white, and they're apparently full-on siblings. What the fuck is you doing?
Right, like, you have to write too much into it to try to explain that, right? So it's just like, why not just make them all black? If you really cared, you know what I mean, like, about it, just make them all black. Nah. Right? I mean,
right. Yeah, it's just like, people like say,
nobody would care about that at all, right? Nobody would say.
Like, people say comic fans are like,
why would it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter if the Fantastic Four is black.
People say, like, comic fans are racist. They don't like when you change the race, blah, 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 blah. But the fact is, like, in the Justice League cartoon, they made Green Lantern black. Nobody complained about that because it was fucking good. The Superman cartoon and the Justice League cartoon, Lex Luthor was black. Nobody complained about that because it was good. They made what the fuck is his name?
There was a canon. There was a black Green Lantern that was canon though, John Stewart, right?
There was two of them,
and again, nobody cared that he was black because he was written well. In like I said, in the cartoons, they made Lex Luthor black, and nobody fucking cared because it was good. Okay,
well, let's make Black Panther white then.
Well, I mean that's obviously not going to work because being African is central to Black Panther's origin story.
What if he was an albino black person?
But
I mean, but an albino black person is different from an actual white person.
Here's how it is: honor the source material and don't deviate just based on your own little social agenda, and you'll be fine.
They also made the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can't remember his name, but he's played by Samuel L. Jackson. What's his name?
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury. They made him black, and nobody fucking cared because again, it was good.
It was Samuel L. Jackson. Samuel L. Jackson has more value than a second string Marvel character, Nick Fury, who basically arms, the people who are fighting the actual villains.
Yeah, and even with Spider-Man in the comics, like, not many people complained about Miles Morales because, again, he was good.
Well, that was an alternate universe take. There were all kinds of different Spider-Men. Yeah.
Well, not really. From what I know, Miles Morales is someone who took Spider-Man's powers after Peter Parker died or something like that.
No. He was Ultimate Spider-Man, I think.
Right. Yeah, he was a
Right?
different. Yeah, I think he's in a different universe.
Yeah, because they all meet
Yeah.
up in the
Oh.
clone
Multiverse, Spider Verse, or whatever.
Spider-Verse. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's all these different Spider-Men. There's even like a manga Spider Girl that rides around in a lion robot or some shit.
Well, I do know that like people said that Gwenpool was good, and you know,
those people are dumb. There's no way that's any good.
really, I've because I heard good things about Gwenpool.
I can't imagine that's any good. I mean, Deadpool's not any good.
Oh, really? You don't like Deadpool?
No, I hate that stuff.
but it's
Like I
It's
can
not
see how
funny.
Deadpool would get
Terrible.
old fast. I did like the movie, but I can imagine
I
like
didn't
him
like
in the
the
comics.
movie.
But
Yeah,
Deadpool
I'm with
is
Gregor.
like-
I hated that movie.
Deadpool is
Yeah.
like Family Guy funny. How can you hate Deadpool?
I don't like Family
I don't
Guy
like Family
either.
Guy.
Well, Family Guy is not good, but I like the Deadpool movie.
I don't like Family
I don't like
Guy.
Family Guy. I don't like Simpsons. I don't like
Shut
American
up.
Dad. I don't like any of them.
You say you don't like Grateful Dead? Is that what you said?
No, I said Simpsons, American Dad, Family Guy.
Oh yeah.
All those
I don't
adult
like those.
cartoons.
Well-
I hate them.
Yeah, I like some of
Well-
the Simpsons. I don't like American Dad. I do not like any of the Family Guy. I don't like
Simpsons is
Deadpool.
an American staple.
Well, the thing,
No.
you know, I've like they're doing a lot of like different things with the comic characters. Like there was there's been all these like advertisements for the fucking Harley Quinn TV show, not for the Birds of Prey movie, which just looks like shit, but for the
Yeah.
like for the animated TV show, and those look like shit too. The jokes just fucking suck.
Yeah, looks like it looks terrible. Yeah, everything looks bad.
Yeah, there was the Red Sun, an adaptation of Red Sun that came out recently.
I hate the way the DC animation looks. I just don't like it. I think it looks like poop.
I mean, I don't mind it. It does it kind of looks like what they were doing with the I don't know, the Bruce Timm universe. But the Red Sun, the Red Sun, like that takes place in during the Cold War, and the Elseworld story is about like, oh, what if Superman landed in the Soviet Union instead of the
Yeah, I mean, I
United
like the
States?
concept. Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
concept.
Yeah, but I'm seeing like the trailers for the movie adaptation, and they're talking about how there's like a genetically engineered American Superman, and he's yelling things like "Make America Great Again" or "America First," and it's just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I mean that's just amazingly obvious propaganda, and it's just disturbing that it's just so unimaginative in its execution. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if they had that in the Red Sun original comic, but the way they do it in like the adaptation,
The Red Sun
so
was prior
obvious.
to Trump world, right? I mean,
Yeah, that was done back in the 80s when the
Red Dawn.
Soviet Union was still around.
Red
Right.
Dawn, right?
Right,
No,
but
it was
Red Dawn. Yeah, admittedly, that was kind of like obvious pro-America stuff, but it was
Yeah.
kind of fun in
Right.
its ridiculousness.
You said
Yeah.
Red Sun, you meant Red Dawn, right?
No, he was talking about Red Sun, which is a comic book.
Yeah,
series
it's
of-
Okay.
Yeah, it's an Elseworld story
Oh,
where yeah, that's
yeah.
yeah, it's where Superman lands in the Soviet Union instead of the United States.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a cool concept. I've never read that
There's
comic,
also
but
a fascist Superman, where
it's just the
Is that-
normal Superman, right?
Is that an actual one? Because I do recall there was like a SNL skit where Superman landed in Nazi Germany and they called him Ubermensch.
I think he's called Ultraman.
Ultraman's
But-
like a Japanese
No, I know.
action show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was there was actually like a Justice League made for TV movie where like a time traveler went back to Nazi Germany to take it over and win World War III. Like the Tim universe. That was actually pretty cool.
The Tim universe. What the hell are you talking about? What's this Tim universe?
Bruce Timm, he was the guy he was like one of the main directors on Batman the Animated Series. He was on Batman Beyond. He was on the
all that
Justice League,
shit.
the Justice League TV
I
show,
know
the
a lot of
Superman
people like
TV
that, but
show.
I can't stand the look at that shit. I hate.
Well, you are fucking wrong because the original Batman TV show was cool. The Justice League was cool. The Superman TV show was cool. All of that was fucking cool.
Overman.
Overman. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Basically, yeah.
So do you like that stuff too, Jeremy? These horrible cartoons that DC made forever?
I like the idea of alternate universe stuff as long as it's not done to the point of overkill.
No, I'm talking about this Batman animated series. You know, do you like that stuff?
I liked Batman the Animated Series growing up, sure. And X-Men was like one of my favorites. The 90s X-Men, you know.
Yeah, I've not seen that, so I can't say. But the Batman animated series, I can't stand to look at that. I think it's horrible.
There's the Nazi.
You are wrong. That you
need
are wrong. That TV show was awesome.
We need Overman versus Red Sun. I don't know if that's ever been done. Nazi Superman versus Commie Superman.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting idea.
As long as they don't animate it so it looks like those Batman the Animated Series, I might watch it.
What are you talking
about?
Shut
up!
I hate the way that stuff looks, man. It's terrible to look at.
What the 50s Art Deco look? That was awesome. That fits fits Batman perfectly.
The character designs.
I'm talking about the 90s. What do you?
I mean, and Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is the definitive Joker.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that a lot, you know, if you want, but I don't mind the background anime. Like the backgrounds in the show are pretty cool looking, but the characters themselves, I just can't stand to look at them.
Bring up the Batman animated series so you can prove how fucking wrong he is.
We are talking about. Are we talking about the 90s Batman? Because I don't understand.
Yeah, Batman the animated series.
He's talking about the modeling of it is based on Art Deco. A lot of the aesthetic is based on Art Deco.
Well, what is that?
Yeah.
It's a particular style.
Yeah, the 1950s architectural style. But I mean, while he's looking that up, did you know there was a Superman Elseworlds story where the main villains are twin clones of Hitler?
No, but that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, that poster is pretty cool looking, but that's not the way the comic looks. I mean, the cartoon looks.
Well, yes, it is. That is how the comic looks.
Pull up a stupid looking drawing of Batman where he looks like a freaking tool. I mean,
Harley Quinn came from that. She was pretty cool in that.
She's See, I hate that style. It looks horrible.
Why? What's the problem?
I don't know. I just don't like the look of it. It looks just looks like crap.
Okay, so let it be established that we should no longer take anything that Gregor says seriously.
When did we?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like anything.
Everything sucks, Mom.
I don't like anything.
Everything sucks. We're gonna die from coronavirus. Who cares?
No,
right. The only thing I like
Selena Kyle looks awesome in it.
The only thing I like.
Catwoman looks awesome in it.
No,
looked cool.
You guys got problems. I hate anime. I hate the way anime looks. I hate the way this looks. I hate the way that South Park looks. I don't like any of the way that any of that stuff looks.
Dang, Gregor sounds like me. I'm like, that's me.
So,
except
do
for the
you
Batman
not even like
series.
animation? Period.
I do like animation.
Well, then what do you like?
I like the way that Spider-Verse movie looks. I've not seen the movie, but I've seen the trailers. I like that animation style. I think that looks pretty cool.
With the computer? Done by computer?
I don't know. Probably.
Do you like the way Do you like the way the original Spider-Man animated series looked?
Now that freaking show.
Yeah, that looks good. I got.
That was fucking cheap.
You take that back. That show freaking ruled.
Yeah, that's good, dude.
I mean, it was fun, but it was incredibly cheap looking. It may as well have been like a slideshow.
Yeah, it's like a slideshow. Yeah.
Freaking intro song's the best thing ever.
Oh yeah, the song is pretty awesome.
Yeah, the song is great. Yeah,
Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Yeah, that song is fucking awesome.
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a different show.
Well,
Yeah, he's
Then you're
21. He's no
wrong.
way he even knows what we're talking about. He's talking about like, he's not even talking about Spider-Man as Amazing Friends. He's talking about something from, what are you talking about?
from
I'm
like the
talking about this-
1960s.
No, that's not what-
Thing from
no,
like
no,
the
no.
90s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
he's-
90s one had the best intro. Yeah.
I mean, that was
No.
fun, but no, that's not as iconic as
That's not
the
true.
the original Spider-
yeah.
No,
yeah, the
Aero-
original Spider-Man theme song was the most iconic.
Aero's
I mean,
Spider-Man.
No, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can.
Yeah.
No, that's lame.
No,
Fuck you. The
it's
Ramones
fantastic.
the Ramones did a cover of it. Would the Ramones do a cover of it if it was lame?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wrong.
they were probably sedated when they did it.
They didn't do a very good cover
Well,
of
they
it
wanted
though,
to be
but it was pretty, it's a good song.
Oh my goodness! Should we wrap up? Are we tuckered out yet?
No, tell me some other things that you like so I can say I don't like them.
Like,
Rum and Coca-Cola.
I do like that.
Oxy-
Not with Diet Coke though. It's stupid.
Well, you got well. You want to get fat, you old man?
Why does it matter?
Yeah, we should play that as the outro song, Rum and Coca-Cola. But we should play the original song, not the stupid version that was stolen from the original Trinidad song.
I'm afraid I've already selected something.
Yeah, it's
more,
just Jeremy's show. You don't get to dictate that kind of stuff, Ben.
what I've selected is more relevant to both what we've been talking about and also a commentary on me. So,
Oh, really? A commentary on you, huh?
yes, what I've selected to play us out. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is it?
Well, I mean, are we going now? Are we done?
I mean,
Well,
I'd like to go ahead. Go
How
ahead.
many of us have to work tomorrow? How many of you all?
I got to work.
I mean, I do too.
I got to work every day.
Anyway, or?
So I guess before we go, anybody have anything else to say before we go?
I don't
Buy
think
a
anyone
lane. Buy a lane, an ebook or paperback.
Yeah, buy my fucking book and buy Gregor Zane's book. Right, buy and buy
Hospital.
yeah, Hospitalized Factory of Pain.
Buy
Or-
open lines.
No.
Buy that.
Yeah, buy our books, and we hope that they will help you get through this time of crisis while you're stuck in your fucking home.
Don't buy my book. My book will not. Any of the books I mentioned will get you through it, but not mine.
I think you should buy Open Lines by Jeremy Maddox.
If you listen to all 6 hours of this, it will at least, get you through, a good portion of your day.
Yeah, while you're stuck working at home, just put this on and
You don't need to
listen
read
to it.
me if you just listen to this show. Please,
So-
someone out there.
So is Jeremy going to be doing the audio book narration for Elaine, Ben?
I don't know. I've never even thought about like doing audiobooks.
That'd
I
be
think
cool. But I don't know that I'm qualified to.
I think you're more than qualified.
How do you do
I have
it?
one
The
question.
LibriVox gig? Is that just voluntary or what?
I don't know what that is.
This is a LibriVox recording. They do that with a lot of the
Classics or something?
public domain, like Lovecraft stories and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Algernon Blackwood, and a lot of them use LibriVox. So I don't
Oh, okay.
it's voluntary. They don't get paid for it.
Yeah. So
Okay,
what was
I
your
have a-
question, Zach?
I have a conspiracy about Gregor Zane.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, there's a podcast called True Crime Garage, and I've not listened to it in a while. But when I found out Gregor was anonymous, it kind of clicked. He is the captain from True Crime Garage.
Is that true?
Have you seen what the captain looks like?
No, I've only listened to the podcast.
I looked him up.
We haven't seen
I
what
looked him
Gregor
up.
Zane looks like either.
I looked him up, and it's not me.
Heck, I was wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you knew who he
Can
was
I-
on last.
No, I didn't know. I looked it up after he told me that. Like, he
No, you
messaged
didn't
me.
have time to look him up.
What's that?
You didn't have time to look him up.
No. He messaged me
Oh, okay.
last week or something with this conspiracy theory, and I
I
looked him up to make sure it wasn't me, and it wasn't me.
You know, I actually thought that you were another YouTuber called Doc Griffin, and I was apologizing to you after that first show you came on because I'm sorry I accidentally doxed you. You know, thinking you were actually Doc Griffin because of the way you talked.
Yeah, I'm not Doc Griffin either. No, I'm just some random dude in Ohio.
But you see, the captain is too.
The captain is not a handsome man, and I am a handsome man.
When is True Crime Garage? When do new episodes? When do they go up?
I don't even know what
I'm
that
not
is.
sure.
Huh? Find out. We're gonna find out this schedule and see if we can match up anything.
Why don't you just ask the captain to come on here?
Okay. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, we can ask him that.
Yeah, we've never
You
seen.
should
him
ask Doc Ding Dong. What's the guy's name? Doc what?
Oh no, he won't talk to me. But what would you say, Ben?
I was gonna say, with any luck, Jenny Susano will be on next week.
Okay.
So
and we've got to ask her we've got to ask her about the whole microchip thing and why tattoo artists are allowed to inject something, you know, that technically requires a doctor. I'm not comfortable with that no matter what justification she gives.
I mean, I think she'd be interested in talking about that.
Yeah. I will be interested, but I'm not gonna be buying it. What she tells me probably.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, she just wants to like draw stuff, so I assume she's not much interested in in putting chips in people.
Well,
she probably wants to chip Jeremy.
There are tattoo artists that are interested in doing that though. That do it when it should be a doctor if they're going to do something that stupid. I mean,
speaking of tattoos, has anyone ever read Grave Markings by Michael Arnzen?
No.
Is it
good?
I've heard the author's name though.
Yeah, that's the only horror novel centered around tattoos I've heard of, and it's actually freaking cool.
By who?
Michael Arnzen.
What else has he written? I've heard that guy's name.
He wrote the Gorlits. They're like these little poem things that were on this website, and they're collected. He's published a lot by Raw Dog Screaming Press. That might be
okay.
Yeah.
No,
I can't find
him
on here. All right, whatever.
It's like ARSNEN or something like that.
No, it's ARNZEN.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was. It was one of the first Abyss books too, Del Abyss.
All right, my curiosity.
Yeah. Before we sign off, can I read a Sarah Teasdale poem?
A Sarah Teasdale poem.
Yes.
Who is she?
A poet.
Yes.
But that's kind of random. What's the context? Like, what?
Yeah, is she your girlfriend or something?
No, it's something to comfort us.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Something happened earlier in the show which seemed quite bizarre to me. It seemed as if, Ben, you were saying that you were not able to engage in sexual congress with your girlfriend because of the COVID-19 outbreak?
No, we have to stay where the fuck we are.
What? Dude, yeah. It sounds like you just don't want to get with some.
You mean legally? Like...
Well, she can't legally because where she is, there's been a state of emergency.
Where is she?
Minnesota.
Have you spoken with her?
Yeah, I've spoken with her all the time.
Okay.
I think she's making excuses, buddy.
No, there's literally been a state of emergency where people can't go where they aren't needed in Minnesota. So we literally can't see each other.
What? I think you need to kick her to the curb.
Okay, well, anyway, yeah, go ahead and read this poem, yeah.
Yeah, let's hear this poem. But hold on a second, Jeremy?
Yeah?
You sure? Because this is a poem.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it back on track, you know.
You're gonna let it happen, a poem.
Yeah, I just want to go to bed.
Okay, all right, let's hear it then.
It's been a blast.
Well, okay. This is something to take comfort in case COVID-19 ends up wiping the human race out. This is called There Will Come Soft Rains by Sarah Teasdale. There will come soft rains and the smell of the ground, and swallows calling with their shimmering sound, and frogs in the pool singing at night, and wild plum trees in the tremulous white, Robins will wear the feathery fire, whistling their whims on a low fence wire, and not one will know of the war, not one will care at last when it's done, not one would mind, nor bird or tree, if mankind perished utterly, and spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone.
You know what? Sounds really nice. The sentiment, I think, is demonic. I mean, if it's anti-human, I'm not cool with it. I think that the sentiment about, oh, the Earth's going to be really freaking nice and wonderful after humans are gone.
It's less that it's going to be nice, and less that the universe isn't going to know if we're gone.
But I think that humans are cool, and I think
that if you like humans, that's one thing.
I like humans, and I think that the world's gonna, we're a blight on the world. Oh, we're a virus.
Sarah Teasdale wrote this not long after World War I. So the sentiment was less like it'd be good if humans were gone, and more like it's very possible that humans will die out, and if that happens, well, the Earth's not going to notice.
It's some death cult bullshit, is what I call it.
Hey, here's something to think about.
If you don't buy into the eschatology idea, it's going to happen eventually, and the Earth's not going to notice when we're gone.
No, I don't buy it.
Speaking of
we're gonna populate the entire universe with our spawn. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Speaking of world wars, though, can you imagine how much more intensely that was felt back then during both world wars, that the world could be ending because it's bound to happen sooner or later? Imagine how much more intensely they felt it compared to us here, where we're just kind of inconvenienced by comparison.
Yeah, I hear you. However, the sentiment of this particular poem is anti-human.
Well, yeah, I tend to agree, but
it's also lazy.
I don't think so in this context.
I don't take poems that seriously anyway. But it
exactly. That's what I thought you were going to say, Jeremy. Good job.
Well, no, but it was fine for what it was.
Just some lazy person from around World War I.
I didn't say that. It was fine for what it was. It's interesting, and she wrote it during World War I. Did you know that soldiers from crossed enemy lines on both sides to celebrate Christmas during World War I? It happened once.
That's a story I heard, right? I also heard that pilgrims hung out with Indians and they taught them how to cook some food.
Fuck it. All right, let's just kill the thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good if humans will die out. I'm just saying, the universe isn't going to notice if we're gone.
You know what?
Only if you're an atheist.
What's that?
The universe's opinion, though. Harlan Ellison already told me the universe doesn't care that you're here, son. If it doesn't know you're here, son, and if it can, it won't care. So yeah, Ellison told me that back in my early 20s.
Hey, okay, I know you want to end this, but speaking of Harlan Ellison, have y'all seen the Scooby-Doo episode where he voices the himself, and he's like the professor at this college?
That's
no.
I know that.
His arch nemesis is this freaking H.P. Lovecraft ripoff.
No, what's that from? What is that?
It's an episode. I think it's in the first season of Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated.
That's crazy. I did not know he was in that. No.
Wait. What era was this?
Maybe 2010. Maybe a little later.
Okay. Yeah, I have to check that out. I did not know that existed. That sounds pretty good.
Can I read another poem? It's a very short one.
Yeah, let's hear this poem. Hopefully this one's good and not demonic.
I'm waiting for it to load here. Okay, here it is. This poem is by Stephen Crane. It's called A Man Said to the Universe. A man said to the universe, "Sir, I exist. However," replied the universe, "that the fact has not created in me a sense of obligation."
That is pretty lame.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean that's That's lame. It's just so trite. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, maybe in modern sense, but he wrote this like back in where it was still like a common idea that the universe gave a shit about us.
I bet Crane was one of them epistolary fellas, them letter writers, wasn't he?
Probably, yeah. He probably
He's
wrote letters.
He's most known for writing the Red Badge of Courage.
I know. But I also bet he wrote them letters to his writer buddies, his commie
Yeah,
writer.
I bet he did. I bet he was I bet he was, man. That's
Red Badge
terrible.
of Courage. Yeah, he was a commie.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Red right in the title. You know?
I think he was a transcendentalist.
Red Badge of Cowardice. Red Badge of Commie.
Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible poem too. You're
wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
You read 2 terrible poems in a row.
Hang on.
You are wrong.
Hang on. I don't even like poems, but now I'm going to get on this, and I'm going to read one that's slightly better than either of those.
Oh, good. That's slightly better.
Shooting Rats at the Bibb County Dump by David Bottoms.
Oh, heck, I thought you were going to read the one about the man from Peru.
Loaded on beer and whiskey, we ride to the dump in carloads to turn our headlights across the wasted field. Freeze the startled eyes of rats against mounds of rubbish. Shot in the head, they jump only once, lie still like dead beer cans. Shot in the gut or rump, they writhe and try to burrow into garbage. Hide in old truck tires, rusty oil drums, cardboard boxes scattered across the mounds, or else drag themselves on forelegs across our beams of light toward the darkness at the edge of the dump. It's the light they believe kills. We drink and load again. Let them crawl, for all they're worth, into the darkness we are headed for.
That's a depressing poem.
That's a good poem. The reading of it was not very good though, because you didn't. You were trying to act like you were reading a poem and didn't really believe in it, you know. But the poem itself was good and better than. I
didn't get a sense of rhythm from that. That's the thing. It didn't have a sense of rhythm to me. It just kind of plain verse.
It reminds me a lot of the song "Pack of Rats" by Rusty Cage.
I've not heard
I don't
that.
think somebody should be calling their band Rusty Cage.
It's not a band; it's one guy.
I know, but the only Rusty Cage in my song catalog should be Soundgarden. If you ask me.
Soundgarden's awful.
No, you take it.
Okay.
Chris Cornell was the best singer who's ever lived.
Yeah.
They did a Black Hole Sun, right? Is that right?
Yes.
That's a good song. I like that.
Okay.
I mean, if we're gonna do this, can I read Dover Beach by Matthew Arnold?
No. What are you talking about? We're not in high school.
That's a good poem. Fuck you.
How long is it?
It's not that long.
Oh, so it's 5 or 6 pages?
Yeah.
No.
Hey.
It's really not that long.
It's like the White Cliffs of Dover crap.
The Dover Beach? Not really, sort of.
Or maybe I'm thinking of a different thing. Go ahead and read it then.
Okay, this is Dover Beach by Matthew Arnold. The sea is calm tonight. The tide is full. The moon lies fair. Upon the straits, the French coast, the light gleams and is gone. The cliffs of England stand, glimmering and vast, out in the tranquil bay. Come to the window, sweet as the night air. Only from the long line of spray where the sea meets the moon-blanched land. Listen, you hear the grating roar of pebbles, which the waves draw back and fling at the return up the high strand. Begin and cease, and then again begin, with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in. Sophocles long ago heard it on the Aegean, and it brought into his mind the turbid ebb and flow of human misery. We find also in the sound a thought, hearing it by this distant northern sea. The sea of faith was once too at the full, and round her shore lay like the folds of a bright girdle furled, but now I only hear its melancholy long withdrawing roar, retreating to the breath of the night wind down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world. Ah, love, let us be true to one another, for the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath neither really joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help for pain. And we are here, as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night.
I'm ready to go to bed.
It's pretty good, man. It's a pretty good poem.
I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn, looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters burning for the ancient heavenly connection to the starry dynamo in the machinery of night.
That's actually a really good poem, so maybe we can play us out with you just reading that whole thing.
That's Howl.
Yeah,
Howl is a really good
terrible.
poem.
Okay.
It's terrible.
I'm reciting
Fuck
this
you,
to
you're wrong. Howl is really good.
The mushroom is the elf of
terrible.
plants. At evening it is not. At morning in a truffled hut it stops upon a spot, as if it tarried always, and yet its whole career is shorter than a snake's delay and fleeter than a tear. The vegetation's juggler, the germ of alibi, don't like a bubble antedate and like a bubble high. I feel as if the grass was pleased to have it intermit this surreptitious scion of summer's circumspect. Had nature any supple face, or could she one contemn? Had nature an apostate, that mushroom it is him. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't either.
Anyway, okay, no, we're really ending this time because I think we all need sleep. We can't do a poetry off this late in the game.
Well, I've got one to end this off on.
Don't.
Oh, do it. Hopefully,
let him.
Hopefully, it's like the Raven. Let's.
Okay, I'm reciting from memory. There once was a man from Peru who dreamed he. Okay, never mind. It's a freaking SpongeBob thing.
Okay, we're really ending now.
Yeah, end it. End it now.
It's misery.
Yes.
There once was a fellow named Cass whose balls were made out of brass. When they tinkled together, they played stormy weather and lightning shot out of his ass.
Hey, you got that freaking Leprechaun.
He's quoting Leprechaun now.
Leprechaun 3.
Oh,
I don't even know if it was in that. I just heard that somewhere.
Leprechaun's dumb too. Just so
You're
you guys
freaking
know.
dumb.
And if my ear were a vagina, I could fuck it. You're playing the Spider-Man song to put us out.
What the hell is going on?
$65 million circus tragedy. That's what they said about the musical.
Oh yeah, turn off the dark, man. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, imagine Green Goblin singing this.
That's not very good.
I think it's just like so campy and over the top that it's awesome.
Yeah, if you see the visuals along with that, I mean, it's something else, really.
Yeah, if you see it like being sung on Letterman, it's pretty ridiculous and awesome.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The one on Letterman is incredible. That performance is. I don't even know what to say about it, really.
Close out with that. Here we go. Let's try again now.
Please allow me to adjust my pants so that I may dance the good time
Herpes.
dance and put the onlookers and innocent bystanders into a trance.
All right,
Jeremy Maddox has herpes.
That's how you end a show. Right here. This is how you end a show.
Hey, this song sucks.
Turn the volume up. All right, yeah. Bye, Elaine, and I'm out, everyone. Talk to y'all later.
But
Condoleezza Rice is nice, but I prefer Roni. That man on the TV who speaks to the gay, you know that man's a phony. Everybody move to Canada, smoke lots of pot. Everybody move to Canada right now. Here's how we do it.